I overheard Mom whisper, "The house and money go to Haley." I went silent. 7 days later, Dad texted, "Insurance is due." I replied, "Ask your golden girl." I was 36 when I eventually quit answering my father's phone calls. My name is Ryan, and for the majority of my adult life, I've been the dependable one, the trustworthy son, the fixer, the one who somehow became involved in every family catastrophe, financial or otherwise. I had no idea how deep I was in until I took a step back and looked at the last decade of my life. What I'd spent, what I'd given, and what I'd silently digested in order to preserve peace with a family that never saw me. I work in information technology, primarily on a freelance basis. And I had been doing well for the past few years. Not wealthy but comfortable. I had my own home, a paid-off car, no debt, and enough emergency money. I wasn't very flamboyant about it, however. I didn't take vacations, didn't share my life online, and didn't discuss business at family gatherings. I was merely the person who came up when someone needed assistance moving, when their Wi-Fi failed, or when Mom's prescription cost $450 and they forgot to budget for it again. That was me. Ryan is the fallback. "Ryan, we knew you'd come through, kid." And then there's my younger sister Haley. If you met Haley initially, you'd think she was adorable, hilarious, effervescent, and Instagram perfect. She's 33 and has been out of work for over 9 years, unless you count her short-lived Etsy candle company, which required me to design her website and handle all of her client returns. She still lives in the rental house where we grew up with my parents. Drives an automobile that they bought for her. Posts everyday images with phrases like hustle and grind, while sipping iced lattes that Dad pays for. And yet, at every family event, the talk inevitably revolves around her. Her aspirations, objectives, and current artistic endeavor. I gave up expecting fairness from my parents a long time ago. But I didn't foresee what occurred last summer. It began with an offhand remark. I had swung by my folks' place to drop off a medicine that Mom had ran out of earlier. Another last-minute, "Can you help us out?" appeal. I gave up the bag, ready to leave, when Dad requested me to check at his laptop. Some updates were not installing, nothing critical, so I decided I'd do it quickly and move on. Mom and Haley were speaking in the other room as I waited for it to reboot, and I assumed I couldn't hear them. "She won't have to worry about money after we go." Mom was speaking quietly, yet clearly. "The property and funds will all go to her. It is only right. Ryan does not need it." I froze. I didn't pay attention to the remainder of the talk. All I could think about was that one sentence. It is only right. I sat startled when the update completed and the screen came back to life. I must have moved like a robot since I can't recall saying goodbye. I drove home in solitude, my heart thumping. I wasn't unhappy about the money specifically. It was not greed. It was something deeper. Like every quiet, hurtful, and unnoticed moment had suddenly clicked into place. All those years of being the helpful, the dependable one, the pocketbook they could always rely on. And now, I've been written out of the tale. That night, I didn't get much sleep. I kept repeating it in my brain, trying to persuade myself that I had misheard. Perhaps they didn't intend it that way. But by dawn, I realized it wasn't a mistake. This was confirmation. I was the backup plan, the financial safety net, the person who didn't require anything since I'd never asked for it. And it rendered me invisible. Still, I did not say anything. Not yet. I did not confront anyone or call them out. I just became silent. The next time Mom asked me to assist fix the washer, I declined since I was too busy. When Haley texted me about opening up a pop-up business for her latest passion, painted seashell jewelry, I literally left her on read. And when Dad phoned because their internet was down and Haley had an online meeting, I didn't even listen to the voicemail. A week went as well. I was not attempting to be petty. I simply stopped offering myself up. It was the first time in years that I had drawn a line. I expected they would notice. Maybe they'd inquire what was wrong. But all I received was quiet until the text. "Insurance is due." That was it. Number. "Hello Ryan." Number. "I hope you're well." Just a demand. As if I were their personal accountant. I looked at the message for a long time. Thumb is lingering over the screen. I could have ignored it. Could have typed up a lengthy explanation. I let go of everything I had been holding back for years. But instead, I kept things simple. In 3 words, ask her. That marked the beginning of the transformation. The moment I picked myself. What I didn't realize at the time was how far and fast things would spiral. Because when you remove the crutch that people have relied on for years, they do not attempt to get up. They get into a panic. They lash out. And in my family, that terror manifested itself in a very unique and nasty way. My aunt made the first call. It concluded with a family meal that I'll never forget. I did not answer Aunt Diane's call the first time. I watched it ring out on my screen while I sat on the couch, sipping cold coffee and pretending to check my email. But when she phoned again an hour later and left a message, I decided I'd at least hear what she had to say. Diane has never been the meddling kind. She's my mother's elder sister, fairly blunt and sharp as glass. She's also the only one in our family who has ever seen past Haley's darling facade. Her voicemail was brief. "Ryan, call me back. Something is odd. Your father has been talking non-stop. It's about the money." I recall sitting up upright, like if I had been startled. I phoned her right back. "Hey." She answered the first ring. "You okay?" "Yeah." I asked. "What's going on?" She didn't waste time. "I was over at your parents' house yesterday, dropping off the space heater your mother requested. She said, Haley's room gets drafty. Anyway, when I arrive, your father is in the garage with Chuck and Frank, drinking beers and talking crap like it's poker night in 1992. I knew where this was headed. My stomach constricted. He starts talking about how ungrateful children are these days. Says, "You've turned your back on the family, and you don't lift a finger to help anymore." I tightened my jaw. Of course he did. Then she continued, her tone changing. He says something that makes me want to hurl a heater at him. He responds, "Good thing we made the right choice with Haley. At least we'll have one kid who takes care of us when we're gone." I didn't say anything. I couldn't. "You okay?" she said politely. I swallowed hard. "I'm fine." "No, you're not," she said sharply. "Ryan, you've been bending over backwards for them for how long now? 12 years, and this is how they talk about you the second you stop funding their lifestyle." That was the term financing. As if I were a bank account with a name. I thanked her and hung up, but I couldn't escape the impression that I had been smacked in front of a crowd and no one had intervened. That weekend I headed to the mountains. Just for the day, I needed the distance and solitude. I trekked a path I used to use when I was younger, before things became difficult and I became the responsible one. I sat at the overlook and simply thought about everything. I spent the holidays alone since Haley required more attention during her breakups. The costs I paid when Mom's co-payments were too exorbitant. The laptop I got for Dad 2 Christmases ago. The same one I mended after overhearing the talk that began it all. I remembered lending Haley $2,500 when she said she'd finally gotten a position at some marketing business that turned out to be a pyramid scam. She never repaid me. I never asked. I believed it had broken the tranquility. However, I recognized that tranquility had always come at my price. Things swiftly escalated after that. First came the group text. Mom wrote a long paragraph to me, Dad, Haley and my Aunt Colleen, who never responds to anything. Anyway, it seemed like a forced essay. Family is more about love and support than money. We appreciate Ryan's desire for separation, but we're a team and have always supported one another. We should not have to remind anyone about the sacrifices we've made as parents. That is all I will say. That final sentence, the passive-aggressive cherry on top, made me pace my living room. They made sacrifices. I did not reply, but Haley did. Thank you, Mom. Some of us realize what family truly entails. Crimson heart. I nearly laughed. Almost. The next week, Dad sent another SMS. There are only 3 words this time. Need money for groceries, no punctuation, no thanks. I responded with 5. Ask your preferred one. Haley phoned around 15 minutes later. I let it go to voicemail. She phoned again and again. I eventually picked up on the 5th ring. What the hell is your problem? She snapped, ignoring any greetings. You're being selfish and childish, and it's really humiliating. I did not raise my voice. I was too exhausted for it. Who is it embarrassing for? For Mom and Dad? For the remainder of us? Do you believe you're proving something? All you're doing is forsaking those who reared you. I let out a slow breath. The same folks who abandoned you behind my back. Silence, followed by a scoff. Oh my God, she said. Did you hear that? You're really behaving like it matters. It matters, I said. It matters that I spent years supporting them before they decided I wasn't a part of their future. She burst. You are okay, you have a job, a condominium, and a car. I'm still finding my footing. You've been getting on your feet for 9 years. Click. She hung up. A few days later I received a letter via the mail. Actual paper from my mother. Inside was a card with a watercolor lake image and the words, "Family means everything," printed on the front. She wrote inside, I wish you'd remember what your grandma always said. No matter how far you travel, blood is blood, and you can't just walk away. We love you. Please consider what you are doing to us. No apologies, no acknowledgement, only shame wrapped in pastel ink. It would have been funny if it hadn't hurt so badly. But the true breaking point did not occur until the night of the surprise supper. Aunt Diane called me again. She mentioned that they'll be eating supper on Sunday night. Claim it's only for close relatives, yet your name popped up. They claimed you'd probably be too busy to demonstrate why it's just as well. That stung worse than I thought. I did not RSVP. I did not say anything. However, I drove over on Sunday at 6 p.m. I didn't go inside. I parked across the street, lights turned off and motor going, just to watch. The driveway was crowded. My cousin Logan's Jeep, Haley's white Civic, and Aunt Colleen's minivan. I looked through the glass as everyone assembled at the dining table. My usual place at family dinners had been taken by someone else. Haley sat laughing as if she owned the place. My parents appeared relaxed. I wasn't even a thought, but I knew something they didn't. Since earlier that week, I had a private chat with their lawyer. What my parents didn't realize was that I helped them refinance their home 6 years ago. That is correct. For the sake of convenience, I agreed to co-sign some tax paperwork. I was the one who made the phone calls and completed the documents. My name remained on some of those papers, including some rights that they never bothered to examine. I did not accomplish anything. Not yet. But while sat in that automobile watching them toast over a table I used to arrange for them, I knew something had changed in me. Not out of malice, but out of clarity. They picked her. They made that decision long ago. And I'd finally made the true twist. The evening was not simply for fun. There was an announcement. And I only found out about their plans because Haley, in her boundless hubris, chose to upload a photo. Her smile between mom and dad was captioned, "So eager to begin the new chapter. I can't wait to share soon." I gazed at the post. Then I hit save because I knew what it meant, and I had a sense that what they were about to say would need a reaction that they wouldn't expect. I didn't get much sleep the night of the meal. There was something about viewing that post. Haley was grinning, her arms stretched over both of our parents, as if she had already inherited the crown. That broke something in me that I had no idea was vulnerable. I was not furious, not anymore. This was the odd part. I just felt hollow, like if I was mourning a non-existent version of my family. I kept telling myself that I should become used to it by now. Favoritism, disdain, and the silent assumption that I'd always be there in the background, cleaning up everyone else's mess. But something about that photo, that silly caption, and my excitement to go on to the next chapter, made it all feel permanent, as if a door had closed behind me and I hadn't even seen the click. For the first time in years I did not want to open it again. That next week I turned inside. I stopped reading their texts and scrolled through Haley's manicured Instagram of candles, crystals and brunch. I removed Facebook completely. I knew if I kept staring I'd be hurting. And honestly, I was sick of bleeding for people who didn't realize I was injured. It was hardly a spectacular cleansing. I did not toss my phone in the lake or make any public announcements. I simply quietly disconnected. But solitude has a strange way of resonating. It started out peacefully, then it became loud. Without the continual hum of family commotion, I was alone with my thoughts, and it hit me harder than I anticipated. How much of my identity was based on being useful to those who regarded me as handy rather than cared for? I realized I hadn't really established a life for myself, but rather one for others. And with the scaffolding gone, I was left with a weird hollow shell. The first week was horrible. I went to work but just chatted with clients on the requirements. I avoided calls from friends, declined invitations, and left groceries in the bag overnight more than once. My apartment became disorganized. I got sloppy. There was one night that I will never forget. It was raining sideways, beating on your windows as if it was trying to get in. I was seated on the floor of my living room, back against the sofa, laptop closed and phone facing down. I just realized that Mom's birthday was on that day. I had not phoned or texted. The shame was thick in my chest, familiar and suffocating. Then I recalled something from years ago. Her 62nd birthday celebration. The one I intended. I hired the restaurant, made the deposit, planned with the bakery, and even purchased her favorite type of white flowers. And at the end of the night, Haley received all of the credit. Haley chose such an adorable theme. Mom raved to her friends. I recall standing next to the cake, holding a stack of dirty dishes, and listening to it. I recall saying nothing. That night, sitting in the dark with the rain pounding outside, I said out loud, "You don't owe them anything." I meant it. The next morning, I started rebuilding. I did nothing dramatic. I did not plan a solo journey to Iceland or begin journaling on a cliffside at dawn. I recently began taking my own life seriously, one bit at a time. I cleaned my entire flat from top to bottom. Not just a surface wash-off, but a complete purging. I didn't want to look at old invoices, dead batteries, mismatched socks, or faded photographs anymore. I packaged everything up and drove it to the landfill. Then I stood in the parking lot, watching the package slip into the trash can. And for the first time in weeks, I breathed completely. That night, I opened my laptop and glanced at a list of projects I'd planned to undertake if I ever got the time. I had constructed it in 2021, during lockdown. The most of it was pipe dreams. A few were business concepts. One of these struck my attention. A tech support subscription service for older individuals, particularly those who did not grow up with computers. I dubbed it Kindline in the doc. I grinned a little. The next day I purchased the domain. It started little. I contacted two of my former clients, both seniors whom I had previously assisted with simple computer issues, and asked if they would be interested in monthly check-ins, device assistance, fraud warnings, and the like. They both agreed quickly. So I created a scheduling system, produced a welcome packet, and began reaching out to others. Within a month I had 12 clients. Within 2, I had 36. It was not showy. It was not viral. But it was mine. Nothing I'd ever done for my family had been as meaningful to me as this. And it felt great. I used to despise marketing, but now I'm posting on LinkedIn, reaching out to local community centers, and providing free courses on how to avoid getting scammed online. I even created a leaflet, printed 120 copies, and handed them out at libraries, doctors' offices, and senior homes. Word spread faster than I anticipated. People liked the patience and absence of jargon. They trusted me. I hadn't felt so confident in years. By spring, I had officially registered the company as an LLC, hired a part-time assistant, and delegated the website refresh to a design student I met at a workshop. She was enthusiastic, intelligent, and kept calling me Mr. Ryan, which made me feel about 62, but I didn't correct her. Somewhere along the way my apartment began to feel like home. I bought new curtains, framed some art, and even set up a small herb garden on the windowsill. I hosted 2 friends for dinner, whom I had avoided during my slump, and both commented on how different I appeared. Lighter, one of them said, "Like you're finally breathing." I was. But that did not mean I had forgotten. The wound was still present, just scabbed over. It would occasionally flare. Like the day I learned what Haley's big announcement was. I hadn't been following her on social media, but one of my clients, a lovely woman named Margaret, mentioned it during a tech call. "You said your sister's name was Haley, right?" she inquired, looking over her glasses. "Is that the one doing that lifestyle show online?" I couldn't remember. "What? She's got this little web series, Rooted Radiance or something like that. It popped up in my YouTube feed, all candles and self-care and stories about healing your inner child." Sounded familiar. I searched it after we finished, and there she was. Haley and I rooted radiance together. Episode 2. Breaking generational trauma. Even if it means cutting off toxic relationships. I observed for exactly 4 minutes, just long enough to hear her remark in a faint, breathy voice. "Sometimes choosing yourself means walking away from people who expect too much and give too little." I chuckled, not because it was amusing, but because I couldn't believe it. She began narrating my narrative but then flipped. She'd portrayed herself as the wounded heroine. The one who valiantly separated herself from a sibling who wanted too much and did not respect her boundaries. Who, get this, used money to manipulate family relations. I should have been upset. Instead, I captured a screenshot. Then I opened a new folder on my desktop. I titled it, Evidence. Not out of spite, but because I suspected I'd need it eventually. And that day wasn't far away. Because a month later I received a call from the attorney. Not mine. theirs. Hello, Ryan. This is Graham Pierce. I am phoning on behalf of your parents, Robert and Linda. He was polite and careful, explaining that he had been reading their estate records and that certain details about previous ownership arrangements and financial contributions needed to be clarified. He inquired whether I was available for a meeting. I consented quietly, despite my pounding heart, since I knew what they were up to. They were rewriting the history, but they had no idea I had already begun creating my own version of the future. When I walked into Graham Pierce's office, it felt like I was entering a negotiation that I hadn't asked for, but had been preparing for my entire life without realizing it. His workplace was all polished wood, stylishly neutral art, and stiff leather seats that reminded you it wasn't supposed to be comfy. He offered me water, which I rejected, and motioned for the seat across from his desk. I took it and gently placed the compact black folder I had brought with me, containing my own collection of documents, on my lap. He folded his hands. Thank you for coming, Ryan. I understand that this is unexpected. I nodded once. You mentioned there were estate worries. He flashed a cautious grin. One of those lawyer grins that should put you at rest, but instead makes you want to check your wallet. Your parents are revising several aspects of their estate plan. They recently rewrote their will, and throughout the process a few information from previous years surfaced. Things we needed to clarify before settling anything. I didn't answer immediately. I wanted him to talk first. Lawyers enjoy filling silences. It is a professional danger. He continued. Specifically, there are a few financial transactions from around 6 years ago, when the mortgage was refinanced. At the time I believe you were a co-signer. Correct? I stated, and it appears that under that agreement, you were momentarily awarded what we would call a contingent interest in the land. It was transitory, of course, but the title documents from that year show you as a co-owner. That's correct, I responded again, opening my folder and placing a copy of the necessary title paper on his desk. My name remains on file with the county. It was never removed. Graham paused. That knocked him off balance. He took up the page, looked it over and nodded slowly. Yes. This is what we discovered during our search. We were just trying to finalize the release. Your folks believed it had been taken care of. It wasn't, I explained gently, and I never signed anything waiving that interest. If they wish to transfer entire ownership to someone else, such as my sister, I need to sign off. He made another lawyer grin. This one is more stretched. Of course, this is all a formality. I slumped back in my chair. Sure, but if it's only a formality, I'm guessing there's no urgency. He hesitated again and carefully said that they hoped to fix the issue before the house was legally transferred. There it was. The true cause, the supper, the caption, and the next chapter. They were turning over the house to Haley. It was symbolic, but also strategic. The house was finally paid off, due in large part to my years of silent payments during the refinancing process. Transferring it now would lessen future probate issues and make it easier for Haley to hang on to it. And I was the final loose thread, one they didn't think could rip the whole arrangement apart. I grinned for the first time. So, if they want my signature, I'll also need a few things. Graham blinked. For example, I may receive backdated compensation for the closing fees I spent during the refinancing, as well as the property tax I paid for the next 2 years. I have the receipts. I placed a second sheet on his desk, followed by a third. And, while we're at it, any documentation that my parents signed certifying that I was a financial contribution to the property. I'd like to put those in the estate filing just to be cautious. He appeared to be little worried now. That may complicate the present estate draft. I stood up and said, then they'll have to decide whether it's worth the house. Thank you for the water offer. I left him looking at his papers. On the way home, I put the music up louder than normal. Not angry or sad music, but something with rhythms and momentum that made me feel as if the earth under me was finally mine. That was the day I stopped reacting and began planning. The initial step was subtle. I phoned a friend of mine named Tessa who worked in real estate law. We'd known one other since college, and while we weren't close anymore, we still sent each other happy birthdays. And did you see this meme text? I told her I needed some advice. She told me she owed me a favor for helping her parents set up their smart TV via FaceTime. We met in a coffee cafe near her office. I placed everything out. The title, tax records, and refinancing receipts. She inspected everything with a quiet, satisfied whistle. You effectively have a paper trail proving you own around 35% of the residence. She said only around 35%. Well, theoretically, if your name was on the deed during the refinancing and you contributed to expenditures directly related to asset maintenance, you have a good case for partial equity, especially if nothing is signed indicating otherwise. I drink my coffee. That's good to know. She looked at me. You aren't going to try to push a sale, right? I shake my head. No, I do not want the house. So what do you want? I didn't respond straight away since I wasn't totally certain. It was not about money. It was not even about the house. It was about the principle, about how I'd been treated like an ATM for years, only to be turned off the moment I stopped emptying myself dry. And now they expected me to be quiet, docile, and helpful. I was finished with that. I eventually stated, I want them to realize I am not disposable. Tessa nodded. Then do not be. The next stage was to collect allies. It began with Aunt Diane. I invited her to lunch. Not at our normal restaurant, but in a small downtown bar where I was confident we wouldn't stumble into anybody we knew. I told her everything. The title, the call from the lawyer, and Haley's online show. She did not speak much till the end. Then she leaned forward, fixed my gaze and said, You have every right to do what you're doing. But don't just play defense. Make a move. What type of move? She grinned. The type that reminds them who kept the roof over their heads while their favorite acted like an entrepreneur on Instagram. A week later, I sent a notice of interest to the county clerk's office. It was a simple legal step, simply a formal acknowledgement of my financial claim to the property. Nothing big, no lawsuit, no eviction threat, just a quiet little note on the house's record stating that no one could sell, refinance, or transfer it unless my share was resolved first. I knew my folks would find out eventually. I did not expect it to happen so soon. 4 days later, Mom arrived at my door. I hadn't seen her for months. Not since the last time I brought one of her medicines and overheard her discussing my exclusion in the will. She seemed smaller than I recalled. Not physically, but smaller. Like someone who had been shielded by illusions and was suddenly standing in the true light. Ryan, she said, as if it were both a question and an accusation. I opened the door wider but did not move aside. I'm not here to dispute, she said swiftly. I simply want to know why you are making things so complicated. I nearly laughed. Do you think this is complicated? You could have just spoken with us, she said. I did, I responded. You just didn't listen. She blinked, taken aback. We gave Haley the house because she required stability, she remarked. You're doing well. You don't even know what I'm doing. I added. You never ask. You just assume. There was a silence. Then she spoke gently. You have always been the strong one. No, I responded. I've just always been the quiet one. That's not the same thing. She didn't react. I did not allow her in. I advised her to talk with her lawyer. I then closed the door. That night, I printed the most recent customer billing report for Kind Line. 72 active customers, 3 part-time aides, and a community collaboration with a nearby elderly facility. I placed the report in my folder, right next to the title paperwork. The property tax receipts, the screenshots of Haley's show since this was not a rage-fueled payback. It was chess, and I'd just moved my queen. Let me start by stating this. Revenge doesn't always include pyrotechnics. Sometimes it's a slow, methodical burn, quiet, measured, and even elegant in its progression. Mine was not loud. It did not include public outbursts or yelling bouts over a dining table. No, my vengeance was carried out through quiet signings, courteous phone calls, and the gradual dismantling of a false story. It was patient, surgical, and effective. Things quieted down after Mom's surprise visit. I believed they could be regrouping. Perhaps Haley was recording another episode of Rooted Radiance, in which she would sadly warn her audience about toxic masculinity in the family, or how some people only provide love with conditions attached. But I heard nothing for 4 weeks. There was no phone call, no text message, and no passive hostile meme on my feed. Just quiet. Then came the letter. It arrived on Thursday in an official-looking envelope with my name neatly printed on the front. Inside was a formal proposition written by their lawyer, Graham Pierce. It explained the conditions for surrendering my interest in the property. In response, they presented a $7,500 check as a gesture of goodwill. They presented it as a compromise, a reasonable payment for your limited financial participation with the property. I laughed when I read that. 7.5 grand. $7.5 for 12 years of emergency, grocery, medicine, internet, repair, and refinancing expenses. 7.5 grand for being the safety net they let go as soon as it was convenient. I did not even respond. Instead, I phoned Tessa. She reread the letter, giggled under her breath and asked, "Are you ready to make this formal?" I nodded. We drafted a counteroffer based on facts, not anger or threats. She provided an exact account of my financial contributions to the home over the previous 12 years, replete with supporting receipts and bank statements. The total came closer to $42,000. She also noted state legislation governing equitable interest in jointly named property. Most crucially, she added my request, which was for a lien rather than cash. That is correct, a legally recorded lien on the house. Not to force a sale, nor to evict anybody, but to assure that if the house was refinanced, transferred or sold, whether next year or 12 years from now, I would receive my portion plus interest. We sent it to Graham, certified of course. This time the response came quickly. 4 days later, Haley arrived at my residence. I didn't respond at first, just observed her through the peephole. She was pacing, her big sunglasses slipping down her nose, and her phone was in her hand, as if she was preparing to live stream the altercation. When I eventually answered the door, she did not wait for me to speak. "You're ruining everything," she snarled. "Do you know how hard I've worked for this?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "Work?" I said. She ignored me. "This house is supposed to be mine. I've already invested in improvements. I am filming material there. I've got several pending agreements. Brands want to support the kitchen transition. You can't simply go in and put a lien on it like you're due something." I leaned against the door frame. "I'm owed something. You're doing this to hurt Mom and Dad." "No, I am doing this to protect myself. You never cared about the house before. You did not even want it. And I still haven't." I responded, "I want what's fair, that's all." She stared at me, breathing heavily, as if she couldn't believe I wasn't backing down. "Ryan, you are not the victim here." I made a slow nod. "I am not. I used to volunteer, but I no longer do." She turned and stormed away without saying anything else. It was the last time I saw her in person. The lien revolutionized everything. Haley was suddenly unable to secure her brand deals. Sponsors pulled out. She was unable to have the insurance transfer authorized, and any future home equity loan was now subject to a legal encumbrance that she could not avoid. She'd upload filtered footage from the kitchen with phrases like, "manifesting through the noise dizzy, but I could see the fissures." Finally, one of her fans tagged me in the comments. "You're the brother, correct? This entire situation makes so much sense now." I didn't respond. I did not have to. Meanwhile, my parents took a fresh approach. Graham called again, respectfully informed me that Robert and Linda were rethinking their estate arrangement. He asked me to a meeting that included all parties. I consented, not because I wanted reconciliation, but because I needed closure. We met again in Graham's office. My parents sat stiffly on one side of the table, and Haley was noticeably missing. She'd likely learned she was a liability in these circumstances. Tessa joined me this time, not just for legal assistance, but also for balance. I knew I'd be inclined to revert to old behaviors, make excuses for them, and downplay. Having her there helped me stay focused. The meeting was polite. Graham said that the will had been amended to include me again, however little, in a portion of the savings, as well as a section regarding equitable property division. They'd also agreed to settle the lien now, providing a single amount of $35,000. Still less than I was expecting, but near enough to indicate they were taking it seriously. Then Mom did something unexpected. She spoke. "We did not aim to hurt you," she explained. "We assumed you didn't need us." I met her gaze. "I did not. I needed you to show me respect." She blinked, and for a brief moment I saw something genuine flicker there. Not guilt, but rather the beginning of it. Dad didn't speak much. He seemed exhausted and smaller than I recalled. It was unusual to see him like way. Less a figure of authority and more just a guy. Flawed, aged, and unsure. I signed the paperwork, took the compensation, removed the lien, and departed. The breakdown with Haley was slower. Without the mansion as her guaranteed studio, her content lacked polish. Her brand relationships have dried up. She shared a sad video about family betrayal, which elicited a lot of compassion, but no new deals. She eventually moved on to something else. Energy coaching. I believe the last time I looked, she was doing Instagram Live from her car. I stopped checking after that. Kind line developed faster than I anticipated. By the end of the year, I had more than 120 active clients and a wait list. I relocated to a tiny office space downtown, employed Tessa part-time as general attorney, and recruited 3 additional assistants. I even launched a YouTube channel called Basic Tech Tips for Seniors. Nothing flashy, just myself, my voice, a clean background, and a continual stream of people praising me for explaining things clearly. At Thanksgiving, I held my own dinner, inviting friends and a few clients. Aunt Diane brought pie. We joked, played music, and ate until we were too stuffed to move. I did not think of the old house once. I received a Christmas card from my folks. Just a card, no checks, no requests, and no guilt. There was a simple note inside. We hope you are well. We're proud of what you've created. I didn't weep, but I sat with the card for quite some time. I didn't respond since I'd spoken everything I needed to say. Just not with words, boundaries, silence, or the calm, consistent act of choosing myself for once. Finally. Always. My parents kicked me out on my 27th birthday. I slept in a motel. Years later, I bought a house. They walked in and said, "It's a family asset." My name is Claire Morgan, and the day my life truly began was when my parents threw me out like trash on my own birthday. I had just ended a hard shift and was hoping for a cheap takeaway meal and a short, quiet celebration. Instead, I pulled into the driveway and noticed my clothing, laptop, and boxes heaped up on the front porch, as if they were cleaning away old rubbish. My mother stared me directly in the eyes and informed me I was done living there. On my birthday, my father stood behind her without arguing. I recall my hands trembling as I realized they were serious. There was no surprise party inside. No cake or candles, just my belongings on the doorstep and a chilly message. I was gone, and they were carrying on without me. Every phrase I wanted to shout became lodged in my throat at that point. My parents kicked me out on my birthday, and I didn't say anything. I just picked up my boxes, piled them into my beat-up automobile, and drove off. There was no major confrontation, and no dramatic parting. Only quiet and the sound of all I knew shattering in my rearview mirror. I believed that was the worst thing they could possibly do to me. But over a decade later, after I had battled my way back and had purchased my own house, they arrived at my front door, went around my living room as if they owned it, and calmly told me, "This is a family asset. If you want to discover how the girl they booted out on her birthday ended up buying the house they attempted to steal, stick with me to the end." It happened on my 27th birthday, which is meant to be the day you feel like everyone is delighted you exist. I finished my shift at the grocery store, my feet throbbing and smelling like spilled coffee, but I was still hopeful. On my break, I purchased myself a cheap cupcake from the bakery aisle, figuring that if no one else congratulated me, I would. Driving home, I believed there was something modest waiting for me. Maybe there are pizza boxes on the counter. Maybe a store-bought cake with my name slightly misspelled. When I turned into our street, I noticed it. No balloons, automobiles, or decorations, just my life piled on the grass. My luggage, boxes of clothes, a plastic bucket with my old textbooks, and a used monitor covered in a blanket. I briefly considered whether there had been a leak or an emergency. I parked crookedly, left the cupcake on the seat, and headed to the house. My mother stood on the porch, her arms folded. My father hovered behind her, staring at the ground. My youngest sister, Ava Morgan, sat on the steps, looking through her phone. My parents did not wish me a happy birthday. She said, "You're 27, Claire Morgan. This has lasted long enough. We need the room. You have to leave." I gazed at her. "You are doing this today." "On my birthday," she rolled her eyes. "Do not make this overly dramatic. We reared you. We have done our part. You hold a job. You'll figure it out." My father eventually glanced up long enough to say, "This is for your own good. You will grow if you are pushed." Ava smirked and said, "Everyone I know has moved out long ago. You should be thanking Mom." I wanted to shout that I was the one who paid the majority of the electricity bills, and that the Wi-Fi she used for her classes remained on because of me, but I knew how it would end. My mother sobbing and calling me ungrateful, my father receding, and Ava filming. In the end, I would still be outside, but with additional bruises on my throat from yelling. So I didn't give them a show. I inquired gently, "Where should I go?" My mother shrugged. "You're an adult. Stay with a pal." Find something inexpensive. Just don't expect to come back. We need to transform your space into something helpful. Useful? As if I'd never existed. My parents kicked me out on my birthday and I didn't say anything. I picked up a box, took it to my beat-up car, and continued until everything was loaded. No begging or bargaining, just a scratch of cardboard on concrete. I took one final look at the front door and knew it was no longer my home, if it ever was. I drove till the homes faded away and highway signs took over. Then I stopped into a poor rural hotel that had half of its sign burned out. The chamber smelled like old smoke and bleach, but I had the key in my palm, and no one could order me to leave. I sat on the side of the uncomfortable bed, ate a cold cupcake alone, and checked my bank account. The number was modest and frightening. For a moment I considered calling my mother to ask for a few days of grace. Then I remembered how confident she seemed with my belongings on the lawn. They had not hesitated, so neither did I. Lying on that scratchy blanket, looking at the discolored ceiling, I promised myself I would never ask to return to a place that treated me like garbage on the day I realized I deserved better. If they really wanted me gone, I'd figure out a way to make them regret pushing me out the door one day. I awoke the morning after that hotel night with a sore neck, a pounding headache, and no safety net. I checked my phone, half anticipating a missed call from my parents, an apology, or at the very least, "What hotel are you staying at?" Perhaps we overreacted. There was nothing but a calendar notice that read, "Happy birthday, Claire Morgan." Like a nasty prank from an app that didn't know any better. So I did the only sensible thing. I got up, washed in cold water, put on my uniform, and drove to work as if my entire world had not suddenly turned upside down. I performed my grocery store shift that day, pretending everything was normal, smiling at customers, scanning things, and making small chat about deals and recipes, all while my head yelled, "You have nowhere to sleep tonight." During my break I searched for rooms for rent on my phone, sifting by cheapest first and hoped for anything that did not resemble a horror movie set. Seattle was roughly 90 minutes away and the rents made my stomach turn. But staying in the motel was not an option. By the end of the day, I'd planned to visit a little studio in the city, the sort with peeling paint and a view of a brick wall. It was cramped and expensive, but the landlord didn't ask too many questions as long as I paid the deposit. I signed the documents with the wobbly assurance of someone who isn't sure how they'll afford next month. The first several weeks were terrible. I retained my grocery store work, but the commute was long, and the salary barely covered my rent. So I took on a second job performing late-night shifts at a burger restaurant a few blocks from my studio. My days became a cycle. Wake up before sunrise, go to work, scan items and bag for 9 hours, take a fast snack in the vehicle, clock in at the burger joint, smell like fries and grease till 1 a.m., stumble home, wash, pass out, and repeat. There was no time to think about my parents, which was sort of the goal. One night at the grocery store, a woman walked through my line who I knew right away. Rachel Bennett. She'd been a regular for months, usually carrying a laptop bag and a Bluetooth headset and chatting about deadlines and investors on her phone. I was not sure what she did, but it seemed essential. That night she was distracted, skimming through her emails while I rung up her belongings. When her reusable bag ripped, I instinctively helped her repack everything. I put it together, double-bagged the hefty goods, and cracked a silly joke about duct tape holding adult life together. She genuinely chuckled and glanced at my name tag. "You are the girl that always repairs the self-checkouts, correct?" she asked. I shrugged, little ashamed. When the machines froze, I merely punched a couple buttons to reset them. But she made it sound as if I were doing surgery. She inquired about how long I had been there, and before I could stop myself, the entire narrative came crashing out in a shortened form. My parents kicked me out. I'm figuring things out. 2 jobs, a little flat, and no plans beyond survival. Instead of making the typical pity grimace, she simply glanced at me for a moment and remarked, "You know, my startup is always looking for people who can problem solve and actually show up. Do you ever think about technology?" I chuckled because it sounded so absurd. I did not even graduate college, and neither did tech. She informed me about coding boot camps, how many people changed jobs without a degree, and how the internet was packed with free materials. She then did something surprising. She placed her email address on the back of my receipt and stated, "If you are serious about transforming your life, write me a message. I can't guarantee you anything, but I can put you in the right direction." That night, after my burger shift, I sat at the little table in my studio, my laptop open, looking for everything she had stated. Free classes, beginner-friendly lectures, and coding boot camps in Seattle. The words on the screen may have been in another language, but one concept stuck with me. I'd already lost everything once. What was the worst-case scenario if I tried and failed again? Over the next few months, I carved out previously unoccupied time slots. I watched JavaScript lessons throughout my lunch breaks. I printed cheat sheets and put them over my thrift shop desk. I joined free internet groups where individuals asked and answered questions I didn't understand. But very slowly, things began to click. Late one night, after finishing a practice assignment, I had the guts to contact Rachel. I assured her I was serious. I provided screenshots of my sloppy small websites, which I had created by duplicating tutorials line by line and then altering them. She responded. Not with a job offer, but with something greater. A link to a part-time coding bootcamp she recommended, along with a comment that stated, "If you get into this and commit, I will talk to my team about an internship." I applied, figuring it was a long shot. I somehow managed to get in. My schedule got ridiculous. Grocery shopping in the morning, burgers on fewer nights since I needed to study, and bootcamp courses in the evenings and on weekends. I survived on ramen, black coffee, and the occasional free meal when the burger joint made mistakes. My friends stopped inviting me out since the response was invariably, "I have to work or study." There were several evenings when I felt foolish and behind, gazing at error messages until my eyes burned. There were days when I wanted to quit, especially when my body seemed to give up before my intellect. But every time I considered quitting out, I saw that mound of my possessions on my parents' lawn again. I overheard my mother remark, "You will thank us one day." I concluded that if I ever had to thank them, it would be for underestimating my abilities. About 18 months later, I completed the boot camp. I wasn't a great coder, but I could make things work. Rachel scheduled an interview with her business, and for the first time in my life, I sat in a conference room wearing actual clothing rather than a polo with a name tag. I discussed problem solving and customer irritation in the grocery store, late-night teamwork at the burger joint, and grit from juggling it all while learning something completely new. They engaged me as an associate front-end developer. The income was more than my previous positions combined, and there was a clear route for advancement. When the offer email arrived in my inbox, I stood in the center of my tight studio and simply gazed at it. The girl who had packed her life into a hotel room on her birthday was now being recruited to work for a software business in Seattle. I didn't weep. I didn't call my parents. I simply murmured to myself, "You cast me out to make way for Ava and her future. You really wanted me gone. All you actually done was give me space to create my own." When I first began at the business as an associate developer, I felt like an imposter in my life. The workplace was in downtown Seattle, with all glass windows and cold brew on tap. The type of location I used to believe only existed in films. For the first several months, I expected someone to stroll up, touch my shoulder, and tell me they had made a mistake. That I was meant to be back at the grocery shop asking customers if they preferred paper or plastic. Instead, I continued to turn up. I asked foolish questions. I remained late to repair bugs. I saw how senior developers addressed difficulties and adopted their behaviors. I took notes on everything. Rachel never regarded me like a charity case. She assigned me genuine tasks and provided real feedback. Sometimes harsh enough to hurt, but always followed by, "You can do better than this, and I know it." My code gradually broke less, and my confidence broke more in the correct places. Nearly 2 years have passed. I progressed from junior to mid-level. I received my first increase, and then another. For the first time, my financial account was no longer an emergency. I stayed in that little studio for longer than necessary, partly because I was afraid the good run would stop, and partly because I was accustomed to cramming myself into tight places. However, one day, my lease notice arrived with a rent increase that made my eyes expand. I sat at my small table, a spreadsheet open, recording my income and spending, and something crazy began to develop on the edge of my consciousness. What if, instead of paying extra for the shoebox, I invested the money in something I genuinely owned? The thought of having anything larger than a thrift shop couch was absurd, yet I couldn't shake it. I started listening to personal finance podcasts on my commutes. I understood what a credit score was, and what a down payment looked like in numbers, rather than just hazy adult language. I searched through my internet accounts and noticed something ridiculous. Between my paycheck, a few freelance internet work on the side, and the fact that I had been too afraid to spend for years, I had saved money. Not affluent people's funds, but enough to spark a serious discussion. I spoke with a loan officer, who explained financing alternatives, pre-approval, and interest rates. It felt like he was speaking another language, but I continued asking questions until the figures made sense. "You are in a far better situation than most individuals your age," he stated. I remembered my parents telling me I was a burden and that I would never develop unless they pushed me out. I didn't say it aloud, but part of me wanted to frame the email and post it on their old front door. I spent weekends traveling various communities. Some were completely out of my league, with immaculate artificial families in the brochures. Some were run down and gloomy, hitting too close to where I had begun. Then I went into a tiny 4-story home in Ballard that wasn't glamorous enough for a magazine cover, but was substantial. Clean lines, a little lawn, and a modest balcony off the master bedroom. The sunlight filtered through the living room windows just perfectly, capturing dust motes in the air like glitter. The kitchen was open, with enough counter space to make actual cuisine rather than simply microwaving whatever was on offer. Upstairs there was a supplementary room that might be used as an office, a guest room, or perhaps a location where I could create something altogether new. I stood there listening to the silence, and for the first time since leaving my parents' house, I felt what home might be like when it didn't belong to someone who could toss me out at any moment. I submitted an offer. The talk seemed like a game I hadn't prepared for, but my agent walked me through it. When I received the call that my offer had been accepted, I was sitting at my desk at work, gazing at a bug report. I had to go into the stairway to collect my breath. The girl who had formerly collected change to pay a motel bed was ready to sign documents putting her name on a property deed. On the final day, I sat in a boring office, signing stack after stack of paperwork. Every time the pen touched the page, I remembered a new version of myself. The child sneaks grocery store sushi into her bedroom. The cashier has painful feet. The youngster was covering her stuff in blankets on the grass as her relatives observed. Each signature seemed like a line that separated me from the past. When it was over, the woman across from me slipped the final document away and said, "Congratulations, homeowner." Entering the townhouse with my own keys seemed unreal. There was no furniture yet, only echoing rooms and bare walls that smelled of new paint and possibilities. That night I laid on the living room floor with a single pillow and a blanket, looking up at the ceiling, listening to the buzz of the city outside and the deep silence within. Nobody could walk in and tell me I was taking up too much room. Nobody could determine that my room was needed by someone else. This location has my name on it. Over the following few months I established a life behind those confines. I purchased a couch that did not come from the curb. I put up a good workstation with a real monitor in the spare room and named it my office. I invited a few work pals, cooked for them, laughed too loudly, and no one complained about the noise. On clear nights, I'd stand on the little balcony with a mug of tea, looking out over the neighborhood and reflecting on the journey from that rural hotel to here. I began publishing parts of my experience online, not to vent about my parents, but to discuss getting booted out, reaching rock bottom, and fighting my way back. People began replying. Strangers messaged me, stating they felt seen and that their families had driven them out in various ways. For the first time my sorrow seemed beneficial to someone other than myself. I believed the narrative would finish there. I got kicked out on my birthday, battled my way up, and purchased a house. It was a lovely little arc. But life isn't a movie. And evidently my folks did not enjoy being left out of the finale. One tranquil Sunday afternoon, I was unloading groceries and singing to myself when my doorbell rang. I didn't think much about it. Maybe a package, or a neighbor. I cleaned my hands on a towel, headed to the front door and checked the camera screen out of habit. When I noticed who was standing on my porch, my stomach fell. My mother, father, and sister. All three of them stood at the front entrance of the house I had built without them. For a moment, I thought the camera was malfunctioning. No, it was them. My mother in front, with grayer hair and more makeup. My father collapsed behind her, while Ava Morgan stood off to the side holding her phone. I could have pretended I wasn't home, but I'd had enough of hiding in places I paid for. I opened the door. My mother examined me before passing me inside the home. "Claire Morgan, you seem different," she commented, her gaze already scanning my furnishings. "What are you doing here?" I asked. My father attempted a quiet voice. "Can we come in for a minute? It's important." Against my better judgment, I stepped back. They strode in as if they owned the air. My mother ran her fingertips along the couch. "This is nice. Much nicer than the small house you used to have." Ava looked about, impressed despite herself. "Damn, Nat, you really got yourself a full house." I stayed near the kitchen island. "Why are you here?" I asked again. My father sighed. "Things have been challenging. I lost my job. Our mortgage is killing us. We could lose our house." My mother cut in. "The bank does not care how long we've been there. They only want money. We heard you purchased a property. This alters everything." I felt a flash of pity, but it faded quickly. "I'm sorry things are difficult," I said. "But how does that relate to my home?" My mother gave me a look that suggested I was being dense. "This is more than simply your house," she explained. This is a family asset. The phrase landed like a stone. Excuse me, I replied. She motioned to the walls. We reared you. Roof, food, and clothing. We encouraged you to be independent. If we hadn't forced you out, you'd still be trapped in that dead-end grocery shop. Our fierce love shaped who you are. So obviously, what you have today should benefit the entire family. My father nodded. We're not asking for much. We only need to stay here for a time. Your mother and I may have one room, and Ava another. You still have that office, correct? You don't need a whole space simply for a workstation. Maybe we'll even put our names on the paper so the bank recognizes it as shared. It benefits everyone. I nearly laughed. You kicked me out because you said there was no room. I reminded them. You required my bedroom for Ava's online lessons. Now my house is the answer to all of your troubles. My mother waved her hand. We did it for you. She snapped. If we hadn't pushed you, you wouldn't have left. You should feel grateful. Our investment is paying off. A family asset. Ava joined in. Mom was correct. You achieved a higher level. Everyone I know has moved out years ago. You have spare rooms. Why are you acting so selfishly? There it was. The ancient word. I am not being selfish by living in the house for which I worked and paid. I mentioned that you did not co-sign anything. You are not on the deed. This is mine. My mother's eyes became stern. You wouldn't have this job without us. We made sacrifices. We struggled. We pushed you. You owe us one signature and your parents aren't on the street. Would you rather see us homeless while you sit here alone? Guilt used to work on me. Now it's only made me exhausted. You made your decision. I said. I created mine. I'm not jeopardizing my house or my future, so pretend this is a communal project. Ava scoffed. Money has a significant impact on your life. I shake my head. Being treated as trash on my birthday changed me. Money only means you can't do it again. My mother's voice sank. If you do not assist us, we will pursue legal action. We're your parents, we have rights. Any judge will see this as a family asset that you are hoarding. For a brief while the old terror returned. Then I recalled whose name was on every important page. Contact any lawyer you choose. I said you weren't moving in. You are not allowed to touch my residence, and you must leave immediately. My father tried one final time. Claire, please. We're your family. You did it. I responded. I swung the door wide. Cold light poured in. Last time you told me to go. This time I'm the one asking you to depart. My mother gave a harsh chuckle and moved past me. My father followed, looking at the floor. Ava walked by and said, You are going to regret this. I shut the door and turned the lock. My hands shook, yet behind the adrenaline, there was a constant calm. They had entered my house, confident that the word, family asset would be enough to terrify me into giving up all I had achieved. They still assumed I was the girl whose life was in boxes on their yard. They had no notion that this time I wasn't the one to be terrified. When the door clicked shut behind them, I stood there with my back to it, breathing hard and hearing their threat reverberate in my brain like a horrible advertisement. Legal action, family assets, and parental rights. The old me would have gone crazy, Googling legislation at 2:30 a.m., and imagined the worst-case situations. The version of myself that had signed a mortgage and debugged code at 2 a.m., understood better than to let panic be the sole strategy. So I did what I usually do when I feel out of my element. I phoned someone who knew exactly what they were talking about. In this case, that someone was Daniel Cruz, a person I met years ago through a buddy of a friend, who had gone from bartending to law school as I was transitioning from grocery store clerk to developer. We had reunited in Seattle when I discovered he was practicing civil law and assisting with tenant and financial problems. We weren't best friends, but we trusted each other enough to swap war stories about shady landlords and employers. I texted him, Hey, I believe my folks are going to do something insane with my house. Have you got time to talk? He phoned within 40 minutes. I told him everything, from getting booted out on my birthday to the visit in my living room and my mother saying the words, family asset, like a bomb. When I finished, I heard a long silence on the other end. Okay. He eventually added, First and foremost, breathe. They are not in your deed. Correct. Correct. I stated I bought this house years after they evicted me. They didn't assist with anything. It is in my name, solely. Then, technically, they have no ownership claim just because they share DNA. He stated that they may argue all day about what is fair or familial, but in court, paper wins over guilt trips. However, the fact that they have threatened legal action and are attempting to bully you into include them in the deed is quite suspicious. And the way they booted you out previously is not a good look for them. I felt a little knot of stress relax in my chest, so, they can't truly force me to give them anything. No judge will instantly transform your private property into a shared family asset just because your mother believes she deserves a portion, he added. But there's something more we should consider about. You mentioned that while you lived there, you helped them with paperwork and bills, correct? Yes, I replied slowly. I was the only person who could browse online forms without shrieking at the computer. Why? Because the individuals who feel entitled to your house years later are frequently the same people who felt entitled to your knowledge at the time. He stated. Before we do anything more, I want you to retrieve your entire credit report, not the adorable free app version, but the genuine one. We need to make sure they haven't already been exploiting you to support themselves financially. The notion made my stomach plummet. I recall sitting at their kitchen table years ago, filling out lines on credit card applications as my mother hustled me, saying, "Just sign here. It's for the family." I was too exhausted and trusting to ask questions. I now see those recollections in a different perspective. That night, I sat at my desk at the home office they wanted to claim, entered into all 3 major credit bureaus, and asked for my reports. When they eventually loaded, I felt as if I was peeking into someone else's life. There were accounts that I recognized. My student debt for the 2 semesters of college I completed before dropping out. My own credit card, my car's auto loan, and then there were accounts I'd never seen before, shop cards I'd never used, and a line of credit created the year I was booted out. A few of tiny personal loans in my name are tied to an address I used to share with my parents. My chest got chilly. I contacted Daniel back and explained what I was witnessing. That, he gently said, is identity theft, at best illegal usage, and at worst blatant fraud. And if your parents open them in your name without your knowledge or consent, we'll need to do more than send a harsh email. Over the following few weeks, my life became a strange blend of routine and unreal. By day I went to work, produced code, attended meetings about product roadmaps, and joked with coworkers in the kitchen. By night, I sat at my dining table with Daniel on speakerphone, gathering documents, underlining dates, cross-checking addresses, and piecing together the paper trail of how my parents discreetly transformed my name into a safety net while calling me a burden in front of me. Daniel Cruz assisted me in filing official challenges with credit bureaus over accounts that I did not establish. We contacted the banks and lenders, wrote notarized letters, and provided affidavits stating that I had been booted out and had no knowledge of the obligations. Some institutions acted cooperatively. Others treated me as if I were the one running a fraud. Every time a customer service representative questioned my narrative, I considered phoning my parents and yelling at them. Instead, I reminded myself that I would not be cleaning up their mess for them. I was purifying my name for myself. At the same time, Daniel requested a restraining order based on my parents' threats and history of kicking me out. We supplied screenshots of texts my mother sent following the visit. Messages such, "You will regret choosing a house over your family," and, "We will make sure everyone knows how heartless you are." They mistook them for guilt trips. The court saw them as harassment. "Are you sure you want to go through with it?" Daniel questioned me one night. "Once we file, it becomes official. This is no longer merely a family disagreement." I remembered the girl who had stood on the grass, her life in boxes, while her own mother ordered her to work it out. I imagined them marching into my home as if they were entitled to it, and asking me to sign over control without blinking. "Yeah," I answered. "I'm sure they didn't hesitate when they kicked me out. I'm done being hesitant when it comes to defending myself." The court first issued an interim injunction, preventing my parents from visiting my home or job while the full hearing was arranged. When the papers were served, my phone exploded. My mother called and left voicemails shouting about treachery and disgrace. My father wrote lengthy messages outlining how this could all be handled quietly. Ava sent a single message. "You actually drew the law into this tragic situation." I didn't reply to any of them. Instead, I sent everything to Daniel. He put it to the file. And then, softly, another piece moved across the board. Some of the challenged accounts prompted internal inspections by the lender. One of them saw suspicious tendencies and sent the material to a government agency. Another one related to a bogus home improvement loan carried out just before my parents' financial collapse turned the information over to the IRS, since the income records did not match. "This is where it may become bigger than you," Daniel warned me. "If they have been evading taxes or exploiting your name to obtain further credit, the IRS will not simply shrug and walk away." Part of me felt queasy about it. These were still my parents, no matter how twisted up they were. The prospect of them facing an inquiry made my stomach turn. But another part of me, The one that had stood at a rural hotel counting crumpled cash while their identities remained clean, seemed more like justice. Several months have passed. There were forms, hearings, and more calls than I can count. Then the restraining order was made permanent. They contended in court that I was overreacting, that youngsters nowadays label anything abuse, and that they had only ever attempted to teach me responsibility. However, when tested under oath and with documents, their tale fell apart. They couldn't explain why they had open loans based on my social security number. They couldn't explain the SMS messages that sounded like threats. They couldn't turn the idea of throwing their kid out on her birthday into a heroic sacrifice. The judge issued the injunction, noting a history of emotional manipulation and financial abuse. My parents exited the courtroom looking smaller than I'd ever seen them. That was only round 1. Round 2 began after the IRS completed whatever silent job they were performing in the background. I was brought in as a witness, not a suspect, to explain what I knew and didn't know about the loans and accounts. I responded honestly. I had signed paperwork I didn't understand under duress. I had trusted that they would not utilize me. I had been kicked out of the house and finances the moment I ceased being convenient. When I walked out of the federal building, I felt as if I had opened a window that had been painted shut for years. Letters eventually began to arrive at my parents' address and new renting location. Notices, requests, and inquiries for unpaid taxes, undeclared income, and fraudulent applications. Their former house, which they had kicked me out of to make room for my sister, was confiscated and sold to satisfy a portion of their debt. The irony didn't escape me. The home that had served as their stronghold and symbol of supremacy was now gone as a result of their own decisions. Without that house, without solid credit, and without the steady career my father had lost, their alternatives narrowed rapidly. They moved into a modest apartment on the outskirts of town, then into something even smaller when the bills continued to arrive. My mother transitioned from bragging on Facebook about her beautiful family to posting vague rants about ungrateful children and crooked institutions. Pointed out, but never detailed enough to admit what really transpired. My father picked up odd jobs and did anything he could. Pride devoured whole. Ava, who previously mocked me for working at a grocery store, ended up folding clothes for a retail chain during the day and running delivery apps at night, screaming about how unjust the world was. I knew all this not because I tracked them, but because others emailed me screenshots with the question, "Is this about you?" I never responded publicly. Instead, I recounted my side of the story in a way that did not identify them but did not conceal what happened. I discussed parents who utilize guilt to their advantage, and families that believe they are entitled to their adult children's achievement, while never accepting responsibility for the pain they have inflicted. I talked about getting booted out on my birthday, staying in a hotel, and learning to differentiate love from devotion to individuals who repeatedly mistreated me. The more I shared, the more I learned from others who had experienced variants on the same script. It turns out that I wasn't special. This seemed surprisingly soothing. One night, some months after everything had been officially resolved, I was sitting at my kitchen table with my laptop open when another email from a lender arrived. "We have concluded our inquiry." It stated, "We have determined that you are not liable for the debts in question. These accounts will be erased from your credit record." I gazed at the words for a while. My name, which they had signed on paperwork as if it was theirs to use, was now clear. My home was safe. My future was mine. I remembered my mother standing in this kitchen, stating that it was a family asset. In a way, she was correct, but not in the manner she intended. Their journey finished with courtrooms and collection notices in little flats and lifestyles. Mine was only getting started. For the first time, the scales seemed balanced. They had driven me out, taken advantage of me, and attempted to grab all I had built. Finally, all they did was provide me with the space and determination to create a life beyond their reach. In the silence that followed the attorneys, letters, and courtrooms, I began to notice something disturbing. Winning does not make up for what you lost. There was no point when my parents suddenly understood. There is no heartfelt apology, no clean reconciliation. They continued telling everyone who would listen that I had wrecked their lives by putting a house above my own blood. I used to think about that charge, wondering whether there was any version of the narrative in which I could have helped them without harming myself. But every time I went through my own door, dropped my keys in the bowl by the threshold, and felt the solid weight of my own security, I knew the answer. They'd spent years persuading me that love included sacrificing yourself for their comfort. Cutting them off was the first lesson I created for myself. My life began to fill with different types of individuals. Co-workers who checked on me when I appeared exhausted. Neighbors who offered cookies as I shoveled their side of the sidewalk. Friends who crashed on my couch, not because they had been booted out, but because we had been laughing too late to drive home. On Wednesday nights I hosted a small group at my dining table, a mismatched circle of folks each with their own story of a family that hurt more than it helped. We didn't sit around criticizing our parents. We compared notes on borders. We discussed therapy, savings accounts, and the first moment each of us realized we could say no without presenting a lengthy list of reasons. My home became precisely what my parents had said it was. Not a family asset, but a secure location where individuals might land, relax, and then relaunch on their own terms. Sometimes late at night, I would stand in the doorway of the extra room that they had desired for themselves and simply stare at it, the perfectly made bed, the bookshelf and the desk where I occasionally wrote. I could almost see two timelines stacked on top of one another. In one, my parents were slamming doors and shouting about everything I had done wrong, transforming my house into another place I had to tiptoe about. In the one I picked, that room remained available for the version of myself who needed it the most, as well as anybody else seeking confirmation that starting anew was possible. I won't pretend it's simple to prioritize yourself over your family. It is one of the most difficult things I have ever done. There are still holidays when browsing through photos of large happy families seated at long tables stings me. But I did learn something valuable. Blood is not an excuse to harm you repeatedly. Being related does not automatically provide someone access to your time, money, or home. Love without respect is simply control wrapped up in nicer language. My parents used to tell me that one day I'd thank them for kicking me out. I don't thank them for their brutality or falsehoods. But I will concede this. The day they kicked me out on my birthday marked the end of their tale and the beginning of mine. If you're listening to this and seeing aspects of your life in mine, I want you to know you're not insane. You are not ungrateful, nor are you alone. You are permitted to protect yourself. You are free to create a life in which the individuals who have wronged you are not permitted to participate. They attempted to assure me that the house was a family asset. They were correct about one thing. It's about family. At my parents' 41st anniversary, my sister-in-law suddenly stood up, accused me of stealing, until I laughed and asked the restaurant owner to step forward. My gut still clenches when I recall that night. It was my parents' 40th anniversary, a lovely celebration of nearly 4 decades of love. But then my sister-in-law Brielle made an accusation so horrible and startling that it destroyed the whole room. She pointed at me, her eyes flaming, and said that I had taken her pocketbook. But, unbeknownst to her, I had predicted everything. The expression on everyone's faces when the truth eventually came out was priceless. You see, in order to really comprehend what happened that night, you must first understand Brielle. Since my brother Nathan brought her to our family 7 years ago, she's been on a never-ending drive to become the queen bee. She belongs to a wealthy family. Her father runs a chain of premium vehicle dealerships. And trust me, she will never forget that. I tried to be honest with her at first. I really wanted Nathan to be happy. And if Brielle was his option, I was determined to make things work. I asked her to lunch, recommended shopping trips, and even volunteered to help them plan their wedding. But every time, Brielle found a subtle, sneaky method to bring me down. She'd scoff at my basic flat, ask whether my clothing were from a bargain store, or say that my graphic design work was adorable, but not as significant as her job or her father's enterprise. It was exhausting. The most violent attacks were typically carried out at family gatherings. I recall 4 Christmases ago she accidentally spilled red wine all over a dress I had spent weeks designing and sewing herself. Then, the Thanksgiving before last, she publicly declared that it was so brave of me to come to dinner alone again, as if I were some miserable spinster. At my niece Mia's baptism, she had the audacity to tell her extended family that my baby present was kind given your financial situation. I gulped it down and smiled through tight teeth. Not for her, never for her, but for Nathan, who appeared oblivious to his wife's actions. And for my lovely niece, Mia. She's still so innocent and lovely, and the notion of producing turmoil that may harm her made me stay mute for years. My parents, Richard and Elaine, are in their early 70s. They're traditional peacekeepers who feel that family unity is worth virtually any cost. My father was a high school principal for 33 years, and my mother is a nurse. They instilled in us the value of forgiveness and treasured family relationships. When Brielle's actions became too blatant, they would just change the subject or attempt to separate us. It was aggravating, but I recognized their nature. Nathan, my older brother by 3 years, was often stuck in the midst. We were quite close growing up. He defended me from bullies and taught me to ride a bicycle. He was my confidant throughout my adolescence. However, after Brielle, he transformed. He grew aloof, canceling our weekly sibling dinners and inventing excuses. When I ventured to gently bring up Brielle's treatment, he'd become defensive, accusing me of envy or being oversensitive. She simply has a distinct communication style. Tess, he'd say, you need to try harder to understand her. My own brother dismissed my sentiments. That hurt. My younger sister Holly was my sole genuine ally. Holly, 2 years my junior, was the family's rebel, expressing her mind regardless of the repercussions. She saw right through Brielle and didn't hesitate to call her out, making her Brielle's second favorite target. To be honest, Holly was considerably less concerned about the jabs than I was. Do you know what your problem is? Holly once told me while rolling her eyes. You still care what the witch thinks. Stop, give her power. Easier said than done when every family gathering seemed like a psychological battleground. Let me tell you, the preparations for that infamous meal began 4 months ago. My parents announced their 41st anniversary, a significant milestone that warranted something absolutely spectacular. I offered to plan a supper at Salvatore's, their favorite Italian restaurant, and where they had their first date. I poured my heart into it. Custom meals, a selection of relevant songs, inviting their oldest friends, making a presentation of family images, and even generating stunning custom invites. Naturally, Brielle had to interject herself. First, she contacted the restaurant behind my back to reschedule our reservation time. Then she phoned my invited guests and suggested an alternative dress code. She even purchased a completely different cake than the one I had painstakingly chosen based on my parents' preferred tastes, saying hers was more sophisticated. When I approached her, she acted innocent. Oh, I thought we were planning this together. Nathan added. You probably needed help since you have so little experience with this kind of upscale event. My brother denied saying anything like that, but he also refused to urge Brielle to back off. So I adjusted. I compromised. I just focused on making the evening ideal for my parents. By the time the day arrived, I was fatigued from dealing with her interference, but I was determined not to let her spoil it. Salvatore's was a quaint restaurant nestled in Chicago's Little Italy. Marco, the owner's son, assisted me in reserving their most romantic corner table and duplicating the first date meal. The private dining space was illuminated with warm amber light. Red and white flowers decorated each table. I came 90 minutes early to personally lay framed images of my parents throughout their marriage on a remembrance table, as well as the hand-illustrated family tree I had spent months constructing as an anniversary gift. By 6:30, visitors began to arrive. My parents emerged to cheers, my mother gorgeous in a blue dress and my father smiling with pride. The smiles on their faces made all of the tension worthwhile until Brielle came. She and Nathan were 20 minutes late because Brielle insisted on changing clothes 4 times, as I subsequently discovered. She walked in wearing a crimson couture gown that was way too formal, with diamonds sparkling everywhere. Mia trailed following in a smaller imitation of her mother's clothing, appearing uncomfortable. Brielle apologized profusely for being late, air-kissing my mother. Traffic was terrible, and I just had to make sure we looked decent. Some of us recognized the significance of presenting at important occasions. Her gaze shifted to my plain black cocktail dress, which I had picked specifically to avoid drawing notice from my mother. Mom frowned somewhat, but as usual she just thanked Brielle and complimented Mia. The seating arrangements had been meticulously selected. My parents are in the center, surrounded by their oldest friends. Nathan, Brielle and Mia at one end, Holly and I at the other. This was intended to keep Brielle and I at a safe distance. But Brielle had different intentions. As everyone took their seats, she said, "Oh, there must be a mistake. As the eldest son's wife, I should be sitting next to Elaine. On such a significant event, family members should be near, don't you think?" Before I could respond, Mom changed the place cards, displacing my mother's best friend, Diane, who had come in from Arizona for the occasion. The ripple effect caused several other visitors to shuffle, resulting in confusion and uncomfortable stares. I caught Holly's eye from across the table. She gently shook her head, urging me not to cause a disturbance. During appetizers, Brielle dominated the conversation, focusing primarily on her accomplishments. She'd recently been elevated to marketing director at her father's firm, a job that everyone knew was established particularly for her and had no actual responsibilities. "It's simply so satisfying to be rewarded for hard work," she added, gazing directly at me. "Not everyone understands the devotion required to thrive in the business world. Some people choose easier, more creative ways, which is great, I suppose." My father, ever the diplomat, attempted to incorporate me. Tessa has just finished a large branding project for a new technology business. What was its name again, sweetheart? Before I could respond, Brielle interjected. Oh, Richard, speaking of technology, have I told you about the new relationship I've struck with Tesla? Daddy claims it's the largest transaction our firm has ever made. This pattern persisted throughout the evening. Brielle is interrupting, diverting, and covertly undermining everyone, particularly myself. I focused on ensuring that the service ran smoothly, silently talking with the wait staff. As I returned to my seat after conversing with a head waiter, I observed something peculiar. Brielle had temporarily left the table, stating that she needed to freshen herself. As she returned, I noticed her reach inside her enormous luxury handbag and carefully place something in an interior pocket. From my vantage point, I noticed what looked to be a second wallet, distinct from the red leather designer wallet I had previously seen her use. My initial assumption was that she had found an old wallet. However, the furtive manner she glanced about as she did so raised a strong suspicion. Brielle's body language when she was preparing anything wicked has grown more apparent to me over the years. She had a tiny tightening of her eyes, a planning expression. I saw that face now, and it sent shivers down my spine. For a brief while, I pondered addressing her, but various factors kept me back. This was my parents' special night, and they had had enough of our disagreements. Without understanding exactly what she was up to, any charge would sound crazy and petty. And, perhaps most crucially, a little voice inside me said that sometimes the best way to deal with a trap is to let it fall on its own terms. So I watched and waited, keeping a polite look as my mind raced. Brielle returned to her seat and placed her enormous purse on the floor between her chair and mine, despite the fact that the table had a perfectly decent hook under it. The bag was clearly within reach of my chair. Another aspect that seems purposefully manufactured. Throughout the main course, I spoke cheerfully with the other guests while keeping an eye on Brielle's luggage. I noticed her checking it multiple times, apparently for her phone or a tissue, but always with a calculating face. Whatever game she was playing, she was setting the stage with precision, and for the first time in our long history of fighting, I felt one step ahead of her. The tension in the private dining area increased. What should have been a love celebration seemed like a conversational minefield. Elegant platters of osso buco and homemade pasta receded into the background. Uncle Frank, my father's brother, who never quite mastered reading a room, raised the family cabin in Michigan. So, Richard, have you chosen who would receive the cabin in the will? Not to seem morbid, but I was discussing inheritance planning with my financial advisor. A deep quiet descended. Nathan, Holly and I have innumerable great memories from the cabin, which is 3 generations old. It was also a subject of contention since Brielle had stated that she intended to remodel it into a true lake house and effectively claim it as her own. We haven't made any final decisions, my father remarked cautiously, seeming uneasy. That isn't really dinner conversation, Frank. But Brielle spotted an opportunity. So since it came up, Nathan and I have been brainstorming some fantastic ideas for renovating the cabin. It needs extensive improvements, and we would be happy to invest in them provided, well, you know. She smiled sweetly. It would be a very special environment for Mia to grow up in, just like Nathan did. The connotation was very apparent. The cottage should be given to them because they have a child. I felt the usual tightness in my chest that emerged whenever Brielle used her position as the mother of the only grandchild to obtain an advantage. The cabin is perfect as it is, I responded, trying to keep my voice light. The entire objective is the rustic charm and family heritage. Modernizing it would eliminate what makes it unique. Brielle's eyes narrowed slightly. That is a common response from someone who is reluctant to constructive change. The cottage has plumbing from the 1970s, Tessa. Surely even you can tell that something has to be updated. I said that there is a distinction between required renovations and entirely destroying the essence of a site. My mother, seeing the impending storm, immediately shifted the conversation to Holly's recent promotion. But Brielle was not finished. Speaking about careers, she intervened after Holly had just spoken for 45 seconds. I've heard that graphic design positions are being swiftly displaced by artificial intelligence. Tessa, are you concerned? It must be quite stressful to work in a declining field. All eyes went to me. Classic Brielle, a topic intended to put me on the defensive. Actually, I responded, keeping a relaxed grin, human ingenuity, and knowledge of emotional resonance are all things AI cannot mimic. My client list is rising as firms notice that link, but I appreciate your concern for my job. The discourse alternated between happy reminiscences and Brielle's stinging remarks. By the time dessert was served, I was emotionally exhausted from the continual attention necessary to avoid her attacks. "Excuse me for a moment," I murmured, getting up. "I need to check with the kitchen about the anniversary cake." In reality, all I wanted was a break from Brielle's calculating look and subtle digs. I stepped out into the restaurant's modest outdoor terrace. I took a deep breath and leaned on the stone balustrade, gazing up at the few stars visible through Chicago's light pollution. In that calm time, I thought about my possibilities. I could follow the pattern of the last 7 years, repelling her attacks. I could escalate, eventually calling her out publicly, or I could find a medium ground that maintained my dignity while without jeopardizing my parents' celebration. As I stood there wondering, I remembered the peculiar behavior of the second wallet. Whatever she had planned, it was certainly destined to happen tonight. The notion gave me a cold. After approximately 7 minutes, I realized I needed to return. As I walked back, I noticed Marco, the owner, talking to a server and indicating toward our private room. He met my gaze and gave me a brief, comforting nod. During the planning process, I discussed the family dynamics to him, and he pledged to guarantee that the evening ran successfully. That modest show of solidarity bolstered my determination. When I returned, dessert was served, a lovely tiramisu. As soon as I took my seat, I sensed a change. Brielle sat up taller, an almost imperceptible smile flickering on her lips. Nathan seemed nervous, looking at his dessert. My father was telling me about their honeymoon, but Brielle was hardly paying attention, her gaze shifting between me and her bags, which was still positioned between our chairs. I had barely finished my first mouthful of tiramisu when Brielle screamed loudly, interrupting my father's words. "My wallet," she shouted, bringing her palm to her chest in an exaggerated display of sorrow. "I can't find my wallet." The discussion ended. Everyone turned to look at Brielle, who was now making a show of looking through her bags. "Are you certain you brought it?" my mother inquired, alarmed. "Have you checked your coat?" "Of course I brought it," Brielle said, swiftly adjusting her expression to one of anxiety. "I have it right here. I used it to pay the coat check. Someone must have taken it." She began searching about anxiously, checking beneath the table and requesting that others check near their seats. I observed she took care to keep everyone's attention away from her own purse, where I assumed the missing wallet was still safely kept. "Diane mentioned that you may have left it in the restroom." No, Brielle said, her voice rising sharply. "It was immediately inside my suitcase. It has all of my credit cards, my driver's license, and even images of Mia that cannot be replaced." As the search extended and visitors began to stand, I noticed Brielle's eyes dart toward me many times, measuring my response. Even as I sensed the trap closing in on me, I kept a neutral demeanor and even assisted in looking about. "Wait," Brielle interrupted abruptly, her voice lowering to a dramatic hush. "Tessa, when did you leave the table earlier, and where did you go?" The question hovered in the air, like a thundercloud. Several individuals looked perplexed, not fully comprehending the meaning, but I understood precisely what she was attempting. "I walked to the terrace for some fresh air," responded evenly, "and then talked to Marco about the cake." "Why are you asking?" Brielle's eyes sharpened, and I could see she was pleased that I had walked right into her script. "Isn't it funny," she asked slowly, "that my wallet disappears just as you leave the table? And you were gone for a long time, weren't you?" The mood changed suddenly. I could sense the uneasy tension as people realized what Brielle was implying. My mother was shocked, and my father was perplexed and disturbed. Holly was almost out of her seat, rage on her face, but I caught her eye and gently shook my head. This was between Brielle and I. "Are you insinuating that I snatched your wallet?" I asked, my voice steady. "That's a serious accusation, Brielle." She did not answer directly. Instead, he turned to the entire table and said, "Has anyone seen my wallet? It's a red leather Prada with a gold clasp, really unique and definitely costly." No one had, of course, since I was more convinced it was exactly where Brielle had hidden it, waiting for her theatrical unveiling. The private dining area at Salvatore's became utterly quiet. The waitstaff, feeling the tension, had discreetly retreated. Even the gentle Italian music seems to have diminished. Brielle rose up slowly, her chair scratching across the wooden floor, piercing the quiet like a knife. Every eye in the room was on her as she stood up to her full height, her countenance shifting from troubled search to righteous rage. "You," she continued, pointing straight at me and raising her voice to a near yell. "You stole my wallet, you filthy thief." No one responded for a time as the charge lingered in the air, so terrible and unexpected. My father was the first to recover. Now, Brielle, he continued, his principal's authoritative voice making an unexpected entrance. That is a very serious allegation to make without any evidence. But Brielle remained undeterred. She was completely dedicated to her portrayal, her cheeks flushed with what looked to be real indignation. I have suspected for years that things go missing when Tessa is around, she told me. A set of earrings from the guest bathroom, money from Nathan's wallet, and Mia's birthday gift card from last year. I never said anything because I wanted to maintain the peace. But this is excessive. I felt like I'd been physically hit. Not only was she accusing me of taking her pocketbook tonight, but she was also blaming me for other purported crimes that I had never heard of before to this moment. I looked at Nathan, expecting him to defend me, but he was looking at the tablecloth, his expression inscrutable. That is absolutely not true, I answered, struggling to keep my voice calm. I've never taken anything that did not belong to me. Not tonight, not ever. My rejection appeared to boost Brielle's performance. She turned to face the table, her look now one of sadness and vindication. Do you see how she lies? Always so lovely and innocent. Tessa, a graphic designer. Tessa, the loving daughter. Tessa, whom everyone adores. But I know what she truly is. The visitors shifted uneasily. Some seemed perplexed, while others were ashamed. My mother had tears in her eyes, and my father seemed older than I had ever seen him. The creases on his face deepened as he became distressed. I felt a broad range of feelings. Humiliation consumed me. Anger surged through my temples at the blatant unfairness. But underlying those quick impulses, a weird calm was emerging. I knew what was coming. I'd seen the setup, recognized the trap, and although a part of me wanted to jump to my feet and scream the truth, another, greater part, advised patience. Allow her to play her hand thoroughly. I do not appreciate being called a thief or a liar, I remarked quietly, especially at our parents' anniversary party. Brielle's eyes shone with pride at what she plainly saw as a weak resistance. And then she made the move I'd been waiting for. Well, if you're so innocent, she said. You won't mind if we check your things. Before I could react, she reached down to my feet where my little clutch purse was alongside the chair. I purposefully bought a little evening bag that could only accommodate my phone, lipstick and keys in order to avoid bringing anything superfluous. That's hardly large enough to hide a wallet, Holly pointed out forcefully. No, Brielle agreed, straightening out with a predatory smile. But this is. She grabbed for the enormous tote bag that had been resting between our chairs, which I knew belonged to her, but she now claimed was mine. That's not my bag, I answered gently. Oh. Brielle lifted a finely sculpted brow. Then who is it? It's been sitting right beside you all evening. Before I could react, she opened the tote bag and dramatically reached inside. Even though I had expected this moment, the delight on her face as her palm wrapped around what she was looking for made my stomach churn. Well, 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 she said, her voice full of feigned astonishment as she triumphantly drew out her red Prada pocketbook. What do we have here? My wallet is in your backpack, see? I knew it was you. The collective gasp from across the table was audible. My mother grabbed her lips and her eyes widened in horror. My father was distraught, split between his want to believe in his daughter and the obviously incontrovertible facts. Tessa, Nathan eventually said, his voice full of perplexity and regret. How could you? That stung more than anything else. The quick assumption of my guilt by my own brother. Brielle's influence had corroded his confidence in me to the point that he didn't examine this preposterous scenario. Brielle's eyes shone with satisfaction as she studied the horrified expressions. She had perfected her moment, producing a setting in which I seemed indisputably guilty. In her eyes, she had finally triumphed, humiliating me so severely that I would never recover. What she hadn't counted on was that I had predicted it from the outset. The stunned silence that followed Brielle's theatrical revelation seemed to last an eternity. My relatives and friends looked at the crimson pocketbook in her palm, then at me, their expressions a combination of perplexity, disappointment, and unease. The ideal anniversary party had gone horribly wrong, and I was suddenly the obvious villain of the evening. And then I did something unexpected. I laughed. It began as a small chuckle and quickly escalated into full-fledged, genuine laughter that I couldn't stop. The absurdity of the situation, Brielle's elaborate trap, and her belief that she had finally outmaneuvered me, all made me laugh. In that moment of tension, my laughter broke the stillness. Brielle's triumphant expression faded, giving way to confusion and anger. "What's wrong with you?" she demanded. "I just caught you red-handed stealing my wallet, and you are laughing." I took a deep breath and composed myself, but a smile remained. "I'm laughing, Brielle," I responded, "because that is not your bag, and we both know it." I pointed to the designer tote that had sat between our chairs all evening. "That is your bag. You purposefully placed it there, and you put your second wallet inside earlier this evening." Her face paled slightly, but she quickly recovered. "What are you talking about?" "This is clearly your bag, and my wallet was inside." "Actually," I said calmly, "if you look inside that bag, you'll notice that it contains items that belong to you, not me. Perhaps your makeup compact with your initials, or the specific brand of hand sanitizer you always carry, or even a small notebook where you jot down perceived slights from family members to discuss later." I'd been paying close attention to Brielle for years, taking note of these minor details. The look of shock on her face told me that at least some of my guesses were correct. "You're trying to confuse everyone," Brielle insisted, but her voice lacked conviction. "The fact remains that my wallet was in this bag next to your chair." "Yes," I agree. "In your bag, which you carefully positioned to appear as if it might be mine after I watched you place a second wallet inside it when you returned from the restroom earlier." Gasps and murmurs echoed around the table as the implications became clear. My mother's expression changed from distress to confusion. My father went from disappointment to careful consideration. "This is ridiculous," Brielle exclaimed. "You're making up stories to cover your theft." "Actually," I replied, "there's a way to settle this definitively." I turned toward the back of the room, where Marco, the restaurant's owner, had been quietly watching. "Marco, could you please share what we discussed during the planning of tonight's event?" Marco stepped forward, his professional demeanor tinged with unease. "When Miss Harper was organizing this celebration, she asked about our security measures," he told me. "I told her that, following a theft last year, we installed discrete security cameras in all of our private dining rooms. They are primarily intended to protect our guests' belongings, but they record continuously." Brielle's face lost color so quickly that I thought she might faint. "You knew," she said quietly, looking at me. "You knew there were cameras, and you let me." "I knew there were cameras," I stated. "What I didn't realize was exactly what you were planning. But when I noticed you hiding something in that bag, I suspected it was something like this. I just didn't expect you to go so far as to publicly accuse me of theft." Nathan had been listening to this exchange with increasing horror on his face. He stood up abruptly. "Marco, can you show us the security footage right now?" Marco nodded. "Of course, we have immediate access to it in my office." "I don't think that's necessary," Brielle responded quickly, her voice high and tight. "It has gotten out of hand. It was clearly just a misunderstanding." But Nathan was already approaching Marco, his expression grim. "I want to see the footage now." I remained seated as Nathan, my father, and Marco exited the room. The atmosphere they left behind was dense with tension. Brielle remained standing, her hands gripping the back of her chair so tightly that her knuckles turned white. My mother glanced between us, her expression unreadable. Holly had a small, satisfied smile on the corners of her mouth. The minutes stretched on indefinitely. Nobody spoke. The remaining guests fidgeted uncomfortably, clearly wishing to leave but constrained by social convention. Finally the door opened, and Nathan returned. His face was set in hard lines I'd never seen before, and his eyes were cold as they focused on his wife. "The cameras show everything," he explained, his voice flat. "They show Brielle taking a wallet from her purse, putting it in a tote bag, and placing the bag between the chairs. They show her repeatedly checking to make sure Tessa hadn't noticed, and she is clearly seen removing the wallet during her dramatic accusation." Every eye in the room was drawn to Brielle, who now appeared terrified. "Nathan," she said. "I can explain." "Don't," he interrupted her, his voice sharp as a blade. "Please don't. We'll discuss it at home." The silence that ensued was deafening. I'd been waiting years for this moment of vindication, for someone in my family to finally recognize Brielle for who she truly was. But now that it had arrived, I felt no triumph, only deep sadness for my brother and niece. I slowly stood up, drawing all eyes to me. "Mom, Dad," I said softly. "I'm very sorry that this happened during your celebration. This evening was supposed to be about your 41-year love and commitment, not any of this." My mother's eyes welled up with tears, but they weren't the ones I'd seen before. "Oh, Tessa," she added. We're the ones who should apologize. We should have seen what was going on. I moved around the table to embrace her, and as I did so, I felt the weight of years of silent pain lift. Whatever happened next, the truth was finally revealed. The remainder of the anniversary dinner took place in a strange, subdued atmosphere. Brielle sat rigid in her chair, barely touching her dessert, while Nathan kept a cold silence. Mia, sensing but not understanding the tension, became increasingly agitated until Holly quietly offered to take her outside for a walk. My parents made a valiant effort to salvage the celebration, thanking guests and reflecting. Their closest friends pulled together admirably, creating pockets of genuine warmth amid the awkwardness. As the evening came to a close and guests began to leave, everyone who approached me did so with a new awareness in their eyes. Some quietly apologized for having doubted me. Others simply squeezed my hand or shoulder, offering silent support. Diane, my mother's best friend, hugged me tightly. "I always knew that woman was trouble," she muttered angrily. "Good for you for standing your ground." My father appeared shocked. As he assisted my mother with her coat, I noticed him place a protective hand on her back, as if the evening had reminded him of the importance and fragility of family ties. When only my immediate family remained, my father spoke openly about what had occurred. "I owe you an apology, Tessa," he said, his voice full of regret. "We've noticed tension between you and Brielle for years, but we dismissed it as typical in-law dynamics. We never imagined it would go this deep." My mother nodded, tears forming again. "We should have protected you better. We were so focused on keeping the peace that we didn't notice who was causing it." "It's not your fault," I assured them, my voice full of emotion. "Brielle is extremely skilled at presenting one face to some people and another to others, and I never wanted to force anyone to take sides." Nathan, who had been standing silently near the door, approached us. "I need to talk to you," he told me, his voice rough and emotional. "Alone if that's okay." We walked out onto the same patio where I had collected myself earlier. The night had become cooler. Nathan took a long look at the city lights before speaking. "I don't even know where to begin," he finally admitted. "I feel like the world's biggest fool." "You're not a fool," I said softly. "You wanted to believe the best in the person you loved. There is nothing foolish about that." He shook his head sharply. "Stop being too understanding. I do not deserve it. For years I've dismissed your concerns, defended her actions, and even accused you of being jealous or difficult. And all this time," his tone rang hollow, "all this time, she was deliberately trying to hurt you, to drive a wedge between us. I had imagined this moment of validation countless times, but now that it had arrived, I found no comfort in my brother's pain." "What are you planning to do?" I asked quietly. Nathan ran his hand over his face, looking exhausted. "I do not know. I need to think about Mia, and what is best for her. But I know I can't simply pretend this did not happen. Brielle's actions tonight were not a momentary lapse in judgment, it was calculated and cruel. It leaves me wondering what else she's capable of." Before I could respond, the patio door opened and Brielle emerged. Her makeup was freshly applied, but it couldn't conceal the redness under her eyes or the tight, defensive set of her mouth. "The car is waiting," she told Nathan, her voice brittle. "Mia is tired." Nathan looked at her for a long time and I noticed a change in his expression, a hardening that I had not seen before. "Take Mia home," he instructed. "I will take a ride with my parents or Tessa. We need some space tonight." Brielle's composure slipped, revealing a moment of panic. "Nathan, please, we need to discuss this." "Yes we do," he confirmed. "Not tonight. Tonight, I need to process what I saw on the security footage." For a brief moment, I expected Brielle to continue her argument, but after a tense silence, she simply nodded and walked away. The sound of her heels clicking on the hardwood floors faded as she returned to get Mia. Nathan returned his attention to me after she had left. "I am very sorry, Tess. I know those words are insufficient, but they're all I have right now." I reached out and squeezed his hand gently. "They are enough for tonight. The rest we'll figure out as we go." When we got back inside, my parents and Holly were waiting. Without Brielle's divisive presence, the five of us, our core family unit, stood together in a moment of silent reconnection. Then Holly broke the silence with her characteristic directness. "Well, that was the most dramatic anniversary dinner in history. Congratulations, Mom and Dad. You'll definitely remember this one." Surprisingly, this broke the tension. My father chuckled. My mother smiled through her tears, and even Nathan managed a weak laugh. We gathered our things, thanked Marco profusely for his discretion and help, and made our way out into the night. As we stood on the sidewalk saying our goodbyes, my mother pulled me into a fierce hug. "I am so proud of how you handled yourself tonight," she whispered. "You showed grace under incredible pressure." "I learned from the best," I told her, holding her tight. As I drove home alone later, the events of the evening replayed in my mind. The satisfaction of finally having the truth exposed was tempered by concern for my brother and niece. Family dynamics were complicated, and I knew tonight's revelations would have far-reaching consequences. But for the first time in 7 years, I felt a weight lifting from my shoulders. The constant need to defend myself, to question my own perceptions, to walk on eggshells around Brielle, all of it was shifting. The truth had a power of its own, and once revealed, it could not be unseen. When I reached my apartment, I kicked off my shoes and poured myself a small glass of wine. Sitting by the window overlooking the city, I raised the glass in a silent toast to my parents' 41 years of marriage, to truth, and to the uncertain but hopeful future of our family. In the weeks following that infamous anniversary dinner, our family entered a period of painful but absolutely necessary transformation. The immediate aftermath was exactly as difficult as I had anticipated. Nathan moved into our parents' guest room, explaining to Mia that Daddy needed to help Grandpa with some projects. It was a flimsy excuse that the perceptive 5-year-old clearly didn't fully believe, but it provided a gentle buffer for her. Brielle, for her part, cycled through a range of strategies to manage the fallout. First came tearful apologies and claims she had suffered a momentary breakdown due to stress. When those fell on deaf ears, she attempted to minimize her actions, suggesting everyone was overreacting to what was merely a misguided prank. Finally, when those approaches failed, she resorted to what I suspected was her true nature: cold calculation, hiring an expensive divorce attorney, and threatening to limit Nathan's access to Mia if he pursued separation. That final move backfired spectacularly. The security footage from the restaurant, which Marco had preserved, provided compelling evidence of Brielle's deliberate attempt to frame me and damage my reputation. When Nathan's attorney suggested this demonstrated a pattern of manipulative behavior that might be relevant in custody considerations, Brielle's aggressive stance softened considerably. By the 4-month mark after the dinner, Nathan had filed for divorce and moved into his own apartment. He and Brielle established a tentative co-parenting arrangement, with Mia spending equal time with both parents. The transition was hardest on Mia. "Aunt Tess," she asked me during one of our outings as we shared ice cream on a park bench. "Did Mommy do something bad?" The question caught me off guard, and I chose my words carefully. "Grown-ups sometimes make mistakes in how they treat each other, sweetie. Your mom and dad are working through some grown-up problems, but they both love you very much. That will never change." Mia seemed to consider this seriously, then nodded with the simple acceptance children often show for complex situations. "Daddy's sad a lot now," she observed. "But he smiles more when you visit." My heart ached for her, but also for Nathan. My relationship with my parents also evolved. My father, the lifelong educator, took the situation as a personal failure. "I should have seen what was happening," he told me during a private conversation, his voice heavy with regret. "I observed students and their dynamics for 33 years, but I missed what was right in front of me in my own family." "Dad," I reminded him gently. "Brielle fooled a lot of people for a long time. That was her specialty." My mother, ever the nurturer, focused on healing. She instituted weekly family dinners, minus Brielle, where we gradually relearned how to communicate openly. These gatherings were awkward at first, but over time they became a sanctuary where authentic connection could flourish again. Holly, true to form, approached the situation with characteristic directness. "I've been waiting 7 years to say, 'I told you so,'" she announced to Nathan at one of these dinners. "But now that I can, it doesn't feel as satisfying as I thought it would." Her honesty somehow broke through some of the tension. And Nathan actually laughed. Perhaps his first genuine laugh since that night. As for me, the vindication I had longed for came with unexpected emotional complications. For years I had channeled my frustration with Brielle into my work, using graphic design projects as an outlet for emotions I couldn't express within the family. Now that the truth was known, I found myself at a creative crossroads, unsure where to direct that energy. The initial weeks after the dinner were difficult. I experienced a roller coaster of emotions: relief, anger at the years of gaslighting, guilt over my brother's pain, and anxiety about the future. There were nights I lay awake replaying every interaction with Brielle, seeing with new clarity the calculated nature of her behavior from the very beginning. During this period, I sought help from a therapist, Dr. Natalie Reyes, who specialized in family dynamics and emotional recovery. Her guidance was invaluable. "What you experienced was a form of psychological abuse," she explained. "Having your perceptions repeatedly denied or dismissed can make you question your own reality. That's called gaslighting, and recovery takes time." With Dr. Reyes's help, I began to rebuild my sense of self-trust. I reconnected with friends who had drifted away, many of whom had sensed something was wrong but hadn't known how to help. I focused on self-care, setting aside time for activities that nourished my spirit, hiking along Lake Michigan, taking a pottery class, reading for pleasure again. Professionally, I channeled my renewed energy into my design business. I had always been good at my work, but now I found a new level of confidence in my creative vision. I took risks with clients I might have avoided before, proposing bold concepts that pushed boundaries. To my surprise, these were often the ideas that resonated most strongly. Within 8 months, I landed 3 major contracts with national brands and hired my first employee to help manage the increased workload. The most profound healing, however, came through an unexpected channel. About 6 months after the anniversary dinner, I received a message from a woman named Claire, who introduced herself as Brielle's former college roommate. She had heard about the incident through mutual acquaintances and reached out because, as she put it, "I've been where you are." Over coffee at a quiet cafe, Claire shared her own experiences with Brielle during their university years. The patterns were strikingly familiar: the careful cultivation of allies, the subtle undermining, the elaborate setups designed to make Claire appear unstable or unreliable. The conversation was both validating and healing, a confirmation that what I had experienced wasn't isolated or imagined. "It took me years to trust my own perceptions again after living with her," Claire confessed. "But you know what helped the most? Finding others who had been through similar experiences, knowing I wasn't alone." Inspired by this connection, I started a small private support group for people recovering from relationships with manipulative individuals. We met monthly, sharing stories and strategies for healing. Through helping others, I found my own path forward, transforming pain into purpose. As the 18-month anniversary of that fateful dinner approached, I reflected on everything that had changed. Nathan was dating again cautiously, a kindergarten teacher he met at one of Mia's school events. My parents seemed lighter, their relationship strengthened by weathering the crisis. Holly had been promoted and was considering a master's degree. And me, I had learned lessons that would shape the rest of my life. I learned the value of patience, of strategic thinking, of waiting for the right moment rather than reacting immediately. I learned that sometimes the most powerful response to manipulation is simply allowing the truth to reveal itself. Most importantly, I learned that standing in your truth, even when others doubt you, is not selfishness, but self-preservation. For years, I had silenced myself to keep the peace, believing that harmony required my silence. Now, I understood that real harmony can only exist where truth is honored and respected. The last time I saw Brielle was at Mia's 6th birthday party, a carefully orchestrated neutral event at a children's play center. We acknowledged each other with tight nods from across the room, but didn't speak. I noticed she wore a mask of cheerful politeness that never quite reached her eyes, and I wondered if she had already found new targets for her manipulations. But that was no longer my concern. I had reclaimed my voice, my family, and my power. The journey through pain had led to a place of authentic strength, and that, perhaps, is the most valuable lesson of all. Sometimes the greatest growth comes through our deepest wounds. The very experiences designed to break us can become the foundation for building a more genuine, powerful version of ourselves if we have the courage to face them honestly and the wisdom to transform them into something meaningful. My parents announced they were giving my sister the house. Everyone clapped. I asked, "Should I read the foreclosure notice dated October 31st? The room froze. My parents were always picking favorites, and my sister was the chosen one. I created my own life, maintained my distance, and attempted to stay out of their mess. But when Thanksgiving rolled around, they decided to make it my problem. Anyway, before I get into what happened at that table, let me start with the beginning. I'm Ethan, a 30-year-old environmental compliance inspector who has worked on major construction projects. I now lived in Chicago and kept my head down and my family at arm's length because my parents were notorious for favoritism growing up. But this Thanksgiving, they did something so out of the ordinary that I'm still processing it. Okay, here we go. 4 weeks before Thanksgiving, Mom called me at work. I was in the process of reviewing soil samples from a highway expansion project in Aurora. I got dirt under my nails and a headache from wearing a dust mask all morning. Environmental compliance inspector didn't sound glamorous until you realized I was the guy who could halt a $25 million project with just one signature. "Honey," she started. And I already knew it was going to be bad. She only used the honey voice when she needed something or wanted me to remain silent about something. "What is up, Mom? I just want to make sure you're still coming to Thanksgiving and that you'll be nice." I paused and set down the sample bag. "What is there to be nice about? Your sister has great news to share. We're all extremely excited for her. I just don't want you to make it about yourself or start anything." There it was. I was the problem before I even walked through the door. I hadn't planned to start anything. Good, because this is an important moment for Claire and the entire family. We want things to be perfect. Claire, my younger sister, was 27 years old and still lived at home in Neatville. She worked as a receptionist at a dental clinic, earning around $41,000 per year. She drove the car her father bought her. Used Mom's paid-off credit card. She'd never paid rent in her entire life. "I will be there," I said. "And you'll be glad for her." "Sure, Mom." She did not believe me. I could hear it in her silence. But she let it go because she had no choice. I hung up and stared at the phone. This pattern has persisted for 30 years. Claire was praised for showing up. I was interrogated for simply existing. When I was 24 and drowning in student loans, I asked Dad for $6,000. He said no. They said I needed to learn the value of hard work. Claire decided to travel to Europe 18 months later. $9,500 for 4 weeks. Dad paid for the entire thing. If I didn't make a joke, I would shake. My boss, Mitchell, poked his head into my office. Guy was 58. I had been doing this work for 30 years. I've seen every type of family drama there was. You appear to have just received bad news. Things related to the family. He nodded. I didn't press the issue. That is why I liked him. Are you going home for the holidays? Yeah. We need to talk about it. Nah, I'm fine. He looked at me for a second. You're one of the most composed individuals I've ever worked with. Whatever it is, you will handle it correctly. I appreciated it more than he realized. That night I returned to my Lakeview apartment and went through my files. Not work files, but the other one. I've been building them since September. It began with a phone call. Dad. It is September 23rd, 10:15 a.m. I was on site near Joliet, about to crawl under a house to check the foundation drains. Son, I need to speak with you about something important. My stomach sank. Somebody died. Someone is sick. Something is wrong. We need help. Financial assistance. It's Mom. She underwent surgery back in June. Insurance did not cover everything. We're looking at around $24,500 in medical bills. I did not hesitate. I can help. How much do you need? Is that all? $24,500. Could you wire it this week? Something felt off. Mom underwent surgery in June. It was September. Why wait 2 months to ask? I pushed it down. They were my parents. Let me call the hospital. I'll arrange a payment plan directly with them. Silence. The silence was long. We'd prefer cash. We will handle the hospital. That's when I knew. Dad. If there are medical bills, I will pay the hospital, not you. His voice changed. Became defensive. We don't need you to question us. We need assistance. Then allow me to assist properly. Which hospital? He hung up. I sat in my truck for 12 minutes. Then I made a few calls. The 4 major hospitals in the area inquired whether there were any outstanding balances in my parents' names that matched what Dad claimed. Nothing. There are no $24,500 bills in collection or waiting to be paid. So I dug deeper and obtained property records for their house. It cost me $75. Second mortgage. $98,000. 5 months overdue. First mortgage. $59,000 balance. 3 months late. My throat tightened and my hands shook as I sat in my truck, staring at the printout. My father lied about Mom's surgery. Lied to get money. He lied because he knew if I found out the truth, I would break the record. I took everything I could legally get my hands on. Obtain loan documents from the county recorder. Marina's record. Dad purchased a 36-foot cabin cruiser. $85,000. A boat. He risked his house for a boat. Claire made a big announcement at Thanksgiving 3 weeks later, using house emojis in her post. They were going to capture her. I started making copies of everything. I have been carrying it ever since. I was on the road by 8 o'clock on Thanksgiving morning. On holidays, traffic out of the city was a mess. It could be 45 minutes or 100. The family group chat lit up. Claire can't wait for everyone to arrive. Today is going to be very special, Mom. Ethan, what time will you be here? Approximately 2. Perfect. Claire's announcement is at 2:30. A performance has been scheduled and choreographed. I arrived in their driveway at 1:58. Aunt Laura's Mercedes was already present. Uncle Mark's pickup. My cousin Emily's Honda. Ryan's parents parked their SUV near the curb. His mother was already inside helping her with appetizers. At least 17 cars in total. The folder was on the passenger seat. I grabbed it, locked the truck and walked up the front steps. Claire opened the door before I knocked. She was dressed in a white sweater dress, her hair was curled and her makeup was flawless. She appeared to be going to a cocktail party rather than a family dinner. You made it, she stated. Not warm, but observational. Traffic was light, so she stepped aside and didn't hug me. We stopped doing this years ago. The house was full. People are everywhere. There's a football game on television. Children running around. That green bean casserole on the counter, which everyone pretended to enjoy. Dad was in the living room with Claire's boyfriend Ryan. Ryan sold insurance, made around $60,000 per year, drove a leased BMW he couldn't afford, and wore cologne that smelled like a high school locker room. Ethan. Dad got up, came over and did the hug back slap thing. Good to see you, son. His eyes were on mine, trying to figure out if I was going to be a problem. I smiled and gave him nothing. Grandma was in the corner chair, 86 years old and sharper than anyone else in the room. She watched me walk in and gave me a slight nod. She knew something was coming. I could see it on her face. I found a spot at the dining room table, placed the folder on the floor next to my chair, sat down, and waited. People slowly filed in, taking seats and making small talk. Someone asked about the game. Someone else was complaining about gasoline prices. Aunt Laura was discussing her book club drama. Uncle Mark was explaining his new truck's towing capacity to anyone who would listen. Claire sat at the head of the table, the place of honor. Mom's position was to her right. Dad stood to her left. Ryan stands next to Dad, looking nervous. There was another person at the table I didn't recognize. An older woman with a professional appearance. A briefcase sits next to her chair. Who is that? I asked Emily quietly. No idea. She arrived right before you. I was across from Claire. Direct line of sight. She caught my eye and smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. It was a winning smile. Dad stood up and tapped his fork against the wine glass. Chairs squeaked as people moved. Before we eat, I'd like to say a few words about family, gratitude and the blessings we've received this year. Standard speech, which is the same every year with minor variations. We are especially grateful to have everyone here today. And we've got some very exciting news to share. He looked at Claire. She stood up. Ryan stood next to her, but she was the real star here. The entire room was watching. Some people had already taken their phones out. Recording. Waiting for the right moment. Waiting for Ryan's mother smiled too much as if she was trying to be supportive on camera. Claire began speaking, her voice shaking slightly. It's difficult to say whether I'm excited or nervous. Mom and Dad are giving us their house. We'll take over the existing loans, which Dad says are in excellent condition, and begin building equity. No more renting. The room erupted in applause and cheers. Someone whistled. Aunt Laura was crying. My cousins were all smiling and raising their glasses as Uncle Mark shouted, "Congratulations. We will handle everything." Claire's voice grew louder over the noise. The payments, the upkeep, and the fact that we are actually building something. More cheering, more phones emerging. Forks were stopped halfway to the mouth. Dad stood up, raising his hand. And, because the lender requires signatures to complete the transfer and new loan terms, we've hired a mobile closing agent. We're going to handle the paperwork right here and now. The woman at the end of the table stood up, opened her briefcase, and took out a stack of papers. This is Patricia, Dad explained. She does after-hours mobile signings. She is here to oversee the signing and notarization of the documents. Claire, sweetheart, come down here so we can get started. Claire was glowing. She stood up and began walking to the end of the table, where the closing agent was setting up papers. Ryan was filming with his phone. This is amazing. This is actually happening. My chest tightened. My jaw didn't stop twitching. This was it. They were going to do it right here and now. Claire then looked at me directly. The room was still noisy, but she remained focused. Unlike some people who leave and only return home twice a year, I have always been here. I help with the yard. I run errands. I show up. And I believe action should be rewarded. Someone laughed, then immediately regretted it. People were looking at me, waiting for my response. My cousin Emily leaned in toward her boyfriend and whispered something. He looked at me and smiled. Uncle Mark raised his glass to the daughter who remained. To Claire. To whom? Claire. The room echoed. Aunt Laura set down her wine glass and gave me a pitying expression. You are not upset. I mean, your sister will receive the entire inheritance. Should I be? I asked. She gave Claire a glance. I just think some people might be hurt. He's fine, Claire said with a sharp voice. He doesn't need anything from us. He has a big Chicago life. Our cousin Tyler spoke up from the corner. That's cold, dude. You drove for nearly an hour to watch your sister get everything. Tyler, do not start. Someone said. What? I'm just saying what everyone's thinking. Guy moves away, barely visits, and now he's supposed to smile while she gets the house. I took a sip of water, carefully placed the glass down and said nothing. Uncle Mark leaned back in his chair. Chicago made you cold, Ethan. You used to be part of this family. I am a member of this family. Are you in? Claire cut in. Because you think you're better than the rest of us. As if your current situation is insufficient. Someone's younger cousin, maybe 16, leaned across the table holding his phone. I pushed it close to my face. Get his reaction. This is gold. I did not move. Didn't blink. I looked straight at the camera. Make sure you understand my positive side. It's the only one that appears here. Uncle Mark laughed. Sharp. Mean. Look at him. Ice cold. Nothing bothers the big city guy. A younger cousin spoke up. Could we just eat? This is awkward. It's not awkward, Claire explained. Ethan is simply being Ethan, Mom said quickly. Ethan understands. He has always been the strong one. Aunt Laura looked at me strangely now. But, Robert, this seems like a lot to give to a single child. Claire earned it, Dad insisted firmly. She stayed. Ethan made his decisions. Claire demanded that they say congratulations. Like you mean it. Do not just sit there judging us. A phone kept recording, with a small red dot glowing. Smile, Ethan, Mom said. Sweet voice with steel underneath. Claire remained standing, papers in the closing agent's hand, pen ready. I set down my glass. That's very generous. Congratulations. Claire blinked. Smile as if you mean it. I am smiling. This is simply my expression as I watch a train crash into a wall. Aunt Laura touched my arm. Are you really okay with this? Should I be upset? I mean, it's also your family home. Claire snapped. He left it. You do not have the right to leave and complain when someone else takes what you left behind. Tyler grumbled. That's harsh. It's true. He's too good for Neepville, too good for family dinners, too good for Sunday visits. Actions have consequences. I didn't leave. I received the reward. The closing agent cleared her throat. To be clear, these signature lines establish you as new borrowers on the loans. If we're going to do this, let's get started. Dad nodded and gestured toward Claire. Claire took a step towards the closing agent. I looked at Dad. He was pale with white knuckles and a firm grip on his chair. Hey Dad, I said. We can do this privately. Walk with me. He was frozen. No. Claire replied immediately. We're doing this right in front of everyone. You don't get to take him aside and poison it. Mom's face became tight. Ethan, please don't ruin this. I offered to not ruin it privately. There's nothing to discuss, Dad said. The voice shook. Claire walked back toward the closing agent. Simply ignore him. He's trying to make this about himself, as he always does. Last chance, I said quietly. For what? Claire snapped. So what could you possibly say? I reached down and picked up the folder. Okay. Then let's do it here. Dad's face was drained. Every drop of color is gone. Mom's hand began shaking so violently that she had to put down her wine glass. Ethan, Dad said. His voice seemed strangled. Not now. Not now? I opened the folder. When would be better? After she signs. What signs? Ryan asked. I pulled out the first document. Foreclosure notice. Large red letters. The case number is printed at the top. Placed it in the center of the table, directly on the turkey platter. The notice of default, I stated. Filed on October 31st. There have been 5 months of missed payments on the second mortgage. 3 months for the first. Claire stared at the document. What's that? I took out another page. The actual foreclosure filing. Timeline amounts. To avoid foreclosure, the bank requests a reinstatement payment of $29,000 by mid-December. Following that, the combined monthly payment is approximately $3,100. That is before utilities, property taxes, insurance, and repairs. That is not true, Mom started. Call the bank. Ask what is required to reinstate the loan at this address, or look up the foreclosure filing. The case number is right at the top. This is a public record. Nobody moved. The closing agent was packing her briefcase. Stood up. I cannot proceed while the parties are arguing the terms and there is visible coercion. If you want to proceed, reschedule with the lender. She walked out quickly. I looked around the table at everyone's faces. The phone is recording. So here's my question. Do you want the truth or a performance? Someone's phone kept recording. The little red dot is glowing. I can walk out, let you sign, and let you know when the reinstatement deadline arrives, but you can't come up with $29,000, or I'll tell you now. Claire was moving toward me. You're lying because you can't stand how happy I am. She was standing over me and pointing. Her voice was loud and she slammed her hand on the table. Silverware jumped, knocking over a wine glass. Red wine splattered across the white tablecloth. Wine had bled into the corner of the paperwork. I took the folder back. Sit down, I said flatly, quietly. Something in my voice changed when she stopped talking. She remained standing but did not move closer. I took out more papers, including the recorded mortgage document, the tax lien notice, and my own text to Dad. You're not giving her the house free and clear, I said. You're only giving her debt, mortgage and escrow. Approximately $36,000 per year, not including what breaks. Not including what the county has already filed liens for. Aunt Laura picked up one of the papers. Read it with wide eyes. Robert, this is real. Where did you get this? Dad's voice. The county recorder's office, public records. $75. Ryan was backing away. Wait, Claire, you mentioned that the loans were current and manageable. You did not mention anything about default or reinstatement. They are current. Claire stammered, looking at Dad. Right? You mentioned that the loans were in great shape. You said we only needed to sign the transfer. Dad could not speak. Uncle Mark picked up the foreclosure notice. Make a hard face. This means they are months behind. Final notice. Mom whispered. That cannot be right. It is dated October 31st. Claire earns $41,000. I mentioned Ryan's salary of $60. The total take-home pay could be around $74. You would spend half of your income just to keep the house. There's nothing left for a wedding, savings, or emergencies. Emily's mouth was open. They planned to trick her. They were going to trap her, I explained. Ryan's face was red. You told me the house was in good condition. You stated that we would be building equity, not digging out a foreclosure. We thought we'd catch up, Dad said weakly. Based on what? I asked. What has changed? What made you suddenly believe you could handle debt that you had been defaulting on for months? Silence. Ryan was grabbing his coat. I'm out. I am done with this. Ryan, please wait. Claire chased him to the door, her heels clicking on the hardwood. Baby. Please. We can figure it out. We can. The front door slammed. His parents followed him out and raised their voices in the driveway. She returned 40 seconds later, mascara running and lipstick smudged. You did it. You've ruined everything. I didn't ruin anything, I explained. I read it aloud. They needed help. You should have helped them. I tried. They refused. Ryan's parents walked back in. His mother's face was hard. He will not speak to us. He says he needs space. She turned to face Mom and Dad. Were you going to do this to our son? We assumed they'd figure it out, Mom said weakly. How do you calculate foreclosure and marital debt? Grandmother spoke for the first time. Her voice broke through the chaos. What exactly do you mean when you say they refused? Everyone stopped and looked at me. I pulled out my phone and opened the call log. On September 23rd, Dad called and told me that Mom had surgery. $24,500 in medical bills. They asked me to wire the money. I showed the screen to others nearby. Date, time, and duration of call. I immediately agreed. I said I'd call the hospital and arrange a payment plan. He said no. They wanted money. That's when I realized something was wrong. I looked at Mom. I called the hospitals. Asked if there were any outstanding balances in my parents' names that matched what Dad claimed. Nobody had bills like those. Nothing recent that fits. Mom's face wrinkled. That's when I pulled the property records, discovered the mortgages, missed payments, and foreclosure timeline. Claire said, "You should have given him the money anyway. What will you spend it on?" "Additional boat maintenance." Uncle Mark's head snapped upward. "Boat." I took out another document. Boat registration at the marina. 36-foot cabin cruiser. March, 2021. $85,000. The room became nuclear. Uncle Mark is standing. Aunt Laura yells. Emily shook her head. "You purchased a boat." Uncle Mark's voice was powerful enough to strip paint. "We thought we could afford it," Dad whispered. Grandma stood, the chair scraped. Everyone became quiet. "How long have you been hiding this?" Dad finally said it had been 18 months. "Instead of asking for help, you chose to lie to your children." "We were desperate," Mom protested. Emily admitted she was desperate enough to lie on loan documents. "If they misrepresented the transfer to the lender, that constitutes fraud." "You tried this on Ethan first, didn't you?" Aunt Laura inquired. I nodded. On May 11th I was asked to co-sign. They called it a refinance. Just a formality. "Have you signed?" Uncle Mark asked. "Almost." I told them I wanted my lawyer to review it first. I took out another document. I received an email from my lawyer. Subject: "Don't sign." She told me that if I signed, I would be legally responsible for $155,000. That's when I began digging. Claire turned to me and pointed. "This is entirely your fault. I am not ruining anything. I'm reading it aloud. You were never the important one." She hissed with venom. "You were never good enough, and you can't accept that I finally won." The room became silent. That was the line. The one you do not return from. My hands clenched into fists beneath the table. "Hold it. Simply hold it." Emily's jaw dropped. Aunt Laura appeared horrified. I simply looked at her. Did not react. "Noted," I said quietly. The argument restarted, this time louder. Phones out, taking pictures. I stood up. Claire looked at me, her face a complete mess. "How long have you known?" "Since September." "Why haven't you told me?" "I tried 3 times. You were always with them. They made certain I couldn't get you alone. You could have tried harder." "I'm trying now." She laughed, breaking the glass. "By humiliating me and keeping you from signing away your life." I grabbed my coat. "You are welcome." Grandmother stood up. Her chair scraped. Everyone became quiet again. "Robert, please give me the boat keys." Dad blinked. "What?" "I am currently in possession of the boat keys. You are not paying slip fees for another month while my grandchildren are on the verge of debt. Now. Keys now, or I'll call the marina and have it impounded." Dad fumbled in his pocket, pulled out a keychain and handed it to her. She pocketed it, then took out her phone and began dialing. "Who are you calling?" Mom asked, her voice small. "My lawyer. We are changing my estate plan tonight. Everything is split equally between Ethan and Claire. You won't get anything until you've proven you're trustworthy." She took the phone to her ear and walked into the other room. Uncle Mark spoke up. "That boat will be listed tomorrow. I know a guy who does marine sales. We will get whatever we can out of it." "You can't," Dad began. "Pay attention to me." I walked towards the door. Aunt Laura stopped me and placed a hand on my arm. "Most of us witnessed it. How they treated you differed from Claire. We didn't say anything. I apologize for that." I nodded. I didn't know what else to do with that information. "You did the right thing," she said quietly. "It doesn't feel like it. It never does." I walked out. I didn't look back. My phone lit up before I got to my truck. Emily sent a text. "Aunt Laura called the cops. Thinks there may be elder abuse or fraud. This is going to get bigger." I sat there for 12 minutes, just breathing and looking at the house through the windshield. Then I started the car and headed back to Chicago. 3 weeks after Thanksgiving I received a call from Detective Reynolds of DuPage County. We met in a coffee shop. She was in her mid-40s and worked professionally. I took notes in an actual notebook. "Thank you for meeting." "Not a problem. You are not in trouble. We are looking into your parents. There may be issues with loan misrepresentation." I walked her through everything. September call, timeline, and documents. She took notes and flipped through the pages, raising her eyebrows. Your parents claim you managed their finances and advised them on the property transfer. I pulled out my phone and showed her the texts. This is where he asked for money. I offered to pay the hospital. He refused. That is it. I never accessed their accounts. She took a photograph of the screen. So they appear to be shifting liability. Do you have evidence that you were not involved? 3 years of no contact with their bank. No joint accounts, no power of attorney, and my lawyer's documentation from when they attempted to get me to co-sign in May. She flipped back through the notes. Your sister mentioned that they pushed hard for a spring wedding. April, specifically. They scheduled the date before Ryan proposed. Mom chose the venue. April would have been 7 months after the property transfer, exactly when payments were due. If your sister and fiancé were married and lived there, they would expect his income to cover the costs without telling him what he was getting into. This is the fraud angle we're looking at. If the borrowers or lender falsified occupancy or intent, they would be making a misrepresentation to both parties. What do you need from me? If it goes to court, the testimony will be truthful, which is unlikely. Most of these settle. I will tell the truth. That is all I have been doing. She closed the notebook. You rescued your sister from years of financial ruin. Most people do not have anyone willing to blow up Thanksgiving to protect them. I just read the paperwork. She smiled at this. I will be in touch. Dad arrived at my office 4 days later. Mitchell summoned me in. Your father says there is a family emergency. Dad was there looking tiny. Dad said, we need to talk. Mitchell was studying the room. Take the day if you need it. I'm good. This will happen quickly. We went outside. The wind was cold. This needs to be fixed. The detective is taking documents. They're claiming fraud. That is not my problem. We are family. You do not do this to your family. You attempted to trap your daughter in debt she could not afford. What would you call that? We were desperate. Then you should have asked for assistance. Honestly, he grabbed my arm. You can make this go away. Tell them there was a misunderstanding. I looked at his hand on my arm and then back at his face. He let go. I am not lying for you. Whatever happens right now is what you earn. She's falling apart. Your sister is not eating, sleeping, or taking medication. Because she nearly signed away her life, or because Ryan left. Both. Then she should thank me. Ethan, please stop contacting my workplace. Stop showing up here. If you need anything, please text me. I'll decide whether to respond. I walked back inside. Mitchell was waiting. You okay? Yeah. Things related to the family. He nodded. You handled it well. By mid-December, the foreclosure was underway. Claire texted. I met with a therapist. She claims I was conditioned to accept manipulation. That I confused favoritism for love. It's better to figure it out now than never. Can we talk when you're ready? Christmas. I did not go home. Emily shared a photo from Grandma's. Small dinner. Caption. New tradition. You've been invited for next year. Grandma called that night. Claire is staying with me. Therapy is helping. Your parents declared bankruptcy. Tell her I'll be here when she's ready. February. Dad sent angry texts. I sent one back. Stop contacting my workplace. Further contact will be recorded as harassment. I then blocked his number. Mitchell informed me that I was up for promotion in April. Life moved forward. February 12th. Claire texted. Can we meet? Coffee. We met at Neepville. She got there first. Looked better and healthier. Hey. She said. Hey. There was awkward silence. I am sorry about Thanksgiving, for what I said, for believing them instead of you. You didn't know. I should have questioned it. I wanted the fantasy so bad. How are you today? Better to live with Grandma. Figuring out who I am beyond being Dad's favorite. She laughed. It turns out that being the favorite equals being the most useful. Noah, I've started seeing someone. He is a paramedic. I told him everything. He did not run. That is good. I miss having a brother. I'm still your brother. She began crying. I do not deserve that. Probably not, but you'll get it anyway. We talked for an hour about favoritism, patterns, and how I was expected to handle things while she received protection. They have been paying my car payment for a year. I didn't know that specifically, but it does track. I thought I deserved it. It turned out I was just easier to control. They were unable to control me. That's why they went after you. Do you despise them? No. But I don't trust them. And I don't owe them my destruction. Grandma is changing her will. We'll split everything equally between us. Dad receives nothing until he proves his trustworthiness. Good. We left. Stood in the parking lot. A cold February wind. May I hug you? Yeah. She hugged me tightly. Thank you for saving me, even if I despised you for it. You are welcome. Can we try this again? Yeah. Call me at any time. April brought the promotion. Mitchell summoned me in. Senior inspector receives 14% raise. You've earned it. Thanks. You've changed this year. More focused. It's obvious what you've been going through. Spring arrived. I was working on a project in Oak Park when my mother called. Ethan. Her voice was tiny. We need to talk about your father, and I've been in counseling. We'd like to apologize. I really apologize. Okay. Can we see you face to face? Why? We owe you that. Because we were wrong. I thought about it. I will think about it. Please. Your father looks different now. I will think about it. I hung up that night. I called Grandma. Mom wants to meet. They say they've been in counseling. Yes, they have. I have been paying for it. Condition of assisting them. Do you believe they have changed? A long pause. I believe they're scared. Not the same as changed. Should I meet with them? It's your decision. But if you do, make sure they earn it. Thank you, Grandma. I did not meet with them. Did not respond to Mom's texts. I maintained the boundary. May 22nd, 7 months following Thanksgiving. Claire sent a text. This weekend we're having family dinner at Grandma's. She wants everyone present, including you. Including them. Says it's time. I am not interested. Claire. I knew. But Grandma inquired. And she's 86. For her? I will think about it. 4 days later. I'll come. But I'll leave if things don't work out. Claire. Fair. Saturday afternoon. Grandmother's house. I was the last to arrive. I parked and sat down, wondering if it was worth it. Then I got out. Grandmother opened the door. You arrived. You asked. Thank you. She hugged me. Keep an open mind. But do not accept any garbage. I walked inside. The living room was set up like a mediation. Grandma's chair is at the head. Claire was sitting with Noah. Emily was next to her boyfriend. Uncle Mark and Aunt Laura sit on the other couch. And Mom and Dad on the love seat, looking smaller and older. Dad had lost weight. They looked up as I walked in. Dad began to stand. Sit down, Grandmother said. Not loud, but firm. He sat. I chose the chair farthest from them. Grandma sat next to Claire. We're here because this family is broken. Broken items are either repaired or thrown away. I'm too old to abandon my family, so we're fixing it. Nobody spoke. Robert, Susan, you have something to say. Say them. Dad cleared his throat with a shaky voice. Ethan, we owe you an apology. A real one. I waited. We tried to use you but you wouldn't let us. We attempted to use your sister. We transfer our problems to our children. That was incorrect. Mom cried. We were drowning. Debt, house and boat. Rather than asking for assistance, we attempted to manipulate you both. We've been in counseling for 7 months, Dad explained. Working out why. The stress, shame and fear of admitting failure. We filed for bankruptcy. Chapter 13. Everything is gone. We are starting over with nothing. And that is what we deserved. Mom added. You did not do this to us. We did it to ourselves. Silence. Grandma looked at me. Do you have anything to say? I took a breath. You did not just try to use me. You tried to destroy me, and when I refused, you moved on to Claire. You would have let her drown to avoid the consequences, Dad said, crying. You called my job, showed up at my workplace, tried to frame me as unstable, made me the villain for telling the truth. I know, my dad admitted. So no. I do not accept your apology. Not yet. Mom's face wrinkled. What do we need to do? Prove it through your actions. Make amends. Create something real. How long? However long it takes. I do not owe you a timetable. Claire spoke up. They've tried. Therapy. Being open about favoritism, using me and treating you as expendable. That does not undo what they did. No. But it is a start. I looked at my parents. Really looked at them. They were broken. Not performing. Just broke. You wanted the image more than your children. Now you don't have either. So, what are you planning to do? Mom wiped her eyes. Whatever it takes, no matter how long. We simply want our children back. You cannot have us back the way we were. That is no longer viable. But perhaps you can try something new. Grandma spoke. I've altered my will. Everything is split evenly between Ethan and Claire. Nothing goes to Robert until he proves he is trustworthy. Dad did not argue, simply nodded. And if Ethan says he is leaving, no one follows him. Nobody argues. Nobody guilt trips him. Anyone who violates that has to answer to me. Dad spoke quietly. I stood up. I am leaving now. This was sufficient. Claire also stood. Can I walk you out? Yeah. We walked to the door and stepped out. The evening air was warm. Thank you for coming, she said. This is for Grandma, not them. I understand, but still. It mattered. Are you okay? Getting there. Noah has been good to me. Therapy is helping. I'm discovering who I am when I'm not performing. Good. Are we all right? We are getting there. She hugged me. I love you. Even though I despised you, I loved you. I love you too. I walked to my truck, got inside and sat for a minute. My phone vibrated. Dad sent a text. Thank you for listening. I know I do not deserve it. I'll spend the rest of my life regaining your trust if that's even possible. I read it. Did not respond. Put down the phone. Started the car. And drove home. 7 months ago, I blew up my family to save my sister. Today, I sat in a room filled with wreckage. The truth did not solve everything, but it cleared the way. I pulled into my parking spot and walked up to my apartment, which was a small one-bedroom, nothing fancy but mine. Inside, I poured a drink, sat on the couch, and my phone buzzed. Claire, Noah would like to meet you officially. Have dinner sometime. Yeah. Name the day. That tie will take place in Lincoln Park next Friday. It works for me. I put the phone down. Tomorrow I have a site inspection in Evanston. Following that, dinner with Claire and Noah. Nearly 2 years later, I was celebrating Grandma's 88th birthday. A small gathering. Claire and Noah, Emily with her boyfriend, Uncle Mark, and Aunt Laura. Claire seemed different now, sharper and more grounded. She moved out of Grandma's house in June, got her own apartment in Downers Grove, paid her own bills, and lived her own life. I told her, you look good. Feel good. Noah and I are talking about getting engaged. This time actual planning will take place, rather than following someone else's timeline. That is good. Dad reached out last week and asked if we could meet. What have you said? Perhaps someday when I'm ready. She stared at me. You're the same. We were not repaired, but we were not broken in the same way. Mom and Dad were staying in a rental in Plainfield. Dad worked in a hardware store. Mom did bookkeeping for a church. They were slowly rebuilding without the boat and without the lies. Grandma called us to the table. Cake time. My phone buzzed while we were singing. Unknown number. I ignored it. After cake I checked. Dad left a voicemail. Ethan, I just wanted to say happy birthday to your grandmother. I know we aren't invited. That is fair. I just wanted you to know that we are thinking about you both and the family. We are working on it. That is all. I hope you're doing well. I've saved it. I did not delete. Did not respond. Perhaps someday. Not today. I took my phone and walked back inside. Claire was laughing at something Noah had said. Grandma was cutting second slices for anyone who requested them. This is right here. This was sufficient. I took another slice of cake and sat down. Forward. Not backward. Only forward. At Thanksgiving my sister called me just lucky. Little did she know, I was her boss. The next day her paycheck bounced, and her career hit the wall. So my sister called me a lucky moron in front of the entire family during Thanksgiving dinner. She had no notion that I was her true employer. I simply smiled, nodded, and discreetly withdrew her off payroll right at the table. Her direct deposit bounced 4 days later. It turns out that luck had no role in this. Let me back up and provide some perspective, since this has been brewing for years. I am 34 years old, and my sister Emily is 30. We grew up in a typical middle-class household in the suburbs. Nothing fancy, or horrible. Our parents were accountants who emphasized education and hard work. Standard stuff. They instilled in us the belief that if we worked hard and kept focused, we would achieve success. Solid advice in theory. Emily's and my differences became apparent early on. I was the kid who saved his birthday money and mowed the grass to purchase a better bike. She was the kid who squandered her allowance the day she got it and then begged our parents for more. I read investment books in high school, whereas she read celebrity gossip publications. I worked part-time jobs throughout college while she concentrated on her social life and barely maintained a passing GPA. I'm not saying this to make myself appear ideal, I'm far from it. I had different priorities. I desired financial security. I wanted to construct something. Emily wanted to have fun and work things out later. Neither strategy is absolutely incorrect, but they produce quite different results. After college I began working in renewable energy consultancy. Boring name, but intriguing work. Basically I assisted enterprises in transitioning to solar and wind power. Managed the financial analysis and project management aspects of things. The industry was rapidly expanding, and I was quite proficient in my field. Within 4 years, I was managing significant clients and earning 6 figures. But here's the trouble about working for someone else. There is a ceiling. You can only go so far until you make someone else rich instead of yourself. I witnessed my boss purchase his 3rd vacation property while I received a 4% yearly increase that barely kept up with inflation. I was creating millions of dollars in sales for the firm while receiving only a fraction of that value in remuneration. The numbers did not work in my favor over time. So, at the age of 27, I took a gamble that my whole family believed was ridiculous. I resigned my comfy corporate position to create my own renewable energy consulting business. My manager chuckled when I tendered my notice. He assured me I'd be back in a year, begging for my old job. He felt the sector was extremely competitive, and I lacked the necessary contacts to succeed. His dismissive demeanor was nearly as inspiring as my own drive. The first year was grueling. I worked 80-hour weeks. I ate ramen more often than I would care to confess. I lost sleep, wondering whether I'd made a huge mistake. I maxed out 2 credit cards to keep the firm solvent while I grew my clientele. There were evenings when I sat at my laptop until 2 a.m. I wondered whether everyone who had doubted me had been correct. My parents were supportive, yet concerned. They'd see me at family gatherings, fatigued and agitated, and I could see they were questioning their encouragement. My father would say that there was no guilt in returning to corporate job if things didn't work out. He meant good, but it appeared like he was already preparing my defeat. Emily felt I was a stupid for foregoing a consistent salary. She warned anybody who would listen that I would fail and return to corporate life within 7 months. She would make jokes at family gatherings about how I was about to apply for a job with her. Present was a lot of supporting sister energy present. Around 8 months in, I had precisely $300 in my company account, and a crucial proposal due in 3 days. I had not paid myself a paycheck in 4 months. I was living on credit cards and the last of my funds. That was my lowest point, sitting in my barely affordable apartment, wondering if I should give up and start sending out resumes. But then the proposition arrived. A mid-size manufacturing business sought to transition to solar electricity. It wasn't a large deal by any means, about $85,000 altogether. But it was enough to keep me going. More significantly, they connected me with 4 additional firms in their industry network. Those referrals led to additional referrals. Suddenly, I had momentum. Spoiler alert, I did not fail. By year 2, I'd secured 4 significant contracts. By year 3, I was adding staff and declining work because we were at capacity. By year 5, which is where we are today, I'm operating a business with 25 workers, generating over $8 million in sales each year, and personally clearing over $420,000 after expenditures and payroll. I still drive the same Honda Civic that I purchased second-hand 5 years ago. I reside in a decent yet modest home. I don't wear luxury clothing or display my money. To look at me, you'd think I was just another ordinary person with a regular job, which is exactly how I want it. The folks that really matter are aware of what I've built. Everyone else is free to think what they wish. Emily, on the other hand, has worked 8 different jobs during the last 7 years. She attended college for communications, which she chose because it seemed simple. She graduated with a 2.8 GPA, and no specific plans. Since then she has worked in retail, restaurants, an insurance office, a gym, a marketing business that dismissed her after 4 months, and a few more places I can't recall. She seldom stays any place for more than a year. There's always a reason why the work isn't for her, why her boss is bad, or why she deserves more. Emily visited my house on a Tuesday night 2 years ago. She cried. She claimed she had recently been dismissed from her most recent job for being late too often. She needed money for rent, or she would be evicted. She promised to pay me back. She vowed this was the wake-up call she needed to get her life in order. I handed her money. Not as a loan. I knew I'd never see it again. But because she was my sister and I didn't want her to be homeless, I also informed her that I couldn't continue to bail her out. She needed to sort out her life. She nodded, thanked me, and said she would. The next week, she purchased a new iPhone. Priorities. About 7 months later, she contacted to see if I had any employment opportunities at my firm. She had been working at a retail business and despised it. She wants something with more income and perks. She aspired to work in an office where she would feel professional and significant. This is perhaps when I should have said no. Every rational bone in my body warned me that this was a horrible decision. Do not combine family and business. Do not hire someone with her professional history. Do not do it. But she is my sister. And my mother had been hinting that it would be great if I could assist Emily out. Emily seemed sincere in her desire to make a difference. So despite my better judgment, I established a position for her. I did not give her anything significant or important. I was not an idiot. I appointed her as Client Services Coordinator, which is a fancy term for someone who answers emails, plans meetings, manages basic administrative responsibilities, and organizes our customer contact. Entry-level job, paid $45,000 a year including perks. Good pay for the work, and honestly, more than she'd ever earned anyplace else. I sat her down before her first day and set clear expectations. Show up on time, reply to emails within 24 hours, keep the client database up to date, and communicate professionally in all situations. These are all fundamental tasks that every effective employee should be able to accomplish. She nodded, said she understood, and pledged not to let me down. For the first month, she was excellent, showed there early, stayed late, and was excited to learn. I began to wonder if I had made a mistake in doubting her. Maybe she had actually turned things around. Perhaps working for her family would provide the impetus she required. Then month 2 arrived, and the cracks began to emerge. She started coming in late, only 5 or 10 minutes at first, which I tolerated because I'm not a strict taskmaster. But then it became 15 minutes, then 30, and then an hour. When I spoke with her about it, she always had an excuse. The traffic was awful. Her alarm did not go off. She wasn't feeling good. Never her fault. Always an external issue beyond her control. Her job quality deteriorated as well. Emails remained unanswered for days. Client meetings were planned at the inappropriate times. The database became a jumble of out-of-date information and missing entries. My office manager, Sophia, approached me 3 times in 1 month concerning Emily's performance. Sophia has been with me from year 1, and she never complains until there is an issue. Emily once arranged an important presentation with a potential customer at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday. The customer traveled in from Nevada just for this meeting. At 1:45, I received a call from our front desk stating that the conference room was not set up and Emily was not in the office. It turned out she had gone to eat at noon and never returned. I did not call or SMS, I simply disappeared. I discovered out later that she had met some acquaintances at the restaurant and opted to hang out with them rather than return to work. She arrived at 4 p.m. It seemed like nothing had occurred. I had to personally apologize and reschedule the client's flight. We ultimately obtained the contract, but only because I paid a portion of our expenses to compensate for the lack of professionalism. That single episode cost me around $18,000 in missed income and almost wrecked a relationship with a client who could have brought us years of repeat business. When I asked Emily about it, she said that she had lost track of time and didn't think it was a big problem because I was there to manage the meeting anyhow. I didn't think it was a big problem. A customer went across 3 states for a meeting she booked, but then canceled, and she didn't consider it a big problem. Another occasion, she sent an email to a prospective client that included so many typos and grammatical issues that they phoned me to inquire whether we were a real business. The email clearly stated, "We look forward to doing business with your company." I had to explain that we were in the process of training a new employee, which was not reflective of our regular standards. Emily had been working there for 4 months by that moment. This was not a new employee error. This was simply lazy work. I took Emily aside for a talk, not as her brother, but as her supervisor. I informed her that the late arrivals had to stop and her job quality needed to improve. She quickly became defensive. Said I was being too harsh on her. Said I didn't realize how demanding the work was. Sophia said she went after her because she was envious of Emily's status as the boss's sister. That final part nearly made me giggle. Sophia has no cause to be envious of anyone. She was my right hand, earning $95,000 per year plus incentives and owning genuine stock in the firm. But Emily wanted someone to blame, and Sophia was an obvious choice. I issued Emily a formal written warning, recorded everything, and informed her that if things did not change within 30 days, We would have to re-evaluate her employment. She sobbed and pledged to do better, and things improved for approximately 2 weeks before resuming their previous patterns. The thing that really struck me was not even her awful performance. It was her attitude in the office. She often complained about how hard she had to work. Meanwhile, she would take hour-long lunch breaks and spend half of the day on her phone. She would complain about being underpaid, although earning more than the market rate for her job and experience level. She'd make comments about how simple it was for me as the owner, as if I just sat around counting money all day instead of working my tail off to keep everything going well. My other employees started to notice. I'd hear them complain about Emily receiving preferential treatment since she was related. And they were correct. Any other employee with her track record would have been sacked some months ago. But I continued to give her opportunities because of our bond. It was just as I had been informed before I hired her. The final straw occurred approximately 3 months ago, just before Thanksgiving. A large customer, a commercial real estate business intending to convert 5 buildings with solar panels, most likely a $2.5 million deal over 2 years, approached Emily with some queries regarding our proposal timeframe. Simple things. They wanted to know when we could start, what the payment plan would be, and whether we could use their chosen vendors for specific components. Emily's duty was to convey those queries to the right individuals on my team, collect replies, and construct a professional response, which was basic coordination work. This was exactly why I hired her. She never responded to the email and never did anything. The client called back a week later, slightly irritated. Still no reaction from Emily. They followed up again, this time directly with me, and were really upset. They were prepared to walk away and take their $2.5 million project to a rival. I learned out when the client phoned me personally, which should never have happened. When I approached Emily about it, she said that she had been preoccupied with other duties and had forgotten. I forgot about a $2.5 million customer. Forgot to complete the fundamental task for which I paid her $45,000 each year. I spent 4 hours on the phone personally smoothing things up with that client, apologizing for our lack of communication, and offered them a discount to compensate for the inconvenience. I just avoided losing the contract, but the harm to our reputation had already been done. They'd recall how my organization failed to react to simple communications in a timely fashion. I should have dismissed her right then. But Thanksgiving was 3 weeks away, and my mother had been inquiring if Emily and I were both coming to dinner. She was ecstatic that we were working together. She continued telling me how happy she was that I was assisting my sister in advancing her profession. I didn't have the heart to dismiss Emily just before the holidays and spoil my mother's Thanksgiving. So I chose to wait until after Thanksgiving. I'd enjoy the holiday, then have a professional talk with Emily the next week about how things weren't going well. I'd offer her a severance package, 2 months' money to ease her move, and wish her well, clean, professional, kind even. Then Thanksgiving dinner occurred. My entire family was there. My parents, Emily and her boyfriend David, my aunt and uncle, and 2 cousins. Standard Christmas gathering. Mom had gone all out on the cuisine. Turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes, 3 types of pie. The works. Everyone was in excellent spirits, chatting and joking. After we finished eating, we sat around the table in that post-meal haze where you're too full to move yet too comfy to go. Someone asked me how my work was going, simply to make conversation. I provided my typical response, saying business was good. We'd had a successful year. I was thankful for our clients and crew. Nothing extravagant, just nice dinner talk. Emily decided to join in. Yeah, well, he got lucky. That's all it is. The table was silent. I looked at her, assuming I had misheard or she was joking, but she had a smile on her face. The type you make when you believe you are going to say something brilliant. What do you mean? My father said, puzzled. Emily leaned back in her chair, preparing for her speech. I mean, he acts like he's some brilliant businessman, but he just got lucky with timing. The renewable energy boom happened right when he started his company. He rode the wave. Anyone could have done what he did if they'd been in the right place at the right time. My uncle lifted his eyebrows but said nothing. My mother seemed uneasy. Emily's boyfriend David was nodding along as if she were imparting knowledge. I waited there, waiting to see whether she would dig the hole further. She did. Honestly, if you look at it objectively, he's not even that smart about business, she said. She was now on a roll, loving her audience. Like his whole strategy is just undercutting competitors on price. That's not genius. That's basic. A trained monkey could do what he does. Emily, my mother began. But Emily waved her away. No, it's true. Everyone acts like he's this amazing success story. But it's literally just luck. Right time, right industry, right circumstances. He works hard, sure. But so do lots of people who aren't successful. The difference is, he got lucky. She looked squarely at me as she stated that last sentence, as if daring me to disagree. My cousins were looking at their dishes, apparently uneasy. My father appeared to want to say something, but he wasn't sure what. My aunt was giving Emily the look you give someone who has just insulted the host. But I didn't become angry. I did not defend myself. I did not argue. I simply smiled and nodded. You might be right, I answered gently. Luck definitely played a role. Emily seemed almost unhappy that I didn't take the bait. She'd plainly wanted a battle, to put me on the defensive so she could make her point about how I take myself too seriously, or whatever narrative she'd made up in her mind. Exactly, she said, feeling vindicated. People need to stop acting like he's special. He just got lucky. That's the truth. Well, my uncle said, plainly attempting to divert the subject. Lucky or not, it's working out well for him. For now, Emily said. But luck runs out eventually. Then we'll see how successful he really is. My mother recommended we relocate to the living room for pie. Everyone leaped at the opportunity to end the unpleasant talk. As everybody stood up from the table, I took out my phone as if I were reading texts. I accessed my company's HR management software. We utilize a system that allows me to manage payroll, benefits, and scheduling remotely. Very convenient, especially in situations like these. I went to Emily's employee profile, clicked on the employment status option, changed it from active to terminated, inserted today's date as the end date, and wrote a message in the termination reason field about performance concerns and a breach of the business behavior policy. The app prompted me to confirm the termination. I clicked yes. It inquired whether I wanted to process any last payments or severance. I clicked no. She'd receive her last salary for hours worked, but that was all. There is no severance package, no 2-month compensation, nothing. The entire operation took around 90 seconds. Emily had officially left my company by the time I came into the living room to get pie. Her access to our systems was automatically removed. Her next direct deposit, due for the following Friday, had been canceled. I sat down with my slice of pumpkin pie and listened to Emily rant about how overrated I was. She had gone on to criticize my residence, claiming that it was too modest for someone with my alleged income. Clearly, I was either lying about my income or too ignorant to understand how to spend money wisely. One or the other. I simply nodded and ate my pie. I didn't say anything about what I just did. Why should I? She'd find out quickly enough. The remainder of Thanksgiving was lovely. Emily ultimately moved on to different issues. We watched football. My father fell asleep in his recliner. Standard Christmas things. When Emily departed that evening, she embraced Mom and Dad and said goodbye to everyone. She did not even glance at me. I went home that night and enjoyed the best sleep I'd had in months. There was no remorse or second guessing. Only satisfaction that I had finally made the decision I should have made months ago. Friday morning I arrived to the workplace early. Sophia was already present. She always is. I summoned her into my office and informed her that Emily was no longer with the firm. Sophia's expression revealed a mix of relief and apprehension. She inquired whether I was all right. I told her I was okay, that it was overdue, and that we'd have to disperse Emily's tasks until we found a successor. Sophia nodded. I'll handle it. And for what it's worth, you made the right call. She wasn't a good fit here. I know, I said. I should have done it sooner. We wrote a quick email to the team that morning. Emily Turner was no longer with the firm. Effective immediately, her tasks had been reallocated. All customers should be routed to Sophia for coordination till further notice. Professional and to the point. Several employees stopped by my office during the day. Nobody inquired as to what had transpired. They all knew. They had been watching Emily coast for months while doing genuine work. A few folks praised me for finally addressing the issue. That stung a little, knowing my staff had been dissatisfied for so long because I had allowed family loyalty cloud my judgment. Emily's direct deposit should have arrived the following Friday. My phone started blowing up at 2 p.m. Emily's first text message. Hey, my paycheck didn't deposit. Can you check with payroll? I did not react. I was having a meeting with a client. Second text, 10 minutes later. Seriously, where's my paycheck? This is ridiculous. Third text, 5 minutes later. I need that money today, I have bills to pay, fix this now. She then called. I refused it. She called again. Declined yet again. Then my office phone rang. Sophia took it up, listened for a minute, and then entered my office. Emily's online too, Sophia added, evidently trying not to smile. She's very upset about her paycheck. Tell her to check her email, I replied. She should have received a termination notification last week. Sophia returned to her workstation. I overheard her deliver that message. Then I heard Emily's voice get loud enough for me to make out words over Sophia's phone. Sophia muttered something else and hung up. She says she never got any email, Sophia stated. And she's demanding to speak with you. Did you verify that the termination email was sent? I requested an answer. Sophia examined her PC. Sent Friday at 8 a.m. to her company email. She probably hasn't checked it since Thanksgiving. Of course she had not. Emily viewed checking her work email as optional. Another reason she had performed poorly in her work. If she calls back, tell her to check her company email for all relevant information regarding her termination, I told her. And if she continues to harass our office line, we'll need to block her number. Emily called back 3 times. Sophia repeatedly gave her the same message and ultimately blocked her number. Then Emily began messaging me individually. The texts were progressively more furious. You fired me? Are you kidding me right now? You can't just fire me without warning. That's illegal. Mom is going to hear about this. Dad too. You're going to regret this. I can't believe you do this to your own sister. You're a terrible person. This is because I told the truth about you at Thanksgiving, isn't it? You're that petty. You owe me that paycheck. I worked for that money. I answered to just one text. You received your final paycheck for all hours worked up to your termination date on November 25th. Any questions about your termination should be directed to HR. Then I silenced the discussion. She attempted to contact my personal phone. I didn't respond. She contacted my workplace straight. Sophia stopped her. She even showed up to my office on Monday morning, but our building is secured and requires a key card to enter the lobby. Security phoned and asked whether I was expecting Emily Turner. I said no. She was no longer worked here, thus they should ask her to leave. They did. The real pyrotechnics began when she contacted my folks. My mother contacted me that Monday evening, just as I was leaving the workplace. She sounded disturbed. What's this about you firing Emily? She inquired. No. Hello? No, how are you? Right to the accusation. It is true, I said. I terminated her employment last Friday without even talking to her first, without any warning. She had multiple warnings, Mom. Written documentation, performance improvement plans. I'd been trying to work with her for months. She chose not to improve. But she's your sister, my mother said. And she was my employee, a bad employee. I gave her more chances than I would have given anyone else specifically because she's my sister. But I can't run a business on family sentiment. My mother was quiet for a bit. After that she said, Emily says you fired her because she said you got lucky at Thanksgiving. She thinks you're just being petty and vindictive. I chuckled at it. Mom, I fired her because she was bad at her job. She consistently showed up late, ignored client emails, created problems for my team, and cost me a major contract because she couldn't be bothered to do basic tasks. The Thanksgiving comment had nothing to do with it. She says, you did it on your phone right there at dinner. I processed her termination on Thanksgiving. Yes, but the decision was made weeks ago. I was planning to fire her that following Monday anyway. Her little speech just moved up the timeline. You should have talked to her first. Given her another chance. I gave her 6 months of chances, Mom. How many more did you want me to give her? My mother sighed. She's really struggling now. She doesn't have a job. She's behind on rent. She needs help. Then she should have thought about that before she decided to coast at the one job where someone actually gave her a real opportunity. She's family, and I'm not her personal ATM, I stated more strongly than I typically did to my mother. I helped her by giving her a good job with good pay. She threw that away. Those are consequences of her own choices. My mother didn't like that response. She attempted the guilt trip tactic, saying Emily was my younger sister and I should want to assist her. I listened patiently and then told her I had to go. She wasn't pleased, but she let me hang up the phone. My father phoned the next day. He was very straightforward about it. You need to give Emily her job back, he told her. No preamble. No, I don't, I answered. She's your sister. You can't just abandon her like this. I'm not abandoning her. I'm holding her accountable for her work performance. There's a difference. But she made one comment at Thanksgiving and you ruined her life over it. Dad, I kept detailed records of every performance issue, every late arrival, every missed deadline, every client complaint. This has nothing to do with Thanksgiving and everything to do with 6 months of documented poor performance. Ask her about the 2.5 million client she almost lost us because she couldn't be bothered to respond to an email. My father went silent. What client? I described the problem. Emily had ignored many emails from a large customer. I had to personally intercede to rescue the deal. How that was only one of many concerns. She never mentioned that, my father explained softly. Of course, she didn't because that would require her to take responsibility for her actions instead of blaming everyone else. My father remained quiet for a long time. He then stated, "Your mother is very upset about this. I'm sorry she's upset, but I made the right business decision. Emily was a liability to my company. I couldn't keep her on staff just because we share DNA. Family is supposed to support each other. I did support her, Dad. I gave her a job she wasn't qualified for. I paid her more than market rate. I gave her chance after chance to improve. At some point, support becomes enabling. I'm not going to enable her to coast through life expecting other people to carry her." My father didn't say much to that. He advised me to think about what I was doing before hanging up. Emily attempted many more times to get me to rehire her, or at least offer her severance pay. She wrote me lengthy text messages about how unjust I was being. How I had never understood her. Everyone expected her to be like me, but she couldn't live up to it. How I was successful because I'd had advantages she didn't have. I did not reply to any of it. There was nothing to say. She had created a story in which she was the victim, and I was the villain. And nothing I said could change it. People believe anything they choose to believe. About 2 weeks after I dismissed her, my mother phoned again. She sounded exhausted. "I just want you to know that your father and I loaned Emily money for her rent. She said she's looking for a new job, but it's taking time." "Okay," I responded. "We're disappointed in how you've handled this situation." "That's your right, Mom, but I stand by my decision. She's your sister. You should have helped her." "I did help her for 6 months. I helped her. She chose not to help herself." My mother sighed. "I don't think you understand how hard things are for her right now." "I understand perfectly well. I also understand that she created this situation for herself. I'm sorry she's struggling, but those are natural consequences of her choices." "You've become very hard," my mother observed gently. "No, Mom. I've just learned that helping people who don't want to help themselves doesn't actually help them. It just enables them to keep making bad choices." We didn't talk for a while after that call. My parents were upset with me. Emily was telling everyone who would listen that I'd betrayed her. My aunt apparently thought I was being too harsh. My uncle thought I'd done the right thing, but wasn't going to say so publicly because he didn't want to deal with my mom's reaction. But you know what? My business ran better without Emily there. Sophia hired a replacement within 4 weeks. A recent college grad named Rachel, who actually showed up on time, responded to emails, and treated her job with respect. Client communication enhanced. My team's morale increased. Everything just works better. About a month later, I received a text from Emily. It was different from her prior furious texts. "I got a new job. Starts Monday. Just wanted you to know I'm fine." I texted back. "Glad to hear it. Good luck with the new position." She did not react. I did not expect her to. That was probably our final direct communication for a while, perhaps forever. Some bridges burn and remain burnt. My parents gradually began talking to me again, but things were clearly tight. Mom would call from time to time, and we'd talk about nothing in particular. Dad gave me an article on a solar project that he had read about. Small attempts toward normalcy, yet the underlying tension remained. They had made it apparent that they believed I was incorrect. I made it apparent that I didn't care. Christmas was awkward as heck. We all gathered at my parents' place since that is what you do. Emily was there with David. We did not talk directly to each other. She spent the entire time on her phone or in quiet conversation with David. I spent time with my cousins and avoided the living room where Emily was stationed. At one time, my father attempted to create a discussion between us. He asked, "Why don't you two talk and work this out?" As if we were kids arguing over a toy. Emily gazed at me with chilly eyes. I returned the stare with the same indifferent expression. Neither of us said anything. My father gave up and went back to watching football. Things became more fascinating shortly after New Year's. Emily evidently informed David her entire account of the story. How I dismissed her out of jealousy and vengeance. How I couldn't take her speaking the truth about my accomplishment. How I was a nasty person who abandoned my family. David, being the smart thinker that he is, resolved to assist Emily exact retribution. He made a phony Google review for my firm. One celebrity said we duped his company out of $50,000 and never delivered on our promises. They said we were scammers running a phony enterprise. He even created a fictitious business name to make it appear real. The difficulty with David's strategy was that I had set up Google alerts for my company's name. I saw the review within an hour of it being posted. I also saw that the account that posted it was formed on the same day and had only posted one review, indicating that it was not a complex operation. I took images, recorded everything, and reported the review to Google as false. It was deleted within 48 hours. Then I had my attorney send David a cease and desist letter for defamation and attempted harm to my company reputation. The letter threatened possible legal action if he continued. Emily contacted me 2 days later, shouting that I was going to sue her boyfriend. I gently reminded her that if her partner intended to commit actionable defamation, he should be prepared to face the consequences. Then I hung up. David seemed to have backed off after that. There will be no more phony reviews or efforts at retribution. It turns out that threatening people with serious legal penalties makes them reassess their activities. In February, my mother called with some news. Emily was evicted from her flat. She'd been staying with David, but their relationship had crumbled following the legal threat. She was now requesting to move back in with our parents. My mother wondered whether I would rethink employing Emily again. I said no. She asked if I would at least lend Emily money for a deposit. I said no again. She said I was being unkind. I told her that Emily had squandered every chance, humiliated me publicly, and had her boyfriend attempt to damage my business. At what point did Emily become accountable for her own situation? My mother didn't have an answer. Emily returned home at 28 years old. However, March provided the most satisfying results. Remember Emily, our important client, who almost lost us because she ignored their emails? What about the $2.5 million contract I had barely saved for? They returned with an expansion idea. They were so pleased with our work on their first 5 buildings that they asked us to manage another 12 properties. This deal was expected to be worth around $6 million over 3 years. During the contract signing meeting, the client's VP expressed his satisfaction with our communication improvements over the previous months. He notably appreciated our new client services coordinator for her responsiveness and professionalism. They said it was a 180-degree difference from their last encounter with us. I thanked him and mentioned that we had made some staff adjustments to better serve our customers. He nodded approvingly and commented that it showed. That arrangement placed us on track to generate more than $13 million in income this year. We were growing quicker than I had anticipated. I hired 3 extra people, including a second project manager, to handle the increasing burden. Business was thriving. My mother informed me that Emily was once again working at a department shop, earning the minimum pay plus commission. She was still living at home, whining about how unfair life was, and blaming everyone but herself. My parents stopped asking me to help her. I believe they eventually understood that no amount of money or opportunity would solve Emily's basic condition. She did not want to perform the task. In April, I received a message on LinkedIn from someone who formerly worked with Emily. He said Emily told others she had quit my firm because I was handling it unethically. She said she departed on principle, not because she was fired. I shared a professional update on LinkedIn regarding our company's expansion and the necessity of upholding excellent standards. I didn't mention Emily's name, but everybody who was familiar with the issue understood. Following that post, 2 former co-workers reached out. Both stated that they had heard tales from Emily and were relieved to discover that we were genuinely prospering. Her attempts to harm my reputation had entirely failed. People in the industry speak, and when they witnessed my company's true success, it made her appear bitter and untrustworthy. By summer, everything had settled into a new routine. My firm has 35 workers and an anticipated yearly revenue of more than $16 million. We moved to a larger office. I ultimately awarded myself a raise and purchased a newer car, still a Honda, but less beat up. My parents and I had achieved a peaceful settlement. We occasionally discussed neutral issues. They had ceased justifying Emily's actions, partly because they could no longer ignore the trend. My father genuinely apologized to me in June, said he understood why I made the decision I did. That mattered more than he understood. Emily was still living at home and working between jobs. Last I heard, she had been fired from the department store for being late too often. She had moved on to work at a call center. My mother stopped providing me updates until I directly asked for them. In August, I saw David at a petrol station. We established eye contact. He glanced aside quickly and dashed to his car. I simply smiled and went about my day. Some fights are inevitable victories. The finest part happened in September. We received a significant industry award for innovative renewable energy consultancy. A ceremony was held, a trophy was awarded, and various trade journals covered the event. My crew was ecstatic. Sophia sobbed happy tears. It was a great confirmation of all we had created. The award ceremony was held on a Thursday evening. The article was published Friday morning. By Friday afternoon, my phone was flooded with congratulatory messages from colleagues, old co-workers, and even some family members. My mother called that evening. She had seen the article. She stated she was proud of me. Then she said something that really astonished me. Emily saw the article too. She didn't say anything, but I could see it on her face. I think she finally understands what she gave up. I did not reply to that. There was nothing to say. Emily had made her decisions. I had made mine. The outcomes speak for themselves. We took the trip last month, my sister said, and my heart sank. I had no idea they'd used my $5,000 and excluded me from a family vacation. The food court at Riverside Mall smelled like pretzels and teriyaki chicken. I was having lunch between meetings when I noticed my sister perusing a sunglasses booth near the fountain. We hadn't spoken in a few weeks, which wasn't surprising considering our hectic schedules, but I thought I'd say hello and perhaps have a coffee together. "Rachel," I yelled, slipping through the lunch mob. She turned, and her face paled. Actually, pale. Her grin was forced, extending over her teeth as if she had just been caught doing something wrong. "Oh hey," she said, tucking a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. "What are you doing here?" "Same as everyone else, avoiding real food," I quipped, holding up my depressing desk salad. "Hey, so when's this family trip happening? I've been meaning to ask Mom about the final dates, but you know how she never answers her phone." Rachel's expression altered. The color drained more from her cheeks, and she glanced down at the sunglasses display as if it contained the mysteries of the cosmos. "About that," she began, then paused. Her hands were fidgeting with a pair of aviators. "You really don't know?" My stomach sank. Something about her tone made my skin tingle. "Know what?" Rachel breathed softly and placed down the sunglasses. "We went last month. The trip happened already. I thought I assumed someone told you." The mall noise faded to white static. People strolled past us, laughing and shopping, but I felt as if I were underwater. My mouth opened and then closed. Words wouldn't form correctly. "Last month," I said firmly. "You went last month." "It was complicated," Rachel said hurriedly, her words pouring out. "There was this issue with the cabin availability, and the dates got moved up suddenly, and everyone's schedules were just so hard to coordinate, and I paid $5,000 toward that trip." My voice sounded odd and distant. "I transferred it to Dad's account in April for the rental, the activities, food, everything we discussed at Easter dinner." Rachel's face wrinkled. "I know, I'm so sorry. Dad was supposed to talk to you about it. He said he would handle it." "Handle what exactly?" "Handle stealing my money and excluding me from a family vacation I helped pay for." "It wasn't like that," she protested, but her gaze did not contact mine. "The money thing. Dad said he'd pay you back. And you've just been so busy with work lately. We thought maybe you wouldn't even be able to make it anyway, so you decided for me." My hands trembled. I stuffed them into my pockets. "You all decided I wasn't important enough to include, but my money was just fine. That's not fair." "Fair?" The phrase came out sharply enough that a passing woman looked over uneasily. I dropped my voice. "You want to talk about fair? Did Kevin go on this trip?" Rachel's silence confirmed everything. Kevin, her spouse, who often grumbled about my employment, made nasty remarks about my single status at 34 and referred to me as a workaholic at every family event. He was present. I stated, "That was not a question. He's my husband and I'm your sister. I've been your sister for 34 years, Rachel, since before you could walk. Since I taught you how to tie your shoes and helped you study for your SATs and threw you a baby shower when everyone said you were too young to start a family." My throat clenched. "But somehow Kevin, who's known you for 6 years, gets a spot on the vacation I funded and I get left behind." "Please don't make this any harder than it already is," Rachel said quietly. "Harder for who?" "For you." I took out my phone with trembling hands. "I need to go." "Wait, please. Can we talk about this? Maybe grab that coffee?" I took a good look at her. My younger sister, who used to follow me around like a shadow, sobbed when I left for college, and said I was her greatest friend. The sister who clearly thought so little of me that she took my money and went on vacation without saying anything. "No," I answered simply. "I don't think we can." I went away before she could react, my heels tapping on the tile floor in quick, furious beats. My hands were still shaking when I got to my car. I sat in the driver's seat, gazing at my phone screen, with wrath boiling in my chest like a pressure cooker. The parking lot surrounding me seemed unreal. An elderly couple strolled by, clutching shopping bags and giggling about something boring. A kid backed out of a place too hastily, nearly missing another vehicle. The globe continued to revolve while mine only leaned sideways. I opened my banking app with shaky fingers and looked at the transaction dated April 10th. There it was, $5,000 deposited to Michael Harris, my father's account. The note line said, "Family Vacation Fund, can't wait." I'd included a smiling face emoji because I was actually delighted. Looking at that silly emoji made my stomach flip. How long did they know? That question kept buzzing in my mind. The vacation was last month, thus they had been preparing this exclusion for weeks, if not longer. Every family text message, every casual phone contact in which no mention of the trip was made, was a lie. They had looked me in the eye several times throughout those weeks and said nothing. I checked my text messages and went back through the family discussion. Mom had wrote 7 weeks earlier, "Can't wait for our family time together." I replied with hearts and delight. 4 weeks ago, Dad addressed our forthcoming excursion in a group chat. I answered, asking whether we needed to coordinate anything. He'd stated, "All taken care of, sweetheart, all taken care of." He was not mistaken. They had taken care of excluding me while retaining my money. The first call was to my mother. She responded on the third ring, her voice bright and happy. "Sweetheart, how are you?" "I just ran into Chloe at the mall," I explained, my voice strangely calm. "She told me you all went on the family trip last month. The one I contributed $5,000 to." The stillness was so extended that I feared the call had been dropped. "Honey," Mom eventually began, her tone moving to that delicate, placating sound she used when she realized she'd made a mistake. "We were going to tell you. Your father was supposed to call you about the date change. The date change that coincidentally happened without me. You're always so busy with work. We thought..." "Stop." I closed my eyes and pressed my hand on my forehead. "Please stop lying to me. If you didn't want me there, you could have just said so. Instead you took my money and lied about it for weeks." "We didn't lie," Mom insisted. The timing got complicated." "Was there even a date change, or was this the plan all along?" Another breath. This told me everything. "I want my money back," I said. "All of it by the end of the week." "Well, that might be difficult. The money's already been spent on..." "I don't care what it was spent on. You took $5,000 from me under false pretenses. That's theft, Mom. I'm giving you until Friday to return it, or I'm taking legal action." "You wouldn't do that," she said. But her voice trembled. "We're family. Family doesn't steal from each other." "Friday, Mom." I hung up before she could reply. My heart hammered so strongly that I felt dizzy. Take 3 deep breaths. 4. 5. The next call was to my father. Voicemail. Of course. "Dad, it's me. I know about the trip. I know you all went without me after taking my money. I want it back by Friday, or I'm getting lawyers involved. Your choice." My finger was hovering above the next touch. Rachel again? No. I had spoken everything I needed to say to her. But there was another person who needed to hear from me. Kevin answered the first call, his voice arrogant as usual. Well, heard you ran into Rachel today. You knew?" "I said you knew the whole time." "Knew what?" "That your family finally got tired of working around your ridiculous schedule, that they decided to actually have fun without waiting for you to pencil them in between meetings?" He chuckled, and it made my blood boil. "Come on, you had to know this was coming eventually. I paid for that vacation, and they used your money well. The cabin was beautiful. Your parents say thanks, by the way." Something inside of me cracked. Not in a spectacular or explosive fashion. It was more like a frayed cord that eventually gave way after years of use. Quiet, decisive and final. "I'm going to ruin you," I replied quietly. Kevin laughed harder this time. "What are you going to do? Sue your own family? Good luck with that. You look like a greedy, bitter spinster who can't handle being left out of one trip." "We'll see," I said and hung up. My hand stopped shaking. The wrath was still blazing in my chest, but it had become cold and concentrated. I had spent my whole adult life pursuing a profession in financial advising. I understood just how to manage financial conflicts. I knew just who to contact. Dylan Turner answered his office phone on the second ring. Max had been my attorney for years, guiding me through everything from contract negotiations to that disaster with my prior landlord. He was clever, vicious when needed, and owed me a favor. "Tell me you're calling with good news," he remarked in welcome. "I need your help with something," I told you. "Family matter, financial theft, and I need it handled quickly and thoroughly." "I'm listening." I described everything. Vacation planning, money transfers, covert trips, and a confrontation in the mall. Max listened without interrupting, and I could almost hear him taking notes. "Do you have any documentation of the transfer?" He eventually inquired. Bank statements, text messages about the trip planning, emails, everything. And they're refusing to return the funds? Haven't heard back from my dad yet, but my mom basically said they spent it and getting it back would be difficult. That's not how this works, Max responded. And I could detect a grin in his voice. He became predatory when he spotted a case he might win. They accepted money for a specific purpose, failed to fulfill that purpose, and are now refusing to return the funds. That's textbook fraud, possibly theft by deception, depending on how we frame it. How fast can you move on this? I can have a demand letter drafted and sent by tomorrow morning. If they don't respond appropriately within the time frame we give them, we file a civil suit. Given the dollar amount, we could also potentially involve law enforcement, though that gets messier with family. I want the letter sent tomorrow, I explained. Give them 3 business days to respond. If they don't pay back every cent with interest for the time they've had it, we file immediately. You're sure about this? Once we start down this road, there's no going back. Your family's going to be furious. They should have thought about that before they stole from me and lied about it. All right, Max said. I'll get started. Send me all the documentation you have and we'll make this airtight. After hanging up with Max, I remained in my car for a while, watching people come and go from the mall. Families carrying shopping bags, teens laughing, couples holding hands, ordinary folks going about their daily lives, not suffering with betrayal by those who were meant to love them the most. My phone vibrated. A text from Rachel. Please don't do anything rash. We can work this out. Family is more important than money. I wrote back with steadier fingers. You're right. Family should be more important than money. You should have remembered that before you took mine and left me behind. Another buzz. This is from Mom. I talked to your father. We can give you back half now and the rest over the next few months. Please be reasonable about this. Reasonable. They expected me to be fair over their theft. Full amount by Friday or my attorney proceeds with legal action. I said, this is non-negotiable. My phone began ringing instantly. Mom called back. I refused it. It rang again. Rachel this time. Declined. Dad declined. Kevin truly made me chuckle. Definitely declined. 3 voicemails arrived in rapid succession. I removed them without listening. That evening, I submitted all of my documents to Max. Bank accounts reflect a $5,000 transfer in April. Text messages from the family group chat about vacation arrangements, including days I had noted as open on my calendar. Dad sent me emails confirming receipt of my money and offering to handle all the preparations. Screenshots of our talk about activities and food planning. Everything conveyed a clear picture, a family trip planned jointly, funded for in part by me, but carried out without me while they retained my money. Max emailed back within an hour. This is even better than I thought. Their own messages establish intent and agreement. If they fight this, they'll lose badly. Letter goes out at 10 a.m. tomorrow. That night I prepared dinner in my quiet apartment. Pasta with marinara, simple yet cozy. My phone was vibrating with texts, but I switched off alerts from my family members. Whatever they had to say could wait until they were ready to have an open discussion, which was clearly not going to happen tonight. Around 10 o'clock my doorbell rang. I opened my phone's camera app and saw Rachel standing there, looking sad, clutching what looked to be a bottle of wine. I didn't respond. She rang again and knocked. Please, I know you're home, your car is here. I just want to talk. Through the webcam, I saw her stand there for 5 minutes, intermittently knocking, before departing. Her shoulders dropped as she went back to her car, and I felt a glimmer of regret. Then I recognized her face from the mall. She tried to rationalize excluding me, and she let her husband ridicule me on the phone. The guilt subsided. The demand letter came at my parents' residence by certified mail the next morning at 11:30 a.m. I know because I received a notice from the tracking application. Max had copied me on the letter, and it was beautiful. Professional, cold and completely damning. It presented the facts simply. Money was transferred for a specified reason. The purpose was not fulfilled. The beneficiary failed to refund money. Legal action will be taken if payment is not received within 3 business days. There's no emotional language. There are no accusations. Simply clean legal professionals who made it quite evident that they had made a mistake. My phone burst. 15 missed calls before noon. Text messages ranged from appealing to furious to confused. Dad left a message that began, "What the heck do you think you're doing?" and ended, "Call me immediately." Kevin didn't respond, which was odd. Rachel wrote a novel-length text about how upset she was that I'd engage attorneys, how she never imagined I'd prioritize money before family, and how disappointed she was in me. I replied once to the family group chat. You had numerous opportunities to do the right thing. You chose not to. And this is the result of that decision. I then silenced the chat. Work became my shelter. I immersed myself into a new customer proposal, went over financial estimates till my eyes crossed, and remained late at work 3 nights in a row. On Thursday morning, my coworker Olivia spotted and approached me at the coffee machine. Okay, what's going on? You've got that look, she replied, pouring herself a cup of the horrible break room coffee that we all pretended to drink. What look? I'm about to destroy someone's life and I have the spreadsheets to prove it. Look, I've seen it before. Usually right before you eviscerate someone's terrible business plan in a meeting. Regardless of everything, I grinned. Family drama. Don't want to bore you with it. Family drama that requires your legal murder face. Now I'm intrigued. I gave her a shortened version. Olivia's eyes widened with each revelation until she was shaking her head in astonishment. They took $5,000 from you and went without you. Are they insane? Apparently they thought I'd just let it go. Do they not know you at all? Olivia cracked a joke. I've watched you spend 6 hours tracking down a $4 accounting error because the principle of it bothered you. Did they really think you'd shrug off $5,000 and a massive betrayal? Seems that way. Well, I hope you crush them, she said gleefully. Family or not? That's messed up. You want to grab dinner tonight? You look like you could use a friend. I agreed, happy for the diversion. We proceeded to a Thai restaurant downtown, where Olivia amused me with anecdotes about her disastrous dating experiences. It was nice to laugh and think about something other than my family's treachery for a few hours. The deadline arrived on Friday morning. I'd received nothing from my family but more urgent texts, which I continued to ignore. At 9:30 a.m., Max phoned. They haven't contacted my office, he said. Want me to file? I thought about it for precisely 3 seconds. Regarding Rachel's phony grin at the mall. Regarding Mom's placating falsehoods. About Kevin's sarcastic tone. Regarding Dad's quiet through it all. File it, I said. Done. You'll have the case number by this afternoon. Fair warning, things are about to get very uncomfortable. They already are, might as well make them count. The lawsuit was entered into the county's record system by midday. Civil action seeking $5,000 in return, plus interest, court expenses, and attorney fees. Max had sued all 3 of them, Mom, Dad and Rachel, jointly and severally, which meant that any or all of them might be held accountable for the whole sum plus damages. My phone rang non-stop for the remainder of the day. I disregarded it all. At 5:47 p.m., another voice joined the chorus. Aunt Helen is my mother's sister. She left a message full of disappointment about how I was pulling the family apart over money, how my mother was in tears, and how everyone was stunned that I could be so heartless. I stored the message not to listen to again, but to show the level of pressure they were putting. Max said it could be beneficial later. That evening I received an SMS from an unknown number. It took me a while to recognize it was from my niece Sophia, Rachel's 12-year-old daughter. She was old enough to have her own phone, and evidently old enough to be hired as a courier. Aunt Lisa is really upset. Grandma too, can you please drop this? It's just money. I looked at the message for a long time. They had gotten a teenager interested. They were exploiting a child to attempt to guilt-trip me into giving up. I didn't respond. Max contacted the following Monday to provide an update. They've retained counsel. Jackson Weaver, local guy, does a lot of family law and estate stuff. He's already reaching out about settlement. What are they offering? Full repayment of the principal, no interest, no costs. They want you to sign a non-disclosure agreement and a release waiving any future claims. Absolutely not, I said quickly. They pay everything, including your fees and court costs. No NDA. They apologize in writing and I want confirmation that they understand what they did was wrong. The apology thing isn't standard. I don't care. That's my condition. They can accept it or face me in court. You're really not messing around with this, would you? If your family did this to you. Fair point, Max said. I'll communicate your terms. Counteroffers began to come in. They pay interest, but not attorney's expenses. They paid everything but requested the NDA. They do everything, but the written apology was very insulting. I declined each one. Every time Max would call and run the latest offer by me. And every time I would say no. My terms were my own. Take or leave it. During this time I learned something interesting about standing your ground. People unintentionally show themselves. Aunt Helen contacted me personally one evening, her voice sugary sweet, taking a different approach than her previous guilt trip message. Honey, I understand you're hurt, she told you. But your mother is beside herself. She's not sleeping, barely eating. Is the money really worth destroying her health? Is the money worth stealing? I responded. Because that's what they did. They stole from me. That's such an ugly word, Helen replied, her tone changing significantly. They made an error in their judgment. Humans make errors. Mistakes happen by accident. This was deliberate. They organized a trip, grabbed my money, left without me, and lied for weeks. That is not an error. It is a decision. You always were so black and white about things, she told me. And now the pleasure had vanished, leaving her hard and incapable of forgiving. Your mother warned me you'd be difficult about this. Good, I said. I hope she warned you correctly, because I'm not backing down. Helen hung up on me. I added her name to my mental list of folks who seemed to believe I should simply accept being taken from and ostracized because I was family. The whisper campaign began shortly after that. I learned from common friends that different family members were disseminating their versions of events. I was greedy, preoccupied with money, held grudges for nothing, and ripped the family apart with my selfishness. Someone even indicated that I hadn't wanted to go on the trip and was using it as an excuse to cause trouble. Each falsehood strengthened my determination. We were 4 weeks into our legal struggle when something interesting happened. Olivia entered my office one afternoon with an unusual smile on her face. So, I have weird news, she remarked, slamming the door behind her. Remember my boyfriend Greg? The one I'm always complaining about. The one who's emotionally unavailable but makes good pancakes. That's the one. Anyway, he's an accountant and he was telling me about this new client his firm just took on. Small business owner consulting company having some cash flow issues. She hesitated significantly. The business owner's name is Tyler Sutton. My head snapped up. Tyler is my brother-in-law. Same last name, industry, and approximate location. So I performed some little snooping on LinkedIn, and indeed, it was the same person. Tyler's business is in peril, according to Greg, who may have told me a little too much after 2 beers. Like major difficulty. Has not paid himself a wage in 4 months, which is a problem. I slumped back in my chair, trying to comprehend this knowledge. Tyler teased me over the phone for being a workaholic. Tyler, who appeared so superior during family events. Tyler, who chuckled at the idea of utilizing my money for their vacation. How bad are we talking? Olivia dropped her voice. Greg said the business has maybe 4 months before it's underwater completely. He's trying to restructure debt, but it's not looking good. Something about a large client backing out and taking their ongoing money with them. Huh? I said neutrally, although my mind was already processing the ramifications. Olivia said, "Are you thinking something evil? I can see it on your face." I'm thinking that Tyler Sutton's struggling business consulting company might benefit from the expertise of someone who specializes in financial turnarounds and business restructuring. I accessed my professional network on my computer, for example, the senior financial analyst at Williams Supply Solutions, who is connected to half of the tri-state area's mid-sized enterprises. You're going to help him? Olivia sounded skeptical. Oh no, I said, smiling slightly. I'm going to make sure every potential client he approaches knows exactly what kind of person they'd be working with. I'm going to ensure that every business owner in our network understands that Tyler Sutton is the type of man who thinks stealing from family is funny, that he's financially desperate, that he's exactly the kind of person you don't want having access to your company's financial information. That's diabolical. That's strategic, I said. I'm not going to lie about him. I'm just going to make sure the truth is very well known in all the right circles. I began that evening by casually informing a client over dinner about my continuing family legal predicament. Make sure to mention Tyler and his firm. A statement made at a networking event regarding the necessity of integrity in consulting partnerships, followed by a personal tale about my brother-in-law. I issued a courteous caution to a company owner acquaintance who was seeking for financial consulting services. Nothing actionable, nothing defamatory, simply information given casually, spreading like ripples across my professional network. Max called 2 days later, seeming amused. So, their attorney just contacted me in a panic. Apparently Tyler's business is losing potential clients at an alarming rate, and he's convinced you're behind it. How would I be behind his business failures? I'm not responsible for his reputation or his business management skills. That's essentially what I told their lawyer in more professional terms. But here's the interesting part. They want to settle all your terms. Full payment, attorney fees, court costs, and a written apology from each of them. My heart rate increased. What changed? Tyler's freaking out. He thinks you're going to destroy his business, and honestly, from what their attorney said, it sounds like you're doing exactly that. They want this over before you do more damage. I want to see the apologies before I agree to anything, I told them. And they need to be genuine, not some template their lawyer wrote. The apologies come by email 3 days later. 3 distinct letters, one from each. Dad was short and rough. I'm sorry for not communicating with you about the trip date change, and for not returning your money immediately when you asked. This got out of hand, and I should have handled it better. Mom's was lengthier and more emotional, with explanations of how they assumed I wouldn't mind, how they got caught up in the preparation, and how they never intended to upset me. It felt more like rationalization than apology, although it did include the words, "I'm sorry," as well as an acknowledgement that taking my money and failing to provide what was promised was wrong. Rachel's made me pause. It was 2 pages long, handwritten and scanned. The writing seemed disorganized, as if she had been sobbing while composing it. She apologized for lying to me in the mall, failing to stand up for me, allowing Kevin to influence her family decisions, and taking me for granted. She wrote about how she had always admired me, how jealousy had poisoned their relationship, and how she felt embarrassed of what they had done. I don't expect you to forgive me, she wrote in the conclusion. I know I destroyed something that might not ever be fixed. But I'm sorry. Truly, deeply sorry. You deserve so much better from all of us, but especially from me. I read the letter 3 times while sitting at my kitchen table with a glass of wine. Part of me was still enraged, part of me was fatigued, and a little part of me, hidden under the rage and betrayal, felt sad. We were saddened by what we had and had lost. But I was not prepared to forgive. Perhaps I never would be. The apologies are acceptable, I told Max. Draw up the settlement agreement. The money was deposited into my account on Tuesday morning. $5,000 principal, $160 in accumulated interest, and $7,200 in attorney and court expenses. Watching the deposit arrive in my account seemed strange. I had officially, legally, and utterly won, but it did not feel the way I had imagined. Max contacted to check that I had gotten everything. So, that's done. You planning to have any contact with them going forward? I honestly don't know. I admit that part of me wants to cut them off totally, but they are still my family, and that is tricky. It always is, he said sympathetically. For what it's worth, I think you handled this exactly right. They needed to face real consequences, and you made sure they did. Whether you eventually reconcile or not, at least you stood up for yourself. After we hung up, I sat with my phone in my palm, glancing at the family group chat that I had muted weeks before. There were 247 unread messages. I skimmed through them without reading properly. There was a lot of wrath, begging, and efforts to manipulate. Some communications from extended family members expressing their viewpoints. Rachel's note was at the bottom, sent only an hour ago. I know you probably won't read this, and I don't blame you, but I wanted you to know that Kevin and I are in marriage counseling. A lot of stuff came out during all of this, and I'm starting to see how toxic some of our dynamics have been. I'm working on it. Not for you, but for me and the kids. I hope someday we can talk again, but I understand if that never happens. You were right about everything. I gazed at the message for a long time. Then I did something I hadn't done in several weeks. I responded, I'm glad you're getting help, that takes courage. I'm not ready for a relationship right now, but I hope the counseling helps you. Her reaction was instantaneous, like if she had been waiting by her phone. Thank you. That means more than you know. I silenced the chat again, but something seemed different this time. Less like slamming a door. More like softly closing it, with the potential that it will open again someday. Work proceeded. Life continued. I attended Olivia's birthday party and laughed with coworkers during outrageous karaoke. I took a long weekend and traveled up to the mountains where I spent 3 days hiking without thinking about family turmoil. I began therapy because although winning my legal struggle, I was still dealing with a lot of mixed thoughts about everything. Kevin's business failed 2 months after the settlement. Olivia's boyfriend claims it wasn't simply due of reputational damage, but that didn't help. The financial issues had been mounting for a long, and losing those potential clients further expedited the process. Kevin accepted a position with a larger consulting firm, rather than starting his own business. I felt neither happy nor sorry about it. It was only information. 4 months after everything was completed, I received a card in the mail. Inside was a child's sketch of 2 stick figures holding hands, with the words, "I miss you, Aunt," scrawled in crayon at the top. Sophia, Rachel's daughter, had sketched it on the back using Rachel's handwriting. No pressure, just wanted you to know you're thought of. I posted the drawing on my refrigerator. 6 months later, Sophia received her birthday invitation. A children's party at a nearby bouncy house facility. The invitation was specifically targeted to me. No +1, no assumptions. Would love to have you there, but no hard feelings if you're not ready. Rachel, I sent an RSVP. Yes. The gathering was weird. Mom sobbed when she saw me and attempted to hug me, but I stood rigid and uncomfortable. Dad shook my hand politely, as if we were business acquaintances. Kevin remained on the opposite side of the party the entire time, which was okay with me. But Sophia lighted up when she spotted me, racing up for an embrace that was sincere and straightforward in the manner that only a 12-year-old's adoration can be. Rachel and I didn't say much, but when the kids were devouring cake, she walked over to where I was standing by the punch bowl. Thank you for coming, she said gently. It means a lot to Sophia especially. But to me too. She's a good kid, I explained. This isn't her fault, and she shouldn't be punished because the adults in her life messed up. Fair, Rachel said. She paused and continued. I really am in therapy, it's helping. I'm learning a lot about boundaries and people-pleasing and letting other people's opinions influence me too much. It's hard work, but I'm trying. Good, I said simply. I hope it helps. We stood silently for a moment, watching the children play. It was not pleasant, but it was not aggressive either. It was just neutral, a beginning point, perhaps for something different than what we had previously. I did not remain long after the cake was served. I said my goodbyes to Sophia, nodded to my parents, and went without much ceremony. But, when I drove home, I saw something had changed. The wrath that had propelled me throughout the legal struggle, burning hot and concentrated for months, had now subsided to a reasonable level. I had stood up for myself. I had created a line and enforced it. I had sought responsibility and received it. I wasn't sure whether my family and I would ever have a regular connection again. Maybe we'd form a new configuration that acknowledged what had transpired while respecting the constraints I'd set. Perhaps we wouldn't. And I'd have to grieve and move on nonetheless. Regardless, I'd learnt something useful. My worth was not negotiable. My dignity was unquestionable, and the people in my life, whether family or not, had to treat me with the respect I deserved, or they would have no place in my life at all. That mall meeting, as painful as it was in the moment, provided me with clarity. It had shown where I stood in my family's priorities, forcing me to choose what I was ready to accept. I refused to accept treachery, even from those who were meant to love me the most. A year after the mall incident, I got a text from Rachel on a random Tuesday afternoon. There's no special event, birthday, or holiday. Just remember how we used to get coffee at that place on 5th Street before you drove me to my college classes. I was thinking about that today. Those were good times. I considered that message for a time before answering. They were. The vanilla lattes were terrible, but the company was good. They were really terrible, she acknowledged. I'm free Saturday morning if you want to grab coffee somewhere with better lattes. No pressure. I pondered about it for precisely 10 seconds before responding. Saturday works. 10 a.m. It's a date, and I'm buying. You're definitely buying, I confirmed. Saturday morning came, dreary and drizzly. Typical autumnal weather. I nearly canceled 3 times, my hand hanging over my phone and fear rising in my gut. But I had promised to go, and I followed through. Rachel was already there when I arrived, seated at a corner table with 2 lattes and a look of genuine worry on her face. When she spotted me, she stood and appeared hesitant whether to hug me or not, so she did this uncomfortable half-wave instead. Hi, she said. I got you a vanilla latte, but I can get something else if you want. This is fine, I responded, sitting across from her. We spoke for 2 hours. Not about the lawsuit or treachery. Not at first. We spoke about work, her kids, the book she was reading, and my recent unsuccessful effort to plant tomatoes on my apartment balcony. Small discussion, safe talk, the type of conversation you have while you're trying to figure out if there's anything left to save. As we were about to depart, Rachel finally brought up the issue we had been avoiding. I know I've apologized in writing, but I need to say it in person, she continued, her hands wrapped around her empty coffee cup. What we did to you was unforgivable. I've been working through it in therapy, trying to understand why I let it happen, why I didn't stand up for you. There's no excuse that makes it okay. I just wanted you to hear me say that out loud, looking at you, not hiding behind a letter. Okay, I responded. Because what else was there to say? I don't expect things to go back to how they were, she said. I know that's probably impossible, but I hope maybe we can figure out something new, something better, even built on honesty this time instead of assumptions and taking each other for granted. Maybe, I responded slowly. But it's going to take time, Rachel. A lot of time. Trust isn't something you can just rebuild overnight. I know. I'm willing to put in that time if you are. I looked at my younger sister. Really stared at her. She had lost weight. Get out, you lowlife. My father yelled when I revealed my company was worth $24 million. I walked out and cut him off forever. I moved into my beach house the next day, so this will most likely be a lengthy post, but I need to get everything off my chest. I apologize in advance for any mistakes. I'm still quite emotional over all of this. Growing up in Columbus, Ohio, I was always the odd one in my family. While my siblings Michael and Lauren were doing the typical thing, getting high grades, preparing for college and following all the rules, I was out there trying to get money any way I could. I mean, when I was 11 years old, I had an exquisite lemonade stand that put other youngsters to shame. I had several tastes, loyalty punch cards, and the full 9 yards. Other kids thought I was crazy, but I made good money for an 11-year-old. By the age of 14, I was repairing people's computers for $22 per hour, while the local repair business charged $80. Everything I know I learned on YouTube and on forums. Spent hours solving issues that certified experts couldn't solve. My parents thought it was charming, but also rather frightening. Dad would often say things like, "Claire needs to focus on her real studies. These little games won't pay the bills when she grows up." My father, Robert, had been an accountant at the same monotonous business for around 28 years. Super conventional guy, believed that schooling was the only way to achieve in life. My mother, Ellen, was an elementary school teacher who was normally silent and agreed with anything my father said. They had a picture of success that included high grades, college, a nice career, and a wonderful life. Anything outside of that formula was considered failure to them. Michael and Lauren ate it up. They were the perfect children. Honor roll, student council, and all that college prep stuff. I attempted to care about that, but it seemed futile. While others joined groups to appear good on applications, I was acquiring real-world business skills, training myself web design, and reading any business book I could get my hands on. In high school, I created an internet store that sold bespoke phone covers. This was before everyone else started doing it, so I was ahead of the game. I created them myself, located manufacturers, managed customer service, sent returns, and basically operated an entire business out of my bedroom, earning about $2,400 before graduation, which felt like $1 million to me at the time. However, my parents were unable to look past the fact that my GPA was not perfect. They continued pushing me toward college, saying things like, "You can do your little computer hobby on the side, but you need a real education first." It was really irritating since I was already learning more from operating my business than any of my peers were getting in their AP classes. The hardest part was the family dinners. Michael would discuss his internship at an accounting business. Lauren would gloat about making the dean's list. And when I told Dad about my business, he would merely nod and change the conversation, as if my accomplishments were meaningless since they occurred outside of the classroom. Looking back, I believe they were terrified for me. They saw success in one manner, and I was entirely off script. But at the time it felt like they thought I was stupid or lazy, even though I worked more than anybody else in the family. To maintain the peace, I promised to attend community college. A huge error. I lasted 2 semesters before I wanted to scream. Business classes were taught by academics who had never ran a business. They just read from textbooks about notions that contradicted what I was seeing in the actual world. Meanwhile, I was anxious to get started on my actual company ideas. When I told my parents I was quitting out, World War II erupted in our home. The dispute lasted 5 whole days. Dad was enraged, his face glowing red, ranting about how I was wasting my life. And no child of mine will be a college dropout earning minimum wage jobs indefinitely. Mother wept a lot. Lauren and Michael looked at me as if I'd lost my mind, but I couldn't take it anymore. I felt like I was wasting time sitting in courses when I could be out there creating something. So, at the age of 20, I packed my belongings and moved out with $2,500 saved from my many side hustles. I'm not going to lie. The first few months were tough. I discovered this little studio apartment in an area where you absolutely did not wash laundry after dark. I survived on ramen, noodles, and whatever was on sale at the grocery store. I worked 16-hour days attempting to establish my e-commerce platform as my parents continued phoning to see when I'd come to my senses and return to school. My first 3 business ventures failed terribly. The first was a dropshipping venture that went wrong when suppliers gave out defective items and buyers demanded refunds that I couldn't pay. I lost almost $950 on that one. Then I tried social media management for small businesses, but I was so anxious to get clients that I underpriced everything and ended up working 20 hours a day for almost nothing. I burned out quickly and lost the majority of my clients because I couldn't keep up. The third effort was creating handcrafted jewelry. It turns out that I am not an artist at all. Made some great products, but couldn't find out how to expand beyond selling at local markets. Each failure suffered, but I was learning things that business schools don't teach, such as how to deal with challenging suppliers, how to correctly price services, and how to manage cash flow when you're just scraping by. My family's reaction to these failures was not positive. Dad would call and leave voicemails like, "This is exactly what we warned you about. It's not too late to go back to school." Michael would text me job listings for entry-level positions with, "Thought you might be interested" messages. They meant well, I believe, but it felt like they were just waiting for me to fail, so they could say, "I told you so." The turning moment occurred when I met Catherine at a networking event. She was approximately 18 years older than me, had started and sold several firms, and for some reason wanted to assist me out. She became the mentor I so needed, someone who understood what I was attempting to do and didn't think I was insane for not taking the standard road. Claire once told me over coffee that education may take many forms. Some of the most successful people I know learnt via experience rather than sitting in a classroom. For the first time in years, someone validated my decisions, rather than questioned them. With Catherine's help, I finally got my act together. At 23, I founded Heartland Manufactured, an e-commerce platform that connects small American manufacturers with buyers looking for locally manufactured items. The time was ideal since there was a major push to encourage small businesses and made-in-America products. I started small, with only 32 artisan partners across 3 states. My flat was roughly equal parts office and residential area. I had a futon that worked as both a sofa and a bed. My workstation and printer took up the most of the area. I worked from 5:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Every day I handle everything myself. Website development, customer support, bookkeeping and marketing, you name it. The breakthrough came around 9 months later, when a famous lifestyle blogger featured one of our partners. Orders began rushing in, totally overwhelming our basic systems. I worked for 64 hours straight, attempting to fulfill orders and modernize our website so it wouldn't crash. That weekend, I earned $12,000 in income, more than I had ever seen in my bank account. I was so delighted that I contacted my folks to tell them. Dad responded, "That's lovely, honey, but it's probably just temporary. You may always return to college after this thing has run its course." His comments stung, but they also ignited a fire inside me. I was determined to show him incorrect, not through arguments, but via outcomes. The subsequent 6 years were crazy. Heartland Made expanded much above my first expectations. We grew from 32 partners to more than 460 manufacturers and artisans in 48 states. Every step of development presented new problems that nearly broke me, but also taught me lessons that no college course could. When our servers broke after a large Black Friday campaign, I remained up for 52 hours straight, working with engineers to bring everything back online, while personally responding to hundreds of irate customer emails. When a larger rival attempted to lure our top sellers by offering higher commission rates, I went across the nation, visiting with each partner in person, establishing ties and enhancing our terms. The most challenging phase was year 3, when we were growing too quickly for our cash flow, had inventory requirements that exceeded sales, and I spent 4 months without paying myself a wage. I relocated to an even smaller apartment, ate only rice and beans, and negotiated payment conditions with suppliers while trying not to reveal how near we were to bankruptcy. But we pulled it through, and those tight months taught me financial discipline, which helped me as the firm grew. By year 4, we had generated $1.3 million in yearly income. After everyone left, I celebrated alone in my office with a single glass of champagne, reflecting on how far I'd come from my first unsuccessful dropshipping firm. Here's the problem though. I kept my success concealed from my family. They knew I had an internet business that was performing well, but I downplayed everything. Part of me feared they'd find a way to downplay it, and part of me was still wanting their acceptance in this strange manner. So, when my family needed assistance, I began assisting them discreetly. When Mom was diagnosed with breast cancer in year 5 and faced $82,000 in medical expenditures that were not covered by insurance, I paid everything straight to the hospital and experts. Dad stated an insurance payout that had spared them from debt, but he didn't know where the money came from. Michael wanted assistance with a down payment for his first home. He fell $45,000 short of the bank's requirements. I created a fictitious family loan through a different account, making it appear to be from a distant uncle. He accepted the money gladly, but made comments about how I needed to acquire a real job with benefits. Lauren's fantasy wedding was about to be wrecked when her fiancé lost his job 7 months before the event. I paid the $55,000 gap for the venue and caterers. She knew the money came from me, but she played it down at family gatherings, referring to it as assistance from my little online firm, which was having a successful year. The disconnection was awful. By day, I led strategy meetings for a multi-million-dollar corporation, making choices that impacted hundreds of partner companies. By night, I was receiving texts from family members who treated me as if I had dropped out of college and gotten fortunate with some online thing. But I kept assisting because I cared about them, even if they didn't comprehend or respect what I had created. I assumed they'd ultimately see that my route had worked out, and that education wasn't the only road to success. I was mistaken about that. Dad's 60th birthday was approaching, and I made a choice that I hoped would finally alter everything. I was weary of disguising my accomplishment and being viewed as the family's failure. I purchased him a big gift, a fully loaded retirement account, and promised to be open about my business for the first time. I spent weeks practicing what I was going to say. I was not attempting to boast or show off. I simply wanted them to realize that my alternative route had worked out, and perhaps even gain some of the praise I'd been seeking my whole life. The evening began normally enough. Same house, furnishings, and family dynamics. Michael arrived in his business casual attire with his wife, bragging about his new promotion. Lauren was talking about perhaps becoming a junior partner at her accounting business. When Eric discussed e-commerce development, Michael swiftly shifted the conversation to his child's minor league numbers. Throughout the pre-dinner chat, no one asked me any questions about my life or career. I waded through conversations about neighborhood gossip, Michael's children's accomplishments, and Lauren's travel plans. Finally, during dessert, I realized it was time. "Dad, Mom, everyone," I said, my heart pounding despite my attempts to remain calm. I wanted to share some news regarding my firm. Heartland Made has lately been valued at $24 million. We've had multiple purchase proposals, and I've been featured in Business Insider and Entrepreneur magazines. The hush that followed seemed to last forever. Mom froze, fork halfway to her mouth. Lauren and Eric exchanged looks. Michael simply gazed at me. Dad was the first to speak, and he used a contemptuous tone. "What does that imply, Claire? These online enterprises utilize all kinds of crazy arithmetic to come up with these valuations." I remained calm and explained how business appraisals operate. I discussed our income streams and projected growth, as well as our 44-person office and collaborations with over 460 manufacturers. Michael interrupted me before I could continue. "So you were lucky with this internet stuff. That's wonderful. But some of us have been developing genuine jobs with true qualifications." He stressed qualifications, appealing to his wife for support. "It's not luck," I said, attempting to remain cool. "It's 8 years of working 16-hour days, solving complex problems, and building something meaningful. We've helped save dozens of American manufacturing businesses that were about to close." Eventually, Mom spoke out. "That sounds impressive, darling. I still wish you had completed your degree. Even in this profession, knowledge is essential." I was becoming agitated, but I pressed on. "Actually, I brought something for Dad." I gave him the envelope containing the retirement account paperwork. "I wanted to make sure you both have a comfortable retirement." Instead of thankfulness, Dad's face turned furious as he comprehended what he was seeing. "What is this supposed to be? Some form of charity? We didn't raise you to treat money as if you were superior to everyone else." "That was not my aim," I clarified. "I just wanted to help the same way I helped with Mom's medical bills, Michael's house down payment, and Lauren's wedding." That is when everything detonated. All three of them snapped simultaneously. My covert financial assistance was abruptly revealed. Dad spat. "That was all you?" Lauren seemed humiliated. Michael's expression became unpleasant. Mom only looked puzzled. "You've been paying for things behind our backs." Dad's voice grew stronger. "Playing the big shot with your internet money." "I was just trying to help," I said, my voice lowering despite myself. "I never wanted recognition." Michael leaped in. "They made us feel like charity cases. Some of us work legitimate professions with genuine degrees rather than becoming wealthy quick with internet scams." "It's not a scheme," I protested. "I established a respectable firm that assists American manufacturers in reaching their target audience. We have dozens of employees with decent pay and benefits." Dad got up, his napkin sliding on the floor. "You drop out of college against our advice, disappear into your little internet world, and now you come back throwing money around like you have all the answers." "That's not what I'm doing," I argued, trying to keep my voice calm. "Do you think your money makes you successful?" he said, his voice growing louder. "You're still illiterate garbage who got fortunate. Anyone can get lucky." The room fell quiet. Mom gasped gently and offered nothing in my defense. Michael gazed down at his plate with a small smile. Lauren was caught between shame and consent. "Robert?" Mom eventually said. But it was too late and too quiet to matter. "No," Dad said, agitated now. "I've always worked the proper way. I received an education, established a good profession, and raised a family. I will not be shown up in my own home by my dropout daughter." I rose up slowly, gathered my bag. "I should go." "Yes, you should," Dad said. "Get out of my house, you lowlife. Your money does not make you a member of this family. We have standards." Each syllable struck like a physical blow. I looked around the table, looking for any allies or signs of support. There was none. Michael would not even make eye contact. Lauren gazed at her plate. Mom just sat there, shocked. "Happy birthday, Dad," I replied gently, stepping toward the door with all the dignity I had left. Nobody followed me outside. Nobody called after me. I got into my car with shaky hands and could hardly hold the steering wheel. As I drove away from the house where I grew up, I felt something essential had broken and could never be repaired. My trip back to the hotel was a jumble of lamps and tears. I had to pull over twice because I couldn't see the road anymore. The irony was not lost on me. I had a multi-million-dollar firm, but I was spending the night at a hotel in my hometown because my family's home was no longer available to me. In that antiseptic hotel room, I kept replaying the evening. Had I been too proud or forward? Should I have handled things differently? The financial assistance I had provided now seemed like a desperate attempt to purchase acceptance. I'd never obtain it via accomplishments alone. I took out my laptop and began recording every penny I had given my family over the years. The list was astonishing. $82,000 for Mom's cancer treatment, $135,000 for Michael's house, including later requested renovations, $55,000 for Lauren's wedding and honeymoon, $24,000 for Dad's car repair, $38,000 for Mom's kitchen renovation, and countless other expenses, Christmas gifts, birthday presents, and emergencies. Nearly $335,000 in all, money I never expected to get but gave freely out of love for a family who had just called me garbage. Around midnight, Lauren wrote, "Dad is still unhappy, but he will get over it. You know how he reacts when his authority is challenged." There was no apology, no admission of how horrific the entire situation was, just an expectation that I would accept the abuse and pretend nothing happened. I did not react. Instead, I phoned a therapist in the city where I reside. Dr. Miller agreed to do an emergency virtual session the next day. "Family wounds cut deepest," she noted after I told her everything, "especially when they target the same issues we've fought so hard to overcome." Dr. Miller guided me through the complicated dynamics at play throughout the course of the following few sessions. My achievement jeopardized the family structure and the principles that my parents had based their lives on. My financial assistance, rather than eliciting appreciation, had sparked animosity by emphasizing a power shift they were unwilling to accept. "Your father's identity is built around being the provider and authority," she told me. "Your success challenges both roles." I began journaling, chronicling not just that horrific night, but also patterns throughout my upbringing. In subtle ways, my business zeal had been dampened. Times when intellectual achievements were honored, but commercial triumphs were downplayed. I was constantly reminded that without a degree, I would never be genuinely successful. This procedure demonstrated how thoroughly I had internalized these teachings. Despite my apparent success, a part of me still felt like the family failure, the dropout with something to prove. This explained my reluctance to openly reveal my accomplishments and ongoing financial assistance without acknowledgement. Lauren phoned 10 days after the disastrous meal. I let it go to voicemail. "Claire, please call back. Dad feels horrible about what occurred. We all do. But you have to understand how it appeared. You come in and essentially flaunt off your money. It was disrespectful to the rest of us who had worked hard for our jobs." I erased the message. The plot surprise was stunning. I'd somehow become the villain for presenting the realities about my business after years of downplaying my accomplishment. Michael then texted, "Family is family. Let's get beyond this." There was no apology, only the assumption that I would accept my job and the treatment that came with it. 3 weeks later, I made a choice that felt both scary and freeing. I planned to value self-respect above destructive familial relationships. My new home would be the beach house I purchased as an investment property in Naples, Florida the previous year. Before leaving Ohio for good, I sent a letter to my parents. "Dear Mother and Father, I have spent years seeking your acceptance and respect. I provided financial assistance for our family while downplaying my accomplishments to avoid making anyone uncomfortable. Despite creating a $24 million firm that helps to keep American manufacturing employment, I've been made to feel like the family failure because I chose a different route. When Dad referred to me as illiterate garbage and a lowlife, it exposed how you actually saw me. No amount of accomplishment can ever alter that impression. I can't continue to be in a relationship where my worth is determined on credentials rather than character and achievement. I'll always adore you both, but I need space for my own well-being. I hope that eventually we can repair our friendship on the basis of mutual respect. Love, Claire. I sealed it and shipped it myself. No response came. I had my executive assistant pack and transport my possessions from Ohio to Florida. I gave the majority of my furnishings and clothing to local organizations. I wanted a fresh start with little baggage. My firm could operate remotely, with periodic journeys back for essential meetings. I had established a strong leadership team that could handle day-to-day operations without my personal presence. As I boarded the plane to Florida, I had a strange combination of loss and liberation. The family I'd worked so hard to please was behind me, but so was the stress of seeking acceptance that I'd never get. Naples, Florida, welcomed me with bright sunshine and sea air, a stark contrast to the dismal Ohio winter I had left behind. My beach home was a contemporary two-story structure with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the Gulf of Mexico, located on a peaceful stretch of beachfront. I'd only been there twice on brief holidays, so it seemed more like an elegant hotel than a home. Making this space completely mine became a type of therapy. I began on the main bedroom, replacing the generic beige bedding with handcrafted quilts from one of my Heartland-made craftsmen in North Carolina. The mass-produced art was replaced with original works by young American artists I discovered via the business. Every morning I awoke to the sound of waves and true creation all around me. The next step was to renovate the kitchen. I set up open shelves to showcase handcrafted ceramics from our Vermont and New Mexico suppliers. The utilitarian equipment remained, but colorful fabrics and locally produced wooden serving boards added warmth to the area. Routines become crucial. Each morning began with a dawn stroll down the beach, barefoot on the soft sand, gathering shells and watching dolphins. I discovered a small coffee shop managed by a Cuban-American family, and I became a regular. They welcomed me by name, not by order number. Running the business remotely was easier than I anticipated. Video conferencing replaced in-person meetings, and our systems ran efficiently without the daily drive or office interruptions. I was really more productive and made better judgments from my new quiet headquarters. After the first month, my executive team paid a 4-day visit to my seaside deck for strategy brainstorming. Several people commented on the good improvements they saw in my leadership style. "You seem more centered, Andrew," my operations director noted, "more confident in your decisions." He was correct. Without the continual pressure to seek family approval, my entrepreneurial instincts flowed more easily. I trusted my judgment without the specter of Dad's disapproval looming over every decision. Community participation became another anchor. I joined both the local Chamber of Commerce and a business women's networking organization. Unlike at home, where I downplayed my success, here I was forthright about my company and accomplishments. The respect came effortlessly, free of the baggage of who I had previously been. I befriended Natalie, the owner of a small art gallery, and she introduced me to her group of successful women in their 30s and 40s. They regarded each other based on current accomplishments, rather than historical qualifications. Our monthly dinner gatherings became highlights, full of laughter and talks that never featured queries about my degree, or hints that I'd struck fortunate. Michael arrived abruptly at my home on a Saturday afternoon, 4 weeks into my existence in Florida. "Nice place?" he exclaimed, whistling as he took in the seaside view from my living room. "Really nice." His presence was unsettling in my new refuge. He seemed out of place in his button-down shirt and ironed khakis amidst my relaxed seaside decor. "What brought you to Florida, Michael?" I inquired without offering a drink or a seat. "Family?" he answered with the same confident smile he'd used to dazzle our parents since we were kids. "And I could use some advice about an investment opportunity, possibly a loan to get in on the ground floor." With our parents not around, his facade immediately dissipated. This was strictly a financial visit. "I'm not making loans to family members anymore," I stated firmly. "That chapter is over." His visage darkened. "So that's how it is. You relocate to your beachfront house and forget where you're from. Dad was correct about you." "Dad labeled me illiterate garbage and booted me out of the house," I told him. "Is that what you're here to reinforce?" Michael backed away fast. He didn't intend it that way. You know how he gets. Family fights occur. That wasn't a fight. It was a revelation, I answered. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have plans this afternoon." After seeing him out, I sat on my veranda, watching the surf, remarkably unaffected by the meeting. The boundaries I was setting seemed proper, even though they were difficult to execute. That evening I took a crucial choice, called my lawyer, and established an anonymous scholarship fund at the community college where I had temporarily studied. The Claire Wilson Entrepreneurship Scholarship would offer complete tuition and support to 6 students each year who displayed entrepreneurial aptitude but lacked typical academic advantages. Make sure the selection criteria focus on demonstrated initiative and creative problem solving, not grades, I told you. And find mentors who've built actual businesses, not just taught business classes. Weeks slipped into months, and the anguish of family rejection faded from an acute wound to an old wounded that lingered every now and then. I was creating something new, not just a house, but a genuine existence based on my ideals rather than others' expectations. Then something unexpected occurred, bringing everything full circle. Natalie contacted me early one morning and insisted I pick up a copy of the Naples Business Journal, which I didn't generally read. Page 4. You're going to want to see this. There I was, shot on my terrace with the Gulf of Mexico behind me, with the title, E-commerce entrepreneur brings multi-million-dollar enterprise to Naples. The writer had done her homework, outlining Heartland Made's rise from startup to $24 million value, our effect on American manufacturing, and my new entrepreneurial scholarship foundation. I didn't authorize this, I informed Natalie when she called to congratulate me. Public records, she said. Property transfers and business registrations. Once they knew you were here, the rest was simple. Besides, it's a terrific piece. She was correct. The article was well researched and complimentary, focused on professional achievements rather than personal strife. I didn't think much about it until the next week, when my phone began to light up with social media alerts. The piece was taken up by numerous bigger business journals and widely shared on LinkedIn and Facebook. Former high school classmates immediately recalled our friendship. Teachers stated they had always recognized my ability. The most startling letters came from small company owners in my hometown, congratulating me for demonstrating what was possible without pursuing established channels. You inspired me to finally launch my business, wrote a former student. If you could build something so substantial without a fancy degree, maybe my idea has merit too. The local newspaper back home even carried a shortened version with an extra angle. Local entrepreneur has national influence. The irony was not lost on me. The same community that had discreetly reinforced my parents' unhappiness suddenly recognized me as a hometown success story. My family eventually realized the full depth of my accomplishment as a result of the media's ripple effect. My cousin Emily sent the first friend request, which was followed by numerous additional extended family members who had previously exhibited little interest in my life. Mom then sent a text message. I noticed an article about your firm. Very amazing. Dad and I are quite proud. There is no mention of Dad's nasty statements, no acknowledgement of the schism. Just a casual display of pride, which had been noticeably lacking when I sat at their dinner table. Dad's voicemail arrived the next day, with an unnaturally cheery tone. Claire, there's major news about your firm in the press. I've always known you have it. There appears to have been a misunderstanding last time we spoke. Call me back as soon as you can. There was a misunderstanding. That was how he described calling his daughter illiterate garbage and kicking her out of the house. 4 days later, Mom texted again. We are thinking of going Florida next month. I would love to visit your new house. Let us know if it works for you. The message landed on my stomach like a stone. 6 weeks of mending, of creating a new life free of their judgment, and now they wanted to just show up at my door as if nothing had occurred. I did not answer promptly. Instead, I arranged an emergency appointment with Dr. Miller. You have several options, she said after hearing my worries. You may refuse the visit outright. You can agree, but create clear boundaries for what you will and will not discuss. Alternatively, you might consider this as a chance for open communication that could lead to healing. However, this needs their willingness to recognize the harm done. After considerable thinking, I texted Mom. You and Dad are welcome to visit, but we need to have an open discussion about what happened at his birthday dinner before we can proceed. Please let me know whether you're open to that type of talk. Her reaction was swift. Of course, dear. We just want to put this behind us and be a family again. The phrase bothered me, the desire to put it behind us without openly addressing it, but I confirmed the dates of their visit. As the day neared, I prepared physically and mentally. I planned for them to stay at a nearby hotel rather than my house, allowing me to maintain my personal space, and I role-played uncomfortable talks with Dr. Miller, practicing setting boundaries without becoming defensive. They came on a bright Tuesday afternoon. I met them for lunch at a seaside restaurant, which provided a public atmosphere to help temper the initial meeting. They appeared smaller, less threatening than they did in Ohio. Dad appeared to be losing confidence. Mom seemed more worried than I recalled. "This place is something else," Dad exclaimed, pointing to the turquoise lake visible through the restaurant windows. "You've done well for yourself, Claire." The small emphasis on yourself didn't escape me. Nor did the inference that my accomplishment existed outside of family values. "Thank you," I said simply, without breaking the tense silence that ensued. Mom joined in with small conversation about their travel, the weather, and how different Florida was from Ohio. I answered pleasantly but did not contribute to the conversation. Finally, once our lunch arrived, Dad cleared his throat. "About what happened at my birthday meal. You called me uneducated trash and a lowlife," I said gently. "You told me to get out of your house and that my money didn't make me part of the family." His expression was irritable. "I was startled to hear the news regarding your company. It took me off guard. I may have overreacted. This is not an apology, but an excuse." "I need to understand," I said, keeping eye contact. "Was that response to my revealing my accomplishment or to knowing I'd been assisting the family financially?" "Both," Mom interrupted. "It felt like you were showing off, like you were saying you're better than us now." "I never said or thought that," I told you. "I spent years concealing my accomplishments to avoid making people uncomfortable. I contributed monetarily because I could and wanted to aid the family I adore." The conversation proceeded in this way throughout lunch. No true apology appeared, only explanations and attempts to downplay the gravity of what had occurred. The subtext became more evident. They were here because my public achievement made rejecting me socially unpleasant, not because they had changed their minds about my worth. As we completed our lunch, I came to a conclusion. "I'd want to show you my house. But first I need to clarify something. I'm not going to pretend like dinner never occurred. I will not tolerate being called names or having my decisions criticized. If you want a relationship to progress, it must be built on mutual respect." They exchanged looks before Dad nodded stiffly. "That seems reasonable." When they arrived at my beach property later that afternoon, their looks as they took in the magnificent ocean vista said it all. This physical evidence of my progress could not be dismissed or minimized. The $24 million worth was no longer an abstract figure, but rather reflected in coastal real estate and elegant elegance. "This is quite something," Dad said, his voice tense. As I guided them through the house, pointing them the handcrafted artifacts from Heartland-made craftsmen that adorned each room, I realized something significant. Their acceptance, which I had desired for so long, no longer carried the same weight. I was proud of this home and the company that made it possible, regardless of how they reacted. That discovery was likely the most beneficial effect of their visit, worth more than any apology they could have given. We spent hours talking on the terrace as the sun sank over the Gulf. There was no spectacular reunion or sobbing group embrace instantly mend decades of misunderstanding. Instead, we struck a shaky agreement, a beginning point rather than a conclusion. "Moving ahead," I said as the evening came to an end, "I'm willing to restore our connection, but with clear limits. I won't accept being demeaned for my educational choices or having my success attributed to luck rather than hard work." They agreed, though I could tell Dad was hesitant in his tight grin and qualifying comments. Mom was more truly receptive, possibly realizing for the first time her involvement in facilitating the dynamics that had caused so much suffering. After they returned to Ohio, I thought on my stay and the road that had brought me here. The mending process was far from complete, but great progress had been made. In the months that followed, I had just brief weekly phone chats with my parents, which got less unpleasant with time. My connection with my siblings developed differently. Lauren ultimately made a real apology for her involvement in the family dynamics, and we gradually restored a relationship based on adult friendship rather than childhood habits. Michael stayed distant, occasionally sending holiday pleasantries but making no genuine attempt to comprehend or acknowledge the pain done. The most essential takeaway from all of this is that your worth is not defined by others' judgments, particularly those influenced by obsolete ideas or expectations. Success may take many different shapes, most of which are unexpected. Sometimes the most painful rejections lead to the most sincere and rewarding routes forward. 2. My stepfather charged me $350 per month. At 15, kicked me out with 45 days notice, then demanded $225,000 of my $520,000 lottery win. At the age of 13, my mother married Mark Caldwell. He entered our home, occupied the master bedroom, and established rules. He is the head of his household. He claims it. Not his home. My mother's house. My deceased father gave it to her. Mark Caldwell acted as if he owned everything after ringing her. I addressed him as, "Sir." Set a time of 8:30 p.m. weekend curfew. He chastised me for overeating. He labeled me a financial strain. When I was 15, my dad charged $350 per month in rent. Was in high school. To pay him, I worked in fast food. Mum did not speak. Mark Caldwell was never mentioned. She looked down at the floor and said it would teach me responsibility. I worked 28 summer and 18 school hours. I paid Mark Caldwell on a monthly basis. I never missed. He never said thank you. He never said he was proud of me. He kept the money, claiming I was learning real-world skills. Mark Caldwell granted me 45 days to leave on my 19th birthday, 3 weeks after graduation. He declared me an adult. He desired privacy with Mom. I had been his guest long enough. Mom cried, but did not defend me. She handed me $250 and packed my belongings without Mark Caldwell noticing. I stayed with an elderly woman across town. I attended community college nights while working full-time in a warehouse. I did not bother my parents or Mark Caldwell. No money, assistance, or advice. I resolved everything. I learned how to file taxes, repair a car, and budget for food in college. It takes 5 years to graduate. I became an accountant. Not flashy, but solid. Excellent compensation, benefits, and opportunities for advancement. My own apartment, then a condominium. I lived without Mark Caldwell or his mother. I saw them twice per year. Thanksgiving and Mother's birthday. Mark Caldwell frequently criticized my work, car, and clothing. Accountants bored him. He suggested I start a business. His failing landscaping company squandered my mother's money. Of course, I made bad decisions. I stopped caring about his words. I smiled, helped my mother wash the dishes, and quickly left. 4 months ago I won the lottery. Not a mega jackpot, but plenty. $520,000 post-tax. Initially I remained quiet. My apartment is fully paid. A lot was saved, just purchased a car. Dependable and not flashy. I donated some to a shelter that assisted me when I was 20 and unemployed. 1 month later I told my mother. "Keep it between us," I said. Should have known better. That night she informed Mark Caldwell. He called the following morning. He didn't congratulate me or express his happiness. He requested lunch. A discussion of family finances was suggested. I should have declined, but I was intrigued. I desired his face-to-face response. We met at his neighborhood diner. His appearance was the same. I wore the same polo shirt, arrogant grin, and stared like I was 15 again while renting. He was effective. He stated that lottery prizes should be fair. He calls himself the family patriarch. He claimed my mother worked hard to raise me. He advised me to share the luck. His goal was $225,000. A lump sum was requested. He wanted to expand his landscaping business. He referred to it as the family's future investment. I asked for his family's definition. Mom, him and I. We formed a bond. Supporting one another was critical. I reminded him that I was expelled at 19. I was told to mature. I reminded him that he had never helped me with college, my first apartment, or anything. I was labeled a kid for scoring. Then he became enraged. He called me selfish. My greed embarrassed my mother, he said. He stated that my family would not respect me if I kept the money. As housekeeper, he had final say over finances. He believed that his marriage to my mother gave him control over her bank accounts. Allow him to talk for another 12 minutes. He had planned. A new business vehicle, a trip for him and his mother, or a boat. He pretended the money was his, and I was just a minor impediment to his shopping spree. I refused him after he had stopped. In 3 seconds, his face turned red. His voice rose. We were being watched by other tables. He said I was ungrateful and selfish. He said, "Family takes care of family." I ignored my mother's advice. I spoke steadily. I reminded him that I was expelled at the age of 19. Since then I have supported myself. I told him that we define family differently. The jaw tightened. He held the table edge in his hands. It was hard for him to respond. He switched tactics quickly. He dropped his voice, almost mournfully. Money has ruined our relationship. He mentioned that she missed her daughter. I took note of his meeting call. I claimed he demanded cash. His hand struck the table. Silverware jumped. Several people looked. I had just 10 days to decide what kind of daughter I wanted. He stood up and left. His coffee was free. I waited another minute before paying the bill and leaving. I made it to my car before shaking. I waited for 25 minutes in the parking lot with the steering wheel. Someone told me that this would happen. I anticipated Mark Caldwell's attempt. I was so furious hearing him say that and demand my money as if he deserved it that I couldn't think straight. Start the car and head to my condominium. Straight to my laptop. I spent the entire evening researching family finances and legal rights. I read that relatives won the lottery. Cease and desist letters and harassment laws were discussed. I noted. Saved websites. Information and strategy were helpful. That night around 9, my phone rang. Mom. When I replied, she spoke softly and contritely. Mark Caldwell was unhappy, she stated. She requested my help. Her words expressed my concern, but not sufficiently. Why did she inform Mark Caldwell about the lottery, despite my advice? A moment of silence. She claimed she tells her husband everything. People do this during their marriages. Saying it broke my heart, she said. So I told her that my condo was paid off. Saying I saved for the future. I donated to charity. There was no gift for Mark Caldwell. Her tears began. She claimed I split the family over money. She said I had changed. She said I was nice before. I told her I rented at 15. I was expelled at the age of 19. I corrected her. Nothing about me has changed except now I have money and Mark Caldwell wants it. She let out a cry. I hung up. The next morning, I looked up family and financial protection lawyers. I found Evelyn Harper. According to her website, she helped customers protect their assets from family pressure. I scheduled an afternoon appointment with her office. Everything in her office had been described. My mother's call, Mark Caldwell's $225,000 demand, and the diner meeting. Evelyn Harper took frequent notes. Dates and details were noted. She questioned Mark Caldwell's claims and my mother's involvement. After I finished, she looked up and said, "This happens more than people think. We need to protect my assets right away." Evelyn Harper advised me to record everything. I recall every interaction with Mark Caldwell, as well as my mother's money calls and texts. In case things got worse, she said, if Mark Caldwell tries to make legal threats or harasses me, I'll need a clear record of everything. That night I began keeping detailed records at home. I documented the entire restaurant experience. Mark Caldwell demanded an exact amount, slapping his palm on the table. I logged times and dates. Michael Brooks, my accountant, came 3 days later. I told both my mother and Mark Caldwell. I restructured my finances with Michael Brooks. Enhanced security. His beneficiary lists do not include Mark Caldwell. This was observed by Michael Brooks. Families claim lottery winnings. Legal documentation is the best protection I can get. He exited his office safely. I had attorneys, accountants and paperwork. Was shielded. Mark Caldwell called 4 days after dinner. His gentle, sensible tone made the restaurant dispute appear unreal. I overreacted, he admitted. He wants $60,000 to expand the business. Just enough to stabilize, he said. I am not giving him any money. Please stop contacting me about this. I spoke forcefully. His tone shifted abruptly. The friendly voice left. He said, I'd regret it. He thought I was very wrong. His family remembers treachery. He spoke louder with each phrase. I advised him not to threaten me. I record everything he says. I hung up. Again my hands tremble. However, I felt stronger than at the diner. Now I have lawyers. Was shielded. I proved his actions. The next morning my phone lit up with a text from my mother. 3 more followed. I read pages about how difficult opening mail was. She claimed that her landscaping company lost money every month. Mark Caldwell worked 13-hour days to keep everything running, she said. She despised seeing him exhausted and irritable at home. She believed the company would be fine with some assistance during this difficult time. She never mentioned cash. She never asked directly. But every word was intended to shame me. Each statement was intended to make me feel bad about not sharing my money with Mark Caldwell and my mother. Read each text twice. I took a screenshot on my phone. My documentation folder held them. I remained silent. I returned to work with my phone facing down on my desk. 3 days later, I met Daniel Reed for lunch at a bistro near work. Daniel Reed and I collaborated for 4 years. I told him about my bad dates, car problems, an annoying midnight drummer neighbor. I didn't tell him much about my family. I mentioned my mother frequently. I mentioned that my stepfather and I did not get along. I never told the entire story. That day I told him about Mark Caldwell charging me rent at 15, being kicked out at 19, working my way through college on my own, winning the lottery and demanding $225,000 as if it was his right, and my mother's guilt trip texts every morning. Daniel Reed stared at me after he dropped his sandwich. He denied knowledge. He assumed I had the typical distant relationship with my parents. His feelings toward Mark Caldwell and my mother were negative. He asked about my plans. I told them I wouldn't give. I had a lawyer and documented everything. That was clever, said Daniel Reed. He then said something that helped me feel less alone than I had in weeks. He agreed to help if Mark Caldwell returned. He advised me not to face this alone. Really, thank you. I was reviewing spreadsheets at work 10 days after the diner meeting when my desk phone rang. The receptionist was downstairs. Her voice lacked confidence. She mentioned that my stepfather wanted to meet in the foyer. My heart sped up. I asked her to repeat. She said my stepfather, Mark Caldwell, was here to talk about something important. I told her I wasn't available. Request his departure. She replied, "Okay." And the line went dead. Nothing appeared on my computer screen. My hands shook. Mark Caldwell stopped by my office. He drove up to my office and entered the lobby like a pro. I was shocked by its brazenness. The receptionist called back 6 minutes later. She sounded uneasy now. She claimed Mark Caldwell would not leave. She claimed he demanded 6 minutes to discuss family issues with his daughter. What should she do? I told her to call management. I reported him for harassment and asked him to leave. Someone held me. Voices in the background. My boss called to see what was wrong. I politely explained that my stepfather had arrived unexpectedly and would not leave. My manager said he would handle it and then hung up. I was frozen at my desk for 12 minutes. I was preoccupied at work. Mark Caldwell may cause a lobby disturbance. My coworkers saw this and knew my story. The manager came to my desk. The man said Mark Caldwell had left. He strongly advised Mark Caldwell to leave and wait for security. Mark Caldwell protested briefly, citing a family issue. Eventually, he left. He left shouting, telling everyone in the foyer that I couldn't avoid him forever. The manager asked if I was all right. Despite not being present, I agreed. He stated that if Mark Caldwell returned, they would immediately notify the police. After thanking him, my hands shook as I worked. I felt embarrassed. My floor mates all knew. The accounting department was small. Several people spoke. I emailed Evelyn Harper to explain. Within an hour, she responded. She labeled it harassment and demanded an immediate cease and desist letter. She considered visiting my office after I told him to stop talking about money as a boundary violation. She asked me to write the letter. Certainly wrote back. I allowed her to send whatever she wanted. Part of me was relieved. Although legal action protected me, I was concerned about what Mark Caldwell would do if he received a lawyer's letter. Is it helpful or harmful? My phone rang this evening. My mom. Though I almost didn't respond, I knew she'd keep calling. Picked up. She began crying before I spoke. She claimed I threw Mark Caldwell out of my office like a criminal. I was ruining him, she said. She claimed I embarrassed a nice man who wanted to speak to me in public. Stop her. Intruder Mark Caldwell came to my workplace. I told him to leave through the receptionist because I wasn't available. I blamed him for refusing and complaining. Crying continued. She said I had changed. She called me cold and harsh. She stated that her daughter would never treat family in this manner. I wanted to shout. I wanted to tell her that her 15-year-old daughter had paid rent and been discharged at the age of 19. But I said I had to leave and hung up. The following day, I sought out family dynamics therapists. I found Lauren Richards. According to her website, she helped clients set boundaries with difficult family members. I scheduled a weekend appointment by phone. She smiled and showed me a comfortable chair in her office. She questioned why I had come in. I mentioned Mark Caldwell and the lottery. Back to being 13, Mark Caldwell moving in, paying rent in high school, being kicked out, my mother never standing up for me, and this 17-year cycle of her preferring him over me. I cried halfway through. I cried uncontrollably. Lauren Richards handed me a Kleenex and waited. She said something powerful when I paused. She stated that my mother's passivity was not passive. She said, "Every time my mom stood by and let Mark Caldwell treat me badly, that was an active choice." She prioritized her comfort over mine. She stated that it was difficult to accept, but necessary to see. I nodded. It never occurred to me. I always thought my mother was weak or afraid of Mark Caldwell. Lauren Richards is right. Mom chose. She always chose Caldwell. 4 days later, Evelyn Harper called to say the cease and desist letter had been certified. She read me important information over the phone. It stated that Mark Caldwell should stop asking for money. He was instructed to avoid my home and office. Attorneys were responsible for future communication. The letter had a serious tone. Evelyn Harper stated that Mark Caldwell must sign it to prove receipt. I felt safe with this official document. As if I had drawn a line with implications. I was sad too. It should not. Families should not have to hire lawyers. Mom called back 3 days later. She claimed the legal letter crippled Mark Caldwell. She stated that he felt assaulted, dejected, and angry. She claimed I ruined her marriage and heart. How could I have been so cruel to my father? Inhaled deeply. Mark Caldwell did not raise me. I claimed he had evicted me, charged rent, and demanded money. I told Mark Caldwell he couldn't accept my boundaries, which ended their marriage. She wept again. She said I divided the family. I claimed Mark Caldwell kicked me out 17 years ago, destroying the family. My call has ended. The next morning my mother invited me to dinner at her house. She suggested family discussions. Mark Caldwell promised common sense, she stated. They wanted a compromise that everyone could accept, she explained. I contemplated the paragraph. I knew immediately that this was wrong. Lauren Richards informed me that I didn't owe Mark Caldwell another talk in our final session. She suggested I set my boundaries and that eating this meal would give him another chance to influence me. A part of me wished to trust Mom. Part of me wanted to communicate and reach an agreement. My mother might finally defend me, I thought. I texted back and offered to come to dinner one night to have a productive conversation. Mom replied instantly with a heart emoji and 6:30 Saturday. Already regretting accepting. Too fast Saturday. I checked my documentation file 4 times in the morning to ensure organization. Bank statements, cease and desist letter, Evelyn Harper's business card, text message screenshots. Instead eating supper with my mother, I felt like I was preparing for trial. I informed Daniel Reed about the strategy by text around midday. He promised to drive over if things went nasty if I called him. Having someone on my side made it less terrifying. I parked on the street instead of the driveway at my mother's house before 6:30 so I could go fast. As usual, the home looked the same. Same beige siding, same immaculate flower gardens my mother tended, same front door I'd passed through 1,000 times as a youngster. Walking up to it, I felt 13 again. I was weak and waited for Mark Caldwell to tell me what I did wrong. I knocked instead of using my old key. My mother replied immediately, beaming like I'd given her a present by showing up. I noticed her scent from my childhood as she hugged me. She took me inside and showed me Mark Caldwell at the dining table. The table's head chair was my father's. For 17 years he'd sat there like he owned the home. My mother arranged the table with her special holiday delicacies. Roast chicken, mashed potatoes and green beans were served in bowls. My mother signaled me to sit with shaky hands. I chose the chair farthest from Mark Caldwell. He nodded but didn't stand or shake my hand. While my mother brought buns and filled our glasses, we sat awkwardly silent. She was moving too fast and frightened, filling the stillness with plates and cutlery. "Pass the potatoes," Mark Caldwell said. I gave them. He inquired about job. I said okay. Asked whether my condo required repairs. "No," I replied. My mother continued adding food to my plate like I was a teenager. She inquired about my automobile, neighbors and sleep. Small chat like going across a minefield. Every inquiry seemed laden, like we were waiting for someone to express what we were actually talking about. Mark Caldwell ate gently, cutting chicken precisely. He praised my mother's food. He said the landscaping firm had some new customers. He discussed weather. It appeared normal, but I could sense the stress. My mother's grin was too brilliant. Mark Caldwell's tone was too soothing. Food was scarcely tasted. My mom cleared plates after we ate. Mark Caldwell cleared his throat and reclined. He apologized for his behavior at the diner and my office. He stated the firm was failing and he caught himself up in worry. He appreciated my decision to build my own life. He seemed to have practiced the words. My mother nodded from the kitchen doorway, encouraging him. The apology was appreciated, so I waited. I anticipated more. Mark Caldwell folded his hands on the table and stated he understood my stance but that family should support family in distress. After much deliberation, he no longer wanted the original sum. He stated $30,000 was enough to save and stabilize the firm. My mother sat at the table again. She said it wasn't about Mark Caldwell's pride. This was for her safety. She explained the business supported them and would hurt her if it failed. She wondered if I wouldn't defend my mother. I suppressed the shame of being responsible for my mother's pleasure. I told them I volunteered to support my mother directly years ago when I started my accounting career and had considerable savings. I told her she declined because Mark Caldwell claimed they didn't need my help. I wouldn't give them money anymore, especially for Mark Caldwell's failed business. Mark Caldwell's face darkened, jaw clenched, and table-edge hands tightened. Mummy looked like she may weep. It was different, she said. That was before the worst. Mark Caldwell called me unreasonable. He stated I no longer valued $30,000. Little dent in my stash. He stated I chose money over family. His next statement chilled me. He stated I was cold and greedy with money like my father. He realized that was a low blow. My father gave my mother the house to protect her and ensure she always had a roof, and Mark Caldwell had been renting it for 17 years and acting like he owned it. I rose. I stated supper was done and we wouldn't talk money again. My mother grabbed my arm, dug into my sleeve and begged me not to go furious. She stated we were family and could resolve this by talking. Mark Caldwell stood. He stated leaving that door would make me an outcast in this household. He said I'd regret ignoring them. I freed my arm from my mother. I told Mark Caldwell I'd been an outsider since he expelled me at 19. For 13 years, I'd been figuring this out alone. My mother pleaded as I approached the door. I fled without looking back. I sat in my car for 12 minutes before driving, shaking the steering wheel. For 3 weeks my phone was a war. Tuesday evening my aunt called. She stated she heard I got money and wouldn't help my mother. She stated families should remain together. She implied I abandoned my mother on purpose and was nasty. 4 days later, my cousin contacted me wondering whether I was letting Mark Caldwell lose his business out of spite. My superiority was always his belief. My mother's friend called to see if she might help me see reason. Contact after contact showed that Mark Caldwell was spreading his story. Everyone heard I was greedy and ruthless. He left out the bit when he booted me out, charged me rent as a teenager, and showed up at my employment. Directly contacted my aunt. I phoned her back to discuss. I detailed history. I told her about paying rent at 15, being booted out 3 weeks after graduation, working my way through college without support, and Mark Caldwell seeking $225,000. She stopped talking on the other end. Her voice changed as she talked. She denied knowing those information. She claimed Mark Caldwell made me appear greedy with unexpected money and that he and my mother had always supported me. I wanted her to tell other family members who'd contacted me the truth. Said she would. Some family members apologized after hearing the whole tale. My cousin phoned back to apologize for assuming. My mother's friend texted that she now understood my boundaries, while others supported Mark Caldwell. My uncle stated family supports family despite previous problems. Another aunt advised me to grow up and forgive. Some cousins stopped answering my texts. I was sad yet unsurprised. They weren't there throughout the terrible years. They hadn't seen me pay Mark Caldwell rent by working fast food at 15. They didn't assist when I slept on an air mattress in a leased room. I ate ramen to afford textbooks and they didn't provide anything. But now they had money advice. Contact with extended family that didn't respect my limits decreased. Without knowing the number, I stopped answering. Recurring group talks about the problem were silenced. I concentrated on my supporters. Daniel Reed, Evelyn Harper, Lauren Richards. The folks who knew the full story but supported me. Daniel Reed brought me to a quiet Italian restaurant on the opposite side of town where I could breathe. He got us both wine without asking and instructed me to choose from the menu. I wasn't hungry, but I ordered spaghetti since he seemed anxious and I didn't want him to think I was coming apart. He let me converse in a corner booth away from others. I told him about the extended family calls, allegations, and how Mark Caldwell was twisting things to portray me as the villain. Daniel Reed patiently listened, and after I ended talking, he said something that made me cry at the table. He adds, I survived being kicked out at 19 with nothing but $250 and a rented room. He adds, I worked through 5 years of college while supporting myself completely alone. He adds, I built a career and bought a condo and made a life that was stable and good. He adds, the lottery money was pure luck, just random chance, and I didn't owe Mark Caldwell a single dollar of it. He adds, Mark Caldwell didn't help me study, didn't help me move, didn't celebrate when I graduated, didn't do anything a real parent does. Daniel Reed advised me to quit letting guilt consume me when I had nothing to feel bad about. His outside perspective benefited more than he realized. Because family conflict makes it hard to see clearly. That night I felt stronger, like maybe I wasn't as bad as Mark Caldwell was making me out to be. Things quieted a month after the family supper. Too quiet. I should have known Mark Caldwell wasn't done. But I hoped he'd quit. An unfamiliar number called, and I almost didn't answer. The caller identified himself as Thomas Keller, Mark Caldwell's landscaping firm partner. He apologized for calling me unexpectedly but worried about Mark Caldwell and my mother. My stomach fell since business partners rarely call the family unless something is serious. Thomas Keller said that Mark Caldwell used my mother's own funds for company purposes. He said Mark Caldwell continued promising to turn around the landscaping firm but it lost money every month. Thomas Keller saw the bank statements because Mark Caldwell required him to co-sign, and they were awful. Really terrible. Thomas Keller said, "My mother's savings were disappearing into a failing business and she might not even know how much was gone." I could tell he was stressed. He wanted out of the partnership since Mark Caldwell's financial decisions were risky and he didn't want legal exposure if everything crashed. He claimed desperate individuals make risky choices like Mark Caldwell. Thomas Keller warned me that Mark Caldwell's business failures may endanger my mother's finances. He didn't want my money or involvement. He believed a family member should know what was happening. I thanked him for calling and appreciated the caution. I phoned Evelyn Harper shortly after we hung up. On the second ring, she answered and I explained Thomas Keller's message. Evelyn Harper paused and inquired about my mother's house, which my father left her. I told her my mom owned it without a mortgage since my dad paid it off before he died. Evelyn Harper thought that was excellent since Mark Caldwell couldn't mortgage the house without my mother's signature, but he may be pressing her. Evelyn Harper advised me to examine county property records online for liens on the house. After she showed me how to access public records, I spent the evening browsing through materials I hardly understood. Except for the original deed transfer from my father to my mother and property tax documents. It seemed regular. I found something from 3 weeks ago. Mark Caldwell sought to get a home equity line of credit on my mother's house. Applicants requested $90,000 against the property and public records. Reading the information made my hands shake. My mother applied for the house my father left her, but I knew she would never risk it unless Mark Caldwell pushed her. I screenshot everything and sent Evelyn Harper a message wondering what it meant. She replied within minutes that the application existed but needed to be authorized. I couldn't sleep that night worrying about Mark Caldwell taking everything my father gave my mother forever. I instantly contacted my mother the next morning. On the fourth ring, she replied tiredly, and I directly inquired if Mark Caldwell was trying to mortgage the house. I heard her breathing on the other end as she quieted. She ultimately revealed that Mark Caldwell stated it was the only way to rescue the firm and their future when I gently inquired again. Felt nauseous. I advised her not to jeopardize her only security, her house, for Mark Caldwell's failing firm. She stated I didn't understand the strain she was under to support Mark Caldwell, her husband. I informed her that my father left her the house so she'd always have a home. I don't. She cried, and stated Mark Caldwell promised to bring the firm around with one more opportunity. She stated she signed the paperwork but the bank hadn't accepted it. Her willingness to risk everything broke my heart. I breathed and tried to relax. I offered to pay for my mother to meet with a financial expert who could assess her position without Mark Caldwell. I told her she needed to see the true statistics, how much money was gone, and how dangerous she was. She rejected instantly. She trusted Mark Caldwell to handle family financial decisions and thought it would be a betrayal of her spouse. Hearing this was unbelievable. I questioned her how self-defense was a betrayal. I was attempting to separate her from Mark Caldwell, she claimed. I tried to help her maintain the house my father left her, but she stated I didn't understand marriage and compromise. I quit up after 25 minutes of circling. I informed her the offer stood if she changed her mind. I stopped the conversation before saying something regrettable. I was heartbroken that she was risking her financial future with Mark Caldwell. 3 days later, I broke down on Lauren Richards' sofa during therapy. I told her everything about the house, Mark Caldwell's mortgage effort and my mother's refusal. Lauren Richards listened and said something hurtful but necessary. I cannot save my mother from choices she's actively making. My mother is an adult who is choosing to stay with Mark Caldwell and risk her financial security, and I have to accept that I can't control that. Lauren Richards said I could offer help and resources, but I couldn't force her to take them, and pushing would hurt me without changing anything. They added, the hardest part of loving someone is watching them make bad choices and knowing you can't stop them. I sobbed much of the session because accepting it felt impossible. I wanted to protect my mother as she never did. Lauren Richards is right. My mother made her own decisions, and I had to let her suffer, even if it cost her money. My mother and Mark Caldwell both remained silent for 3 weeks. On Tuesday morning, my mother called me early. Something compelled me to respond. I had difficulty understanding her because she was crying so hard. She claimed that the bank declined the home equity line of credit due to Mark Caldwell's low credit score and poor business finances. She sounded both relieved and scared. She was relieved when the bank declined because she was worried about endangering the house, but she was now concerned about Mark Caldwell. I gently asked her if staying with someone who could endanger her home was safe. She quickly accused me of distorting facts and misrepresenting Mark Caldwell, who was simply attempting to save their future. I assured her that a lover would not force her to risk the house my father had left her. She interrupted me to say that I did not understand their marriage. She hung up before I could finish. I got a call from my mother 12 minutes later. I assumed she was calling to apologize, but it was Mark Caldwell. He spoke quickly and harshly, shivering with rage. He claimed I poisoned the bank, sabotaged his business, and attempted to end his marriage with my mother. I explained to him that the bank's decision was based on his finances and credit score, not mine. He called me a liar and claimed I called the bank to deny the loan. I told him that banks don't work that way and to stop contacting me. He yelled at me, saying I was ruining everything and that I would pay the consequences. I reminded him that I had nothing to do with the bank and that he needed to stop blaming me for his mistakes. He said it wasn't over and hung up. I felt cold when Mark Caldwell said something. He threatened to sue me for family contributions. After I made money, he claimed I owed him for housing me from the ages of 13 to 19. He said he kept receipts and records for everything he spent on me, and I would repay it with interest. It was ridiculous legally, but Mark Caldwell sounded serious, so I was terrified. I told him to try, but no lawyer would take the case. He said his attorney would call, then hung up. My hands shook when I opened my phone's voice recorder app and saw that I had recorded the entire call. I immediately sent the recording to Evelyn Harper, asking if Mark Caldwell's threat was legal. She called me within an hour to discuss the next steps because Mark Caldwell was acting dangerously. After receiving the recording, Evelyn Harper called me within 25 minutes. She waited until she had finished listening without interrupting to speak. She claimed Mark Caldwell had no legal claim to my lottery winnings and that his threat was pure intimidation. She stated that he could not claim parenting expenses years later, even if he had been my legal guardian, which he was not because my mother had full custody. He illegally charged me rent while I was a minor, so using it to demand money now was ridiculous. She also warned us not to take his threat lightly because desperate people act desperate. She advised us to use her law firm to respond formally and halt any legal proceedings. She sent Mark Caldwell a letter explaining why he had no claim and warning that frivolous lawsuits would result in harassment and legal fees. I granted her permission to send immediately. We sent the letter via certified mail 3 days later to ensure Mark Caldwell received it. Evelyn Harper sent me a copy, and I read it 4 times, feeling safer each time. The language was clear and firm, stating that Mark Caldwell could not collect my winnings. It mentioned his threat recording, harassment, including visits to my workplace, and that any legal action would be met with a vigorous defense and countersuits. The letter concluded by demanding that Mark Caldwell cease all financial contact with me or face further legal consequences. Everything went quiet for 10 days after the letter arrived. Mark Caldwell did not call, visit or leave any messages for me through my mother. I began to wonder if the legal threat had actually worked. Then my phone started buzzing with texts from my mom. The first one claimed I had turned everything into a legal battle when we should have handled it as a family. The second argued that families should not need lawyers to communicate with one another. The third individual responded, "My father would be so disappointed in how I was treating the people who raised me." Each message felt like a punch in the stomach, even though I knew she was simply repeating what Mark Caldwell had told her to say. I wanted to respond, defend myself, and explain how Mark Caldwell started this by demanding money and threatening to sue me. But I knew from therapy with Lauren Richards that engaging would only perpetuate the cycle. My mother would repeat what I said to Mark Caldwell, who would twist it into something else, and she'd respond with more guilt and manipulation. So I didn't answer any of the texts. I simply screenshotted each one from my documentation file and tried to ignore how much they hurt. Despite the chaos in my family, I threw myself into work, hoping to restore some sense of normalcy. I had a large audit coming up for one of our major clients, so I focused all of my attention on the numbers and spreadsheets. Work had always been my safe haven, the one area of my life where I had complete control and clear boundaries. 3 weeks after the attorney letter, my boss called me into her office, and I assumed someone had complained about my performance or that Mark Caldwell had caused problems here as well. Instead, she offered me a promotion to senior accountant, which included a significant raise and my own team to manage. I sat stunned for a moment before agreeing. She explained that I had earned it through consistent, excellent work and leadership potential, and the firm wanted to invest in my future with them. Walking out of her office, I felt a rush of validation that I had created something real and stable, separate from Mark Caldwell and my mother. My coworkers took me out to celebrate that evening, And for a few hours, I completely forgot about the money drama. We went to a nice restaurant, where they toasted my success while making me laugh with stories about office politics and difficult clients. Daniel Reed kept catching my gaze across the table and smiling, as if he were genuinely proud of me. And I realized I had people in my life who cared about my accomplishments but didn't expect anything from me. The next day, I met with Michael Brooks to talk about long-term financial planning now that I had both the lottery winnings and a higher salary. He suggested creating a trust and investment accounts to secure my financial future in ways that would make my assets virtually unreachable, even if Mark Caldwell could find a lawyer willing to file a frivolous lawsuit. We spent 2 hours discussing options, and I signed paperwork to establish a revocable living trust with me as the sole beneficiary and trustee. Michael Brooks explained that the trust structure provided legal protection and tax benefits while allowing me complete control over the funds. He also assisted me in diversifying my investments across multiple accounts and asset types, ensuring that I was not relying solely on savings. By the time we finished, I had built a financial fortress around everything I'd earned and won. Michael Brooks informed me that even if Mark Caldwell filed a lawsuit, which he doubted any competent attorney would permit, my assets were now protected in ways that would make them legally impossible to touch. I left his office feeling more secure than I had in months, as if I had finally built high enough walls to keep Mark Caldwell out of my life. 4 days later, the doorman at my condo building called my unit over the intercom. He sounded sorry as he told me that my stepfather was in the lobby and had asked to come up. My stomach dropped and I firmly told him not to give Mark Caldwell access under any circumstances. The doorman stated that he understood and would handle it. I stood by my window, staring down at the building entrance and watching Mark Caldwell pace back and forth on the sidewalk. He was gesticulating and clearly arguing with the doorman through the glass doors. The confrontation lasted nearly 12 minutes before Mark Caldwell got back into his truck and drove away. I was shaking when I called the non-emergency police line to file a report. The officer who took my information was courteous and professional, explaining that simply showing up once was insufficient for a restraining order, but documenting the incident created a paper trail in case Mark Caldwell escalated further. I gave him the case number from my harassment documentation and referred to the attorney's cease and desist letter. He said I was doing everything correctly by keeping records and suggested I consider installing security cameras in my unit. After hanging up, I sat on my couch for a long time, trying to relax. Mark Caldwell's arrival at my house felt like a violation, even though he never made it past the lobby. I emailed Evelyn Harper about the incident, and she called me the next morning. She stated that Mark Caldwell was clearly not responding to boundaries and suggested we try one last approach before pursuing a restraining order. She suggested scheduling a mediation session with a professional mediator so that Mark Caldwell, my mother, and I could have a supervised conversation with a neutral third party present. She hoped it would provide closure or at least establish a clear final boundary that even Mark Caldwell couldn't misinterpret. I was skeptical because I didn't believe Mark Caldwell could hold a reasonable conversation, but Evelyn Harper stated, sometimes having an objective professional witness to someone's behavior made it undeniable. I agreed to try, partly because I hoped it would help my mother see the situation more clearly after someone outside the family pointed out Mark Caldwell's unreasonable behavior. Evelyn Harper scheduled the session for the following week at a mediation center in downtown. The mediation session was scheduled for 2:30 p.m. on Thursday. I arrived 20 minutes early and sat in the waiting room, hoping to keep my hands from shaking. My mother arrived next, looking tired and nervous. She gave me a small sad smile but did not attempt to hug me or start a conversation. Then Mark Caldwell walked in, carrying a thick manila folder, his face grimly determined. The mediator introduced herself as an expert in family financial disputes and explained the ground rules. Everyone would have the opportunity to speak without interruption. The goal was to find common ground, and she was there to facilitate, not judge. Mark Caldwell jumped right in before she finished, opening his folder and pulling out pages of handwritten calculations. He claimed he documented everything he spent on me from the age of 13 to 19 and I owed him $52,000. When the mediator asked to see his numbers, Mark Caldwell handed them over proudly, as if he had built an airtight case. She carefully reviewed the pages, her expression neutral before asking Mark Caldwell to explain his methodology. He claimed he had itemized rent, food, utilities, clothing, school supplies, and even calculated the value of the bedroom I used. The mediator looked at me and asked if I had any comments about these calculations. I informed her that I had paid Mark Caldwell $350 per month in rent from the age of 15 to 19, for a total of more than $8,400, and that charging a minor child rent and then itemizing normal parenting expenses was not legally valid. The mediator nodded slowly and informed Mark Caldwell that parents have a legal obligation to provide for their minor children and cannot later seek reimbursement for doing so. My mother began to cry, her shoulders shaking as she pressed tissues to her eyes. She said all she wanted was for her family to get along, and that we couldn't find a solution that would satisfy everyone. The mediator gently inquired as to the nature of her proposed compromise. My mother asked if I could help them with their business debt. I cared about their well-being, but not to the extent that Mark Caldwell desired. I inhaled and calmly explained that being in a relationship after being kicked out at 19 had compromised me. I want to clarify, I'd built my entire adult life without their help or support, and I wasn't obligated to fund Mark Caldwell's failing business just because I got lucky with a lottery ticket. The mediator directly asked Mark Caldwell what he expected from the mediation. Mark Caldwell stated that he desired fairness, that family should support family, and that I possessed too much wealth while they struggled. The mediator demanded a precise definition of fairness. To Mark Caldwell, fair meant acknowledging that my parents made sacrifices to raise me, which I owed them. Something broke within me. Years of being silent and biting my tongue. I told Mark Caldwell that it would have been fair if he had not charged me rent when I was 15 and working 18 hours per week in high school. It would have been fair if he had not kicked me out at 19 with 45 days' notice. He should not have demanded $225,000 of my lottery winnings, as if he was entitled to them. It would have been fair if he hadn't harassed me at work and visited my home after I declined. It would have been more appropriate if he had been a parent rather than a landlord who despised me. The mediator sat back watching us. She made it clear that Mark Caldwell had no legal claim to my lottery winnings and that his actions were harassment. I told her that voluntary family support would not solve the problem. Mark Caldwell stood up abruptly, claiming that the mediator was biased against him and that the meeting was a waste of time. My mother gathered her belongings slowly as Mark Caldwell stormed out when the session ended without a resolution. My mother caught me in the hallway outside the mediation room before I could leave. She requested a moment of privacy. I almost declined, but her expression persuaded me. She twitched her hands nervously while sitting on a building lobby bench. She claimed Mark Caldwell was impossible to live with because I refused to give him money, that he blamed her for raising an ungrateful daughter, and that their marriage was more strained than ever. I expected her to leave him or recognize his wrongdoing, but she simply said she didn't know what to do. She complained that Mark Caldwell was constantly angry and that she was tired of being stuck between us. I gently reassured her that she wasn't in the middle. She chose to stay with someone who was threatening her daughter and attempting to steal my lucky money. She recoiled from stealing but did not deny it. She said marriage was complicated, but I didn't understand. I knew she was putting Mark Caldwell's comfort ahead of my safety and well-being, just like when I was younger. She cried again, saying she wished things were different but couldn't change anything. I stood up and told her I loved her, but I couldn't keep having this conversation in which she acknowledged the problem but refused to change. I left when she nodded and wiped her eyes, knowing that nothing had changed. I drove home several days after mediation. My mother admitted that Mark Caldwell made her life difficult, but her refusal to change has stayed with me. Before entering my condominium, I waited in the garage for 25 minutes. My mother texted me, asking to talk soon. I didn't respond right away. I needed to decide whether a relationship with her was still possible. The following morning, I called her to set up a solo coffee date. She agreed quickly, sounding hopeful and hurting my chest. We met at a cafe between our homes, but Mark Caldwell did not show up. My mother arrived exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes and shaky hands while stirring sugar into her coffee. She appeared sad as I waited for her to speak. I loved her and always would, but I couldn't be with her if she allowed Mark Caldwell to harass me. I raised my hand when she protested. I requested one clear boundary. She could contact me directly to develop our relationship, discuss her life, and share her values. Any mention of money, pressure to reconcile with Mark Caldwell, or guilt over my decisions would end the conversation. She asked if I meant it after wiping away tears. I told her I had never been so serious. Despite her shaking voice, she nodded slowly and said she would try. She might not stick with it. After so much time under Mark Caldwell's control, I doubted she could speak without thinking of him. We finished our coffee in awkward silence and exchanged a brief hug in the parking lot before departing. My mother sent me a text that night. Clearly Mark Caldwell sent the message. He wrote that I would regret putting money before family, that karma would catch me, and that I was making my biggest mistake. I immediately took a screenshot of the message and sent it to Evelyn Harper, along with a note about the harassment. Then I blocked my mother's number. I felt guilty for blocking her, but I needed a break from emotional manipulation. The silence was surprisingly peaceful. There were no angry calls, guilt trips, or messages that made me feel like a bad daughter. The silence was heartbreaking because it meant accepting that my mother could not protect our relationship from Mark Caldwell. Using Michael Brooks' new security measures, I spent the weekend cleaning my condo and organizing my finances. I spent the next month constructing my ideal life with my financial security. I took time off work to travel to Ireland, a place I had always wanted to visit but never thought I could afford. I toured ancient castles and listened to live music in small pubs. I hiked along the oceanfront cliffs and ate fresh seafood. I wasn't concerned about money or getting a nicer hotel room. The freedom felt strange, almost wrong, as if I was indulging excessively. However, I reminded myself that I deserved to have this after years of hard work and luck. When I returned, I made more donations to causes that helped me when I was struggling. I stayed at this shelter when I was 20 and in between jobs. A food bank that fed me during my most difficult college months. Full-time community college students scholarship fund. Donating seemed more meaningful than buying myself things. With my luck, I was able to help others in similar situations. After Ireland, I saw Lauren Richards on a regular basis. She asked how I felt about my mother and Mark Caldwell. I told her about blocking my mother's phone number and the strange peace and sadness that resulted. Lauren Richards helped me realize that I had been grieving my mother's loss of a real relationship since I was 19, possibly longer. My family's dysfunction was not caused by lottery winnings. It made the dysfunction unavoidable. I hoped for years that my mother would stand up to Mark Caldwell and we could have a normal mother-daughter relationship. Money made me realize that my hopes were unrealistic. My mother repeatedly selected Mark Caldwell. Lauren Richards inquired about how it felt to stop expecting change. I felt relieved and saddened. Relief that I am no longer waiting for something that will never happen. Grief because accepting reality meant ending my ideal relationship. Real, heavy grief, but also relief. I felt lighter, as if I'd been carrying a weight I hadn't noticed until I dropped it. Several weeks later, I drove across town to visit my 19-year-old roommate's landlady. Margaret Wilson, in her 80s, lived in the same home. She remembered me immediately and invited me to tea when I called. Even though she moved slowly, her mind was alert when I arrived. We drank tea in her kitchen and she inquired about my life. I informed her about my job, condominium, and recent wealth. She smiled and said she was confident I would succeed. I asked how she was doing, and she said the house was becoming disorganized. The roof leaked during heavy rains. Plumbing made unusual sounds. She couldn't afford major repairs with her fixed income, and her children lived out of state. To assist her, I hired contractors to repair her roof and upgrade her plumbing. She cried and hugged me after we finished. She described helping me years ago as one of her best decisions. Her kindness reminded me that our family was more than blood. When I needed them, my family was there. Daniel Reed invited me to lunch one afternoon and mentioned that his sister ran a nonprofit. Allison Moore helped aging foster children and troubled children. Daniel Reed suggested volunteering based on my experience. I paid a visit to Allison Moore's office the following week. She described how the organization encouraged youth independence in a warm and direct manner. They offered housing, job training, financial education, and emotional support. She learned that I was expelled at 19 and worked my way through college. She suggested that my accounting skills and personal experience could help them financially while also mentoring young people. I volunteered 3 nights per week, attending budget planning sessions and updating financial systems. Meeting the children was particularly meaningful. Unaccepting parents expel their children. High schoolers were expected to support themselves. College-bound young adults who work full-time and rent. Their stories mirrored my own struggle. My assistance included budgeting and financial aid applications. My advice included setting boundaries and dealing with difficult family members. Helping them provided me with a purpose beyond safety. I learned to help through survival. A stranger called 4 months after the mediation. Something prompted me to respond. Mom called from a new number. Her voice sounded tired but calmer than it had in months. Mark Caldwell and money were not mentioned. She asked how I was and told me about her garden, where the tomatoes were good but the strawberries had been eaten by squirrels. We talked about daily topics for 25 minutes. My Ireland trip, her book club, and the weather. I felt cautiously optimistic after our first normal conversation in months. I didn't relax, but I appreciated the effort. Before hanging up, my mother mentioned that she was seeing a counselor. She needed help dealing with months of stress. She did not apologize or acknowledge Mark Caldwell's behavior, but she appeared to recognize that the situation was unsustainable. I encouraged her therapy without coercion. She had to grasp things for herself. I couldn't show her something she wasn't prepared for. Allison Moore and I discussed a larger project. I wanted to donate the majority of my lottery winnings to low-income college funds. Her nonprofit could help us find self-sufficient students like myself. The funds cover educational expenses, supplies, application fees, and an emergency fund. Allison Moore's eyes lit up when she heard what I told her. She believed this could change people's lives because many of the students she worked with were intelligent and motivated but lacked college funding. The program's structure and application took several weeks to develop. Nothing else seemed right. My luck turned into an opportunity for others facing similar challenges. 5 months later, Thomas Keller called me on a Tuesday afternoon while I was reviewing tax returns at work. He expressed relief and regret. Mark Caldwell's landscaping business filed for bankruptcy that morning. Thomas Keller left the partnership 3 months ago, anticipating the financial crisis. He asked me to check on my mother's home. Time was running out for Mark Caldwell to persuade Thomas Keller to mortgage his home for the business. I thanked him for the warning and called Evelyn Harper after we hung up. She showed me county property records online. My mother owned the house solely. No loans, mortgages, or claims. Unfortunately, Mark Caldwell didn't use it as collateral. Knowing that my mother's only asset was safe made me both sad and relieved. However, her life with Mark Caldwell was likely to become more difficult. Mom called 4 days after bankruptcy. She was scared and quiet, not asking for money. She needed to speak with someone who understood business loss. Mark Caldwell was constantly angry and blaming. After paying off the house, she was concerned about bills and maintaining it. I listened without advice or compensation. I gently reminded her of her options when she paused. She owned the house freehold. By leaving Mark Caldwell, she could ensure my father's final protection. After a long silence, she stated that she was not prepared to think about it. She could decide when, but I understood. After a few more minutes of small talk, she departed. At least I clarified. At the very least, she knew. I was content in my condo 7 months after winning the lottery. Evelyn Harper assisted me in establishing solid legal protections. Michael Brooks' financial structures protected me. Lauren Richards' therapy helped me set boundaries without feeling guilty. Allison Moore's nonprofit work gave me purpose. The college fund welcomed 19-year-olds like me. Friends encouraged me, professionals validated my decisions, and I used money wisely. Family conflict can be painful. I still hoped my mother would choose herself over Mark Caldwell. Years of manipulation and control continued to enrage me. I no longer lived for my emotions. They were just a part of my story. After months, I believed Lauren Richards' advice. I could not save my mother or change Mark Caldwell. I could only defend myself and assist others in similar circumstances. A lottery win secured my financial future, but it also forced me to stop hoping for change in my family and instead focus on building my life. My strong boundaries made me proud. Mark Caldwell and my mother pressed me, but I proudly refused. Through this, I felt proud of my transformation. For the first time in years, I felt optimistic about my future. I left home at 19. With 3 bags and a secret bank account. Years later, my dad finally called asking for $18,500. I blocked his number and let him panic. Growing up, I was told I caused all my family's problems. My parents had my older brother first, who was great. Nice person, good grades, and good athletics. 4 years later they had me, and they said their luck ran out. My father lost his job 7 months after my birth. My mother had a car accident when I was 3. I was 5 when my grandmother died. My family's dog escaped when I was 6. I was blamed for every bad thing, like I was cursed. My mother initially joked. She laughed and called me her little storm cloud. It stopped being a joke. By age 11, my parents publicly blamed me for their problems. If the bill was higher than planned, it was because I overused electricity at home. Maybe my negative energy broke everything. Due to raising a poor child, my father was not promoted. Brother caught on and called me Jinx, middle and high school. I trusted them long term. I doubted my curse. For things not my fault, I apologized often. I tried to blend in to avoid spreading my bad luck. To show I wasn't a burden, I got good grades. At 17, I worked and bought my own clothes and school supplies, so they couldn't say I wasted their money. Nothing I did changed their opinion. At 18, my brother got into a good college. My parents invited all their friends to a huge party for him. They said he would succeed and make them proud. 2 years later, I was accepted to the same school with a higher scholarship. My mother predicted it wouldn't last because I always lost things. My father advised me to attend community college to avoid shame if I fail. I went anyway. I left home at 19 with 3 bags and a secret bank account I had funded for years. My parents did not help me move. My brother didn't say goodbye. Because she knew I would return home, my mother told me to call. Not called. College was difficult, not luck-based. It was hard to unlearn everything my parents taught me about myself. I met my first friends. Real friends who didn't curse me. I joined clubs and studied important topics. My roommate said it was okay to fail an exam. We'd study more next time. She didn't blame me for damage. She simply improved me. I graduated honors. An architecture firm 5 hours from home hired me. I was a project manager after 6 years of upward mobility. Small condo I bought with my own money. I adopted a non-fleeing cat. My partner enjoyed being with me. Since I made it without their words, everything my parents predicted would fall apart stayed together. Meanwhile, home life deteriorated. My father lost another job due to drinking. My mother's health declined because she didn't see doctors until it was urgent. My brother quit college after 3 years and returned home. After failing to find work, he played video games in his childhood room. Golden kid was fool's gold. Nobody connected the dots. They anticipated my failure. My mother called me twice a year on my birthday to check in. She implied she expected me to struggle. After I was promoted, she told me not to get too comfortable because good things don't last for me. When I told her I bought a condo, she asked about my debt. She laughed when I said I was glad and said, "Give it time." So I stopped telling her. Quit calling back. My parents couldn't afford my brother's surgery 4 years ago. First call in years from my father. I wasn't asked how I was. He only said they needed money. I should share with my parents since I seem to have so much. I stare at my phone for 25 minutes after hanging up. After hearing my father demand money like I owed them, my palms are still shaky. My mind keeps repeating 18,500. This ends the 4-year silence. The only thing offered was money, and the expectation that I would pay it. The constriction in my chest is new since leaving home. Same awful feeling of being blamed for your existence. I placed the phone on the coffee table and waited for it to ring again, expecting a worse message. Sunset darkens the living room, so I don't turn on the lights. My cat joins me on the couch, and I instinctively stroke behind her ears, focusing on the silky fur rather than my rage. Lucas returns from work at 6:45 p.m. Despite setting my phone down, I'm still holding it. I probably picked it up again without realizing. As he drops his suitcase beside the entrance, I watch his face change to adjust to the dark room and my expression. I tell him about the call, but my words sound robotic, like I'm giving a shopping list instead of explaining how my father wanted money after years of treating me like a curse. Lucas sits next to me and tightens his jaw like he's upset but doesn't want to show it. He asks what my father said, and I quote him because I remember it. His expression changes from worry to protection, making me feel less weird for being sad. His question about my well-being makes me hesitate because I don't know the answer. I want to yell, feel terrible for being furious, and am sad and exhausted. I tell him I'm not sure and he says, "That makes perfect sense." We sit quietly while I sort my emotions. Anger rationalizes, calling after 4 years to beg for money. But guilt puzzles me. This nagging voice said, maybe I should help because he is family. Maybe denying makes me just as wicked as them. Pain is involved. This crushing realization that they only contact me when they need something from me. I look for my therapist's number on my phone. Since it's after work, Dr. Claire Morgan's voicemail comes on and my hands shake. I left a message asking if she has any emergency appointments this week because I'm thinking about old patterns. I hear my mother telling me not to be selfish, that family helps family, and that good girls don't leave their brothers in surgery. I hate that voice and how it still controls me after so long. I hang up and tell Lucas I called my therapist. He squeezes my hand and says, "Great idea." Lucas sleeps next to me as I stare at the ceiling that night. Instead of shutting out, my brain replays experiences I thought I had overcome. When I was 7, my father lost another job. My mother said I worried and distracted him. I contributed to his first job loss when I was 7 months old. I remember my 3-year-old car accident. My mother said she didn't see the other car because she was focused on me in the back seat for years. After my grandmother died of cancer when I was 5, my parents talked about bad luck, staring at me as if I caused it. I realize I'm crying silently as the memories flood me, each one a tiny wound that never healed. Dr. Claire Morgan's office called again the next morning while I was getting ready for work. "Can I make it?" Her receptionist says she has a 1:30 p.m. cancellation. I never call in sick from work and spend the morning walking around my apartment to distract myself. I clean a clean kitchen. My bookshelf is organized by color, then author, then color. I've started 4 streaming shows and can't concentrate. I arrive at her workplace 20 minutes early and practice my exit speech in my car. I feel like I've traveled back in time when I enter her office, from the 29-year-old who had her life under control, to the worried 24-year-old who started therapy. Dr. Claire Morgan points to a familiar chair, and I sit, crying. I describe the call, my father's voice after 4 years, the money demand, and everything else to her. I talk for 18 minutes, and she listens, nodding occasionally, letting me finish. She pauses before asking what I want to do after I finish talking. Not what I should do or what will improve me, but what I want. I researched Ethan's illness and spent 90 minutes last night reading about his surgery. This is genuine and vital. Without it, he may have major issues. But I also know that my parents have let him live rent-free in his childhood bedroom playing video games while they pay for everything. They never made him get an insurance job. They never forced him to be independent like they did me at 19. I bought my clothes and school supplies at 17, and he's 32, and they still wash his laundry. Dr. Claire Morgan asks why Ethan has no insurance, which makes me think. He's never worked long enough for benefits, so I know. He's worked maybe 7 months in the last 6 years, always leaving or being fired and returning home when my parents allow. They kept him dependent and blamed me for being a burden as a child. My chest hurts from the double standard. I paid for my own expenses as a child, but he gets full assistance in his 30s. I still get the money request call. We spent the next 35 minutes discussing the difference between helping a family in crisis and reinforcing the broken patterns that drove me out. Dr. Claire Morgan warns that giving them money without conditions would reinforce their belief that I exist to fix their problems and that I am responsible for all their problems. After years of accusing me of causing their problems, she wonders what message I send by paying $18,500. I hadn't thought that, but she's right. It would mean agreeing with them and admitting I owe them anything for raising their miserable daughter. After therapy, I write down my limits and what I'll do before responding to my father. Defining parameters instead of saying yes or no is strange, unsettling, and possibly powerful. Dr. Claire Morgan reminds me that I can choose my relationship with them and not accept their position. I think about proper assistance as I drive home. Something that doesn't make me feel betrayed, but doesn't abandon Ethan when he's sick. Lucas gets home around 7:15. My laptop is open and a notebook with scrawled thoughts is on the kitchen table. Before asking what I want for dinner, he puts down his work bag and kisses my head. After I say I don't care, he suggests we order from the Thai restaurant down the street since neither of us wants to cook. He sits across from me and asks how I'm doing while we wait for dinner. Close my laptop and admit I've been running around in circles all day trying to figure out what to do. He grabs my hand across the table and tells me that while there may not be a right answer, I can set boundaries for what I can offer. As usual, we eat lunch at the table instead of in front of the TV. Between pad thai bites, I tell him I keep thinking about Ethan's surgery and how awful it feels to ignore it. Lucas agrees and says helping doesn't make me responsible for fixing my parents' mistakes. Instead of giving money to my parents who haven't managed their finances well in decades, he suggests helping Ethan find resources. The idea makes sense. I could research hospital payment plans and financial aid. Maybe help Ethan get medical help if he qualifies. That seems different from sending my father a check and expecting it to fix anything. Lucas suggests that this way, I could help Ethan get medical treatment while my parents avoid responsibility for how they got here. We talk about the logistics, and I feel less trapped between two terrible options. Saturday morning, I vow to answer an email before losing my nerve. While Lucas goes to the gym, I make coffee and sit at my laptop with a clear mind for the first time since my father's call. I start a new message, enter my father's email address, and stare at the blank space, trying to think of something to say. The first draft was furious, so I deleted it. The second one sounds too apologetic, like I'm requesting permission to set limits. Third attempt feels closer. I understand Ethan's need for surgery and want to help him get it. I explain that I am uncomfortable giving them money directly, but I am happy to help Ethan research hospital financial aid and payment plans. I edit words for 90 minutes to remove defensiveness and justification. By lunchtime, I've made something clear and solid without being nasty. Instead of emailing it, I keep it as a draft to reread tomorrow with fresh eyes. This Sunday I read it twice and made minor changes. Lucas reads it over my shoulder and says it's rational, sympathetic, and respectful of my boundaries. I hesitate before clicking send. Part of me knows sending this will annoy my parents. You want money without strings, but I'm offering something different. But I know that if I give them what they want, I'll hate myself and nothing will change. Before doubting myself again, I breathe deeply and submit. Monday afternoon, my phone rings while I'm reviewing work plans, and my mother's name appears. Since she called unexpectedly, my stomach sinks. An ancient instinct makes me answer instead of leaving it on voicemail. Before I greet her, she says she can't believe I'd be so ungrateful after all they did for me. As a child, her biting voice made me want to hide. She says, "They sacrificed so much for me and my brother, and this is how I repay them." I try to say I volunteered to help, but she interrupts me. She shows me the email and says they need family loyalty, not donations. I almost laugh when she says loyalty, but my chest hurts. I was loyal to people who criticized me for being me my whole life. I muttered about wanting to help Ethan, but she cut me off again, saying it wasn't true aid. Writing a check and trusting them would help. I can hear my father talking, but I can't understand. My mother switches tactics and recounts my childhood failures. She talks about my 7th grade math B as if it was a big disappointment. She claims I wasn't trying hard because I wasn't cast in the 9th grade play. She turns every ordinary childhood experience into proof of my flaws. My phone comments are getting softer and shorter. Sitting at the kitchen table while she explains how the broken dishwasher is related to my negative energy feels like I'm 15. I hate repeating this cycle, but I keep shrinking. My body stops when she says something. She thinks I have plenty of money because I don't have kids like Ethan. When she casually condemns a child for being born and needing stuff, my chest loosens. Both of us are surprised by my laughter. Not a happy laugh. It sounds like something breaking from overbending. I explain that this chilly tone is the problem when she asks what's funny. She keeps blaming others for her actions. And I'm done. My voice shakes. But I speak. I've been blamed for things I couldn't control my whole life, and I won't anymore. Despite her usual interruptions, I won't let her. I spoke over her and told her I would help Ethan find services and payment options, but I would not give them money to keep denying responsibility. The background noise is my father ranting about rude kids and ungrateful girls. As a child, my mother's furious to icy voice scared me. She says, "Fine, they'll figure it out on their own, as they always do. No thanks to me." She hangs up before I can respond, leaving me shivering in my office with my phone. I walk to the bathroom and lock myself in a stall for 12 minutes to calm my breathing. My entire body is tingling with adrenaline, rage, and pride. I defied her. I spoke about things I had been thinking about for years but was afraid to say. I wash my face with cold water and work when I come out. I can't focus on work all afternoon. Lucas finds me staring at nothing on the couch that night. He comes down next to me, and I start crying the angry, irritated tears I'd been holding back since the phone call. I cry as he embraces me on his chest. He hears about the call and how my mother treated every childhood failure like a trial when I can speak. I tell him about the kids depleting resources statement and how it broke my heart to hear her blame Ethan for his existence like she blamed me. Lucas runs his hand through my hair and says, "Setting boundaries doesn't make me a bad person." He reminds me that they requested help but declined when I offered conditions. They wanted me to fix their issue without changing their operations. He's right, but it hurts. I hoped they'd surprise me and get my point. Instead, they were as I expected. I wrote Ethan an email the next day. I find his old address in my contacts from years ago and stare at the blank message for 25 minutes, trying to think of something to say. I delete 4 versions before reaching a concise solution. I offer to investigate hospital payment arrangements and financial aid programs for him. I suggest a few online resources and help him apply. I don't talk about our parents, the call, or family drama. I focus on the issue, not the emotions. My finger hovers over the submit button for 7 minutes before pressing it. The email disappears, and I wonder if the address is valid, or if it bounces. Over the next 4 days, I check email constantly. Every notification, even work-related or spam, makes me queasy. I always have my phone with me and check for his response at night. Lucas notices me looking at my phone during dinner and asks if I'm expecting something big. When I tell him about the email, he silently squeezes my hand across the table. The 4th day brought an answer. Ethan thanks me for the offer but says, "Our parents already found another solution." He doesn't say what they found or where the money came from. I read the letter 6 times looking for subtext, but it's plain and brief. I'm relieved I don't have to engage further and guilty that I possibly should have given them the money. I hate that I'm still doubting people who've never mistreated me. My therapy session with Dr. Claire Morgan is 3 days away, so I call now. She listens as I recount the entire conversation, including my mother listing my childhood mistakes as trial evidence. Dr. Claire Morgan asks me to note my responses throughout the call. I quieted down as my mother spoke. I returned to accepting her words and shrinking. Like 11-year-old me, I apologized for undeserved mistakes. Dr. Claire Morgan says my conclusion speech broke the pattern. She says, "The fact that I regressed initially doesn't erase the fact that I found my voice and set a boundary." I tell her that's not enough, because I let her talk like that for most of the conversation. Dr. Claire Morgan advises me not to expect immediate success in changing habits. I tell her, "I learned my mother will never see me differently no matter what I accomplish." Dr. Claire Morgan nods and says, "That's actually important information because now I can stop trying to prove myself to someone who refuses to see the proof." I check my phone all week, even though Ethan has responded. I wait for my parents to call with more demands or wrath. But nothing happens. The stillness confirms my suspicions, making it almost as bad as another fight. They only wanted my money, not a relationship. If they cared about me, they would have followed up or at least claimed to care. Instead, they were told no, and disappeared. She asks how I feel when I tell Dr. Claire Morgan at our next appointment. Although it makes me sad, it also frees me from wondering if things will change. My worries disappear at work. I work on details of a community center project at my desk for hours. 4 nights I stayed late and 3 times I arrived early. Daniel Harris stops by my office on Friday afternoon and remarks that I've been working long hours. He asks how I'm doing, and suggests I take a day off next week. My work has been a way to avoid thinking about the family issue. I thank him and promise to take Monday off, even though I hate being bored. Rachel asks me for lunch in the break room that afternoon. We order salads that barely touch at a nearby restaurant. I tell her everything, including being the family's scapegoat, my brother's operation, and my father's money request. I tell her about my phone call with my mother and how I stood up to her. But I feel awful. Rachel listens until I finish, then says she hasn't spoken to her father in 7 years. According to her, guilt never goes away but improves over time. Her father was controlling and manipulative, and cutting him off was the best thing she did for herself. Hearing a professional I admire discuss similar family issues helps me feel less alone. Rachel says something meaningful to me. She reminds me that choosing oneself isn't selfish when you could burn yourself to warm others. Though it's a familiar saying, hearing it from her makes it more genuine. Her accomplishments, respect, and life control led her to make the same decision I am. That makes me think I'm not bad for hiding from my parents. We eat lunch and go to work, but I keep thinking about what she said. Perhaps self-care does not mean bad daughterhood. Perhaps my parents prevented both. That night I retrieve a college journal my therapist encouraged me to keep. Something motivates me to write in it again after years. I sit down with a notepad and write down my entire blame history from birth to now. I find specific events that fit into this system where my parents were never at fault. I and Ethan were blamed for every job loss, financial hardship, and family crisis. I describe how they never took responsibility for their drinking, financial mismanagement, or refusal to see doctors. Seeing it all on paper helps me see a pattern rather than just negative events. Not that I was unlucky or cursed. They needed someone to blame to avoid facing themselves. Lucas suggests we take a weekend getaway. He books a small coastal cottage for the weekend. As we drove out of the city on Friday after work, my shoulders relaxed. Although small and old, the cottage is conveniently located on the beach. Saturday mornings I walk alone in the sand while Lucas sleeps. I keep walking despite the cold gray ocean and wind blowing my hair. Physical distance from my hometown mirrors emotional distance I'm trying to maintain. Being 5 hours away isn't enough. Sometimes I need to be alone and think. I realize something new and obvious while walking on the beach. My parents' story about my bad luck never involved me. I was 7 months old when my dad lost his job. My mother was in a car accident when I was 3. They blamed a baby rather than admitting my father was fired for poor performance, or my mother was driving distracted. The story included every bad thing that happened after that because it had to be true. If I was the issue, they didn't need to change. They could keep making bad financial decisions, ignore their health issues, and blame their daughter for everything. Realization makes sense but does not lessen pain. Never about me. Everything was about them. Returning to my condo, I search my contacts for Emma's number. We haven't spoken in months because life got busy and we forgot to call. She answers on the fourth ring, surprised and happy to hear from me. We chat for 12 minutes about her new job, my promotion, and her cat. Then I tell her about my parents' money requests, Ethan's surgery, and my struggle to figure out what I owe them. Emma listens without interrupting, and when I finish, she reminds me of my freshman year apology to our dorm neighbor for loud breathing. She says I apologized for existing, but now I'm setting boundaries with people who made me feel worthless for 19 years. She's proud of my progress, and I didn't realize how much I needed to hear that until it hit me. We talk for another 90 minutes about everything and nothing, and it feels good to be with someone who remembers me when I was learning to be human. Emma announces her engagement in 6 weeks and spring wedding near the end of the call. She invites me to the wedding party, and I gladly accept. The request brings me joy unrelated to my family drama. This is my life now. They chose me, and I chose them. I sit on my couch after we hang up, feeling lighter than in weeks. The next day, I'm cleaning out my closet to find a jacket I hadn't worn in years and find a cardboard box in the back. I received old family photos from my mother after moving out. Childhood photos made me uncomfortable, so I never looked at them. I lay them out one by one on my bed. While everyone else is happy at a birthday party, I'm 6 and staring at the camera with sadness. In a school photo, I was 9 and slumped like I was trying to disappear. At a family event at 13, Ethan smiles and I look down. I see that in every shot now. Even on happy occasions, my eyes are sad. I carried their responsibility before realizing it. Only 5 photos of me alone or with high school friends who liked me remain after going through the box. I donate the rest because I don't need concrete memories of a childhood I've spent years undoing. Dr. Claire Morgan asks me about my family relationship at my next appointment. The question surprises me because I've been focusing on what I don't want and forgetting what I do. I sat there for 90 seconds, unsure how to respond. I tell her I don't want no contact forever because it feels like letting them win differently. I also reject their reality, which blames me for all their problems. Dr. Claire Morgan nods and suggests we practice future conversation so I can stay calm. Without defending my position. We role play for the rest of the session. Dr. Claire Morgan plays my mother and accuses me of abandoning the family. I practice answering quietly without explaining or fighting. I underestimated its difficulty. Every time Dr. Claire Morgan accuses me in my mother's voice, I feel smaller and quieter, like I'm 16. We discuss the same topic 6 times before I shut down or get angry. Dr. Claire Morgan assures me that this is normal, and that years of indoctrination do not disappear just because I understand them. I sit down with my laptop that night and write a letter I won't send. Write down everything I want to tell my parents about their scapegoating's harm. I wrote about thinking I was cursed at 11. I bought my own school supplies at 17 to avoid being a burden. I graduated college with honors and am still waiting for their approval. About moving 5 hours away because I couldn't breathe in their home. The letter was 5 pages. When I finish writing, I feel a pressure release in my chest I didn't know I had. I save it to a PC folder before closing the laptop. 6 weeks without my parents has left me forgetting everything. Ethan unexpectedly calls to say his surgery went well and he's recovering at home. Though the email is only 4 words, he ends with an awkward paragraph thanking me for volunteering to help even though they didn't need it. I read it 6 times to make sure I'm not misinterpreting his closest apology. I respond 2 days later to avoid appearing eager. I'm glad he's okay and offer to chat. Pressure-free. I keep it brief and encourage future communication without pressuring him. We can connect with Ethan without our parents but not repair them. His perspective is changing. Perhaps that's enough now. 2 weeks later, Daniel Harris invites me into his office, and I walk there wondering what I did wrong. Instead, he tells me I'll manage a major downtown public library project. I'm staring at him, trying to process my biggest project yet. Daniel Harris says I earned it by working hard for 6 years and can handle it. I trusted him instead of waiting for the other shoe to drop or him to admit his mistake. Project will consume my time for the next few months in the best way. I'm using skills I've developed over years of pushing myself to prove I'm not cursed, unfortunate, or whatever my parents called me. I spend most nights drawing, meeting with the design team, and presenting to the customer. Halfway through a presentation, I realize my parents will say, "This success won't last, that something will fall apart because that's what happens to me." I ignore them and continue discussing load-bearing walls and natural light optimization. Client loves the design. Daniel Harris walks me back to my desk after the presentation and says the team wants drinks on Friday to celebrate the project. I tell him I'll be there, feeling proud and astonished to lead something so big. Lucas emails me that afternoon asking how the presentation went, and I respond with 3 celebration emojis because I can't say it without sounding too happy. He immediately suggests doing something special this weekend. He tells me 3 days later that he has reserved a downtown Italian restaurant for Rachel and some office mates. I spent 25 minutes looking at my clothes to decide what to wear to a dinner celebrating my success, which seems absurd but good. I arrive at the restaurant on Friday night to find everyone at a table waiting for me. Rachel calls me over, and Lucas brings out my chair like a formal occasion. Daniel Harris bought snacks for the table and kept saying the customer liked my presentation. I sit there listening to coworkers compliment my job every day. I realize this is normal. Nobody expects me to fail. How long my luck lasts is not a joke. These individuals truly enjoy having me around and believe I am competent at what I do. Rachel raises her glass and mentions how she knew I'd be running projects after a year and a half of mentoring me. The entire table toasts, and I have to blink back tears since I've never had anyone honor me in this way. My parents had a massive celebration for my brother when he got into college, but they warned me not to make a big deal about my scholarship. This supper with co-workers meant more to me than any family gathering ever has. The next week, my phone reminds me of my mother's birthday. I gaze at the notice for a full 90 seconds before swiping away. Every year since I left home, I've contacted Mom on her birthday, even though she hardly recognized mine. This year, I do not answer the phone. I feel bad for around 90 minutes. That old familiar ache in my gut tells me I'm being a lousy daughter. Then I recall Mom didn't call on my previous birthday, which broke her annual habit of checking in to see if I'd failed yet. She couldn't even raise her normal sympathetic voice to inquire about my well-being. The guilt disappears quickly after that. I spend the rest of the day working on project planning, not thinking about her until Lucas asks if I may talk to my family that evening. I tell him no, and he just nods, squeezes my hand, and does not press me to explain. My next session with Dr. Claire Morgan is 3 weeks later than our regular weekly schedule. She advised spreading them out because I've been doing better, and I agreed, even though a part of me still craves the weekly check-in. We spend the first few minutes getting caught up on the project, supper, and my mother's birthday. Dr. Claire Morgan sits back in her chair and says something unexpected. She says I'm not simply surviving anymore. I'm actually doing well, constructing a life based on my values rather than simply reacting to my family's rejection. I sit with it for a moment because she is correct. The condo, the job, the relationship with Lucas, the friendships with Rachel, and my coworkers. None of this happened because I was fleeing from my parents. It occurred because I selected it. I constructed it on purpose. Dr. Claire Morgan inquires how that feels. And I tell her it feels strange, good, and sometimes terrifying since there's still a voice in my brain that expects everything to come apart. She reminds me that the voice belongs to my mother, not to me. And I may choose whether or not to listen to it. 4 weeks later, I receive an SMS from an unknown number. I almost delete it, assuming it's spam, but something compels me to read it. The message claims it's from Ethan and asks if we might meet for coffee when he visits my city in 2 weeks for a follow-up appointment. My instant emotion is a surge of dread that surprises me. I thought I was done worrying what my brother thought. I stared at the message for 12 minutes, trying to figure out what he wanted. Half of me wants to disregard it, but another half wonders why he's reaching out now. I reply back, "Sure, we can meet at a coffee shop near the hospital, somewhere public where I can leave if it gets weird." He answers with a thumbs up emoji and a time. I spent the following few weeks thinking if I made a mistake by agreeing to this. Ethan arrives up looking better than I've seen him in years. He's regained some weight and no longer looks gray and weary like he did when I met him in the ICU. We get coffee and go at a corner table, and the first 12 minutes are so unpleasant that I almost regret coming. He inquires about employment, and I provide brief responses. I inquire about his recuperation, and he does the same. We're dancing around anything he really wants to say. Then he sets his cup down and looks at me squarely for the first time. He informs me that throughout his rehabilitation, he has been thinking a lot about our family and how things happened when we were youngsters. He thinks he's starting to view things differently now that he's been away from the house. I don't say anything. Just wait for him to continue talking. He describes how our parents panicked when he underwent surgery, saying they couldn't bear the burden of really having to care for someone. He saw them hurry and worry, blaming everyone but themselves for not saving money. It helped him realize things he hadn't wanted to see before. He does not offer me a full apology, and I do not expect one. He did admit that he profited from being the golden kid, while I was blamed for everything. He acknowledges that he went along with it since it was simpler than confronting them. He claims that watching our parents struggle financially and fall apart over his medical bills taught him that they aren't good at caring for anyone, including themselves. They just wanted someone to blame, and I was available. I respect his honesty more than I expected. I don't need him to reject our parents or legitimize what I've gone through. Just hearing him admit that the family dynamic was messed up and that he played a role in it is enough. We ended up talking for nearly 3 hours, which was far longer than I had planned. We talk about college and how he dropped out, as well as the years he spent at home playing video games because he didn't know what else to do. He asks about my current life, and actually listens when I tell him about the architecture firm, Lucas, and my condo. Before we leave, we agree to stay in touch and possibly start something new, rather than attempting to repair a sibling relationship that never existed in the first place. Near the end of our conversation, Ethan mentions that he is finally looking for a real job. He's been applying and has a few interviews scheduled. He claims that our parents are upset with him for wanting to move out and that they keep telling him he isn't ready or that he should save money first. Sitting there listening to him, I realize they need someone to manage and control things. When I left, they still had Ethan, but now that he's getting healthier and more independent, they're losing control. Without me to blame, Ethan became the target in various ways. Not the scapegoat, but the project. The person they could watch over and make decisions for. He's starting to see it and wants to get out. After Ethan leaves, I sit in my car for a few minutes before heading home. Then I call Dr. Claire Morgan, even though it is not our session day. She responds, and I tell her about the meeting, including everything Ethan said. I'm surprised at how much lighter I feel. Having Ethan acknowledge even a portion of the family dysfunction makes me feel less crazy about my decision to distance myself. Dr. Claire Morgan agrees that having just one person validate your experience can sometimes change everything. She asks how I feel about staying in touch with him, and I say cautiously hopeful. I don't expect him to become my best friend or anything, but having one family member who is willing to be open feels worthwhile. That night, Lucas asks if I believe my parents will ever change. We're sitting on the couch, my cat curled up between us, and he's asking the question cautiously, as if he's unsure whether I want to talk about it. I think about it for a full minute before responding. I tell him I no longer need them to change. My peace no longer depends on whether they grow, learn, or remain the same. I have built a life without them, and it is good. If they want to be a part of it someday, they must meet me where I am, rather than expecting me to shrink back into the role they gave me. Lucas nods and pulls me closer, and we sit in peaceful silence. The cat stretches, digging her claws into my leg. And I don't mind because I'm enjoying this quiet evening at home with someone I love and a pet who hasn't run away. This is the life I chose, and it is sufficient. The holidays approach faster than I expected. November arrives with cold mornings and early darkness, and everyone at work begins discussing Thanksgiving plans. Lucas asks what I want to do, and for the first time in my life, I realize I don't have to dread making the obligatory phone call home or feel bad about not showing up. I tell him I want to host something at our home and invite people who want to be around us. He grins and begins compiling a list of friends to invite. We spend 10 days planning the menu and cleaning the condo, and I find myself excited rather than anxious. Rachel delivers wine and homemade rolls. 3 of Lucas's co-workers show up with dessert. My cat hides under the bed for the first 90 minutes before slowly creeping out to investigate all the new people. We crowd around my small dining table, which barely accommodates everyone, and pass dishes family style, and it feels warm and genuine in a way that holidays at my parents' house never did. Halfway through dinner, Rachel refills her wine glass and asks how I'm doing with everything, gesturing at the table as if she means more than the food. I take a quiet minute to consider my response because she deserves honesty. I tell her how sad I am about what could have been, the family I should have had but did not. But I'm not willing to give up my well-being for people who refuse to see me clearly. She raises her glass, saying, "That's the healthiest thing she's heard all year." Everyone else raises their glasses as well. We toast to our chosen family and new traditions. And I feel something settle in my chest that had been unsettled for years. My phone buzzes during dessert, and I almost ignore it. But something prompts me to check. It is a text from Ethan. Just a few words to let me know he is thinking of me and hoping I am having a good day. Nothing elaborate or emotional, just short and genuine. I stare at the message for a long moment, then save it to a folder I've started keeping of the few good family moments I have. It's not much, but it's real, and that matters more than I expected it to. I text back a simple thanks and same to you, then put my phone away and rejoin the conversation. Lucas catches my eye across the table, and I smile at him, feeling hopeful about having at least one family connection that isn't built on blame and dysfunction. Work picks up the week after Thanksgiving as we push toward the project launch deadline. I spend long hours at the office finalizing details and coordinating with contractors. And somehow it all comes together better than I imagined. The community center opens in early December, and the local architecture magazine sends someone to photograph it and interview me about the design process. When the article comes out 12 days later, Daniel Harris frames it and hangs it in my office without asking. He just walks in one morning with the framed magazine page and a drill and puts it on the wall across from my desk. I stare at it for a solid 90 seconds, reading my own name in print next to photos of something I created. Daniel Harris tells me to let myself feel proud without qualifying it with worry about what might go wrong next. I nod and actually try to do that, sitting with the accomplishment instead of immediately looking for ways it might fall apart. My next session with Dr. Claire Morgan happens a few days before Christmas. We've been meeting every 3 weeks since the whole Ethan surgery situation, but she opens this session by asking if I think I'm ready to reduce to monthly check-ins. The question catches me off guard. I think about the past couple of months and realize the family crisis didn't destroy the stability I've built. I handled it without falling apart or reverting to old patterns for more than brief moments. I tell her, yes, I think I'm ready. And she smiles like she already knew my answer. We spend the rest of the session talking about what monthly check-ins will look like and what warning signs to watch for. That might mean I need more frequent support again. Walking out of her office, I feel proud in a different way than the magazine article. This pride is quieter and deeper about emotional work nobody sees, but that matters just as much. Lucas and I are washing dishes one night when he brings up the future in a way that feels different from our usual vague planning. He asks if I've thought about getting engaged. And my immediate reaction is to check myself for panic about cursing our relationship. But the panic doesn't come. I dry a plate and tell him honestly that I have thought about it, and I don't feel scared anymore. I've learned my presence in people's lives isn't a burden, but a gift. He stops washing and looks at me with this expression I can't quite name and says we should talk seriously about it. We spend the next 90 minutes on the couch mapping out what we want our lives to look like. And it's easy and exciting instead of heavy with dread about inevitable failure. I write the letter to my parents on a Saturday morning while Lucas is at the gym. I've written versions of this letter before, but never sent them. Always talking myself out of it or deciding silence was safer. This time I keep it brief and clear. I explain I'm open to contact if they can respect me as an adult with my own life, but I won't accept blame or manipulation anymore. I outline specific boundaries about what kind of relationship I'm willing to have and what behaviors I won't tolerate. I read it 4 times, checking for anything that sounds like I'm asking for their approval or trying to convince them I'm worthy. Then I address an envelope and walk to the mailbox before I can change my mind. The letter drops through the slot with a soft thud, and I stand there for a moment, feeling lighter and heavier at the same time. 4 weeks pass with no response. I check the mail every day, even though I told myself I wouldn't. Lucas asks if I'm okay and I realize I actually am. Their silence is an answer in itself. Some people aren't capable of the relationship I deserve, and that's about them, not me. I stop checking the mail obsessively and focus on the life I'm building instead of the one I'll never have with them. Ethan calls in mid-January, and I answer on the 4th ring. He sounds different, more energetic than I've heard him in years. He tells me he got a job offer at a tech support company and he's moving into his own apartment in 6 weeks. His voice shakes a little when he talks about it. Nervous but excited, and I encourage him genuinely. I tell him I'm happy he's building his own independence, and I mean it. We talk for 25 minutes about his apartment search and his new job, and it's the most normal sibling conversation we've ever had. Before we hang up, he thanks me again for meeting with him back in November and says it helped him see things more clearly. I tell him he did the hard work himself. I just listened. After the call, I sit in my home office looking at the framed magazine article on my wall. My cat jumps into my lap and starts purring, and I pet her absently while thinking about how far I've come. I realize somewhere along the way I stopped thinking of myself as the family scapegoat and started seeing myself as someone who survived a difficult childhood and built something beautiful anyway. The shift in identity feels huge, like stepping into a version of myself I always wanted to be but didn't think I deserved. I'm not the cursed daughter, or the bad luck charm, or the burden they tried to make me believe I was. I'm just someone who refused to accept their story about who I had to be, and wrote a better one instead. I'm sitting on the couch Tuesday night with my feet tucked under me, watching Lucas rinse dinner plates at the sink. He turns around and wipes his hands on a dish towel, then walks over and sits next to me without saying anything at first. My cat jumps down from the armrest and disappears into the bedroom. Lucas takes my hand, and his palm feels warm against mine. He tells me he doesn't want to wait for some perfect moment because our regular life together is already perfect. He asks if I'll marry him, and his voice is steady, but his hand trembles slightly in mine. I say yes before he finishes the question, tears already sliding down my cheeks. He pulls a simple silver ring from his pocket and slides it onto my finger. We sit there crying and laughing at the same time, and I think about how this moment isn't cursed or doomed or temporary. It's just real and good and mine. We spend the next 90 minutes calling people to share the news. Emma answers on the first ring, and I barely get the words out before she screams so loud I have to hold the phone away from my ear. She's already talking about engagement party colors and venue options before I can tell her we haven't planned anything yet. Rachel congratulates us and says she knew it was coming because she's never seen two people fit together so naturally. Each call feels easy and happy without any weight of family drama or waiting for someone to tell me it won't last. I text Ethan because calling feels too formal for where we are in rebuilding our relationship. He responds within a few minutes saying he's happy for me and asking if he can meet Lucas sometime. I type back yes immediately and mean it completely. Having one family member who's genuinely trying to show up differently feels like more than I expected to have. Over the next couple of months, planning the wedding becomes something I actually enjoy instead of a source of stress about who to invite or who might ruin things. Lucas and I look at venues with Emma and laugh at her increasingly elaborate ideas. We pick a small garden space that feels intimate and warm. I make a guest list of people who actually want to celebrate with us, not people I'm obligated to include. Ethan texts occasionally asking about details and offering to help with setup. I add him to the list without hesitation. The whole process feels light and joyful because I'm surrounded by people who chose me and I chose them back. I realize one night while addressing invitations that this is the family I needed all along. Not the one I was born into that treated me like a burden, but the one I built myself from friends and partners and the one brother who decided to do better. That's not bad luck or a curse finally breaking. That's just the best thing I ever did for